You know, it is supposed to start at 9, so we're just gonna give them a little bit of just a little warm up here and there. Get our dogs ready, so to speak. All our horses in line.
I don't have a problem with that. They'll give me some time to eat this burger. It's just sitting right there,
I fucking
waiting to be consumed.
So I don't know how you feel about restaurants, but I like Burger King for the most part. Thing is I had their quarter pounder with cheese yesterday. Because Burger King now has a 2 for $6 menu where you can buy like two like actual real burgers for $6. And it's all like, I've never been so disgusted with the layer of cheese over my burger before.
I don't order cheese from Burger King, so I can't talk about this. However, I have always had a problem with how many freaking sesame seeds they put on the thing. Like, I get sesame seeds, good, but like, why do you have to put like a small field on top of my bun? Why is that necessary?
I kind of have this weird, currently at school, no classes yet though. Alright, so across. We're going to be here for like 4 to 5 hours, so it's going to be a trip probably. Hello, Nello. We're gonna wait for the actual time for the stream to start to go over this. However, I can already tell, I don't know anything about it, except that there's 2 parts. I have not looked at the verdicts yet, but my money's Bayonetta's winning this. And they already have a portion where they're covering their ass. So, chef's kiss.
I have not looked at this either. All I know is exactly what he knows. That there's 2 parts. That's it. This is completely free. I have not looked at this one bit.
Hello, Pimp Demon. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for you guys to all join before we start. This is a quote from Chrislanger Claire. Completely different series, which involves Nephilim, but that's the wrong Dante!
Don't worry, Darksiders got it wrong too.
Yeah, but Darksiders, I feel like, did it just to have the spite. These guys should know better. Honestly, fuck, like, they should have just done Doomslayer shit. Dude, they really should have done Doomslayer here and would just been like fucking, quote, Doom, the only thing they fear is you. That would have been so much more appropriate. Fuck, I bet Jace says this too. Now, if it was Will or Jem, now that's a different story. The Infernal Devices is actually good.
No. It's just, this quote seems a little bit more posh than I would allow for Bayo or Dante. Maybe if it was like... Actually, no, I don't even think I'd catch Virgil or Jean saying that.
No, because it's meant to be like, I vaguely recall, I'm pretty sure this is Jace, because I read this book series like 6 years ago, because I've been in college so long, I read this back in high school. I'm pretty sure the character says this was Jace. He's like this arrogant, flamboyant kind of guy who is a demon hunter, obviously, like the rest of them, but like, yeah, he's a little more upper tier than they are. So they have a bad way of compositing characters. They do. The last one we went through was kind of trash. Not gonna lie. I think they did Akuma versus Rao. Also trash. Terrible. They said Akuma could win. Terrible. We're just covering our bases, giving it a little more time. And at 9 o'clock, we will read through the regarding Hellboy versus Nero. Fuck, it's been 2 years? Did we didn't check out Hellboy vs. Nero when it first came out, did we?
I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. No, because we were told about it by other people. We had no idea it existed.
That is true.
Little mouse through the grapevine was like, hey, this thing exists. We're like, really?
Okay.
Those things exist?
Okay. The hour has passed. It is time to scroll down.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's 9 where you are. Alright.
Okay. Regarding Hellboy versus Nero, there's an elephant in the room that we need to address, that being the Hellboy vs. Nero blog from 2 years ago. That blog spread a lot further than we were expecting it to, and it wasn't written with the expectation that it would be scrutinized as much as it was. Guys, even myself as a YouTuber, if you're gonna post a video like this, you gotta cover your bases. I mean, this was a video, but still, you know, like, you gotta cover your bases. I mean, you guys post like on the Death Battle Reddit, like you guys follow Death Battle a little bit, you know, you gotta be careful about that. Because of that, the wording in the blog wasn't very careful, and the links weren't triple checked to make sure everything was airtight, which is what led to some errors, accidental, improper scan cropping. I vaguely remember that, but that wasn't the biggest issue.
Yeah, we were... I don't know if we mentioned that, but like, improper scan cropping, both in our criticism and in VSB's, was never something that was like an issue. We were not like, man, look at these photos. They're really like bent out of shape. Like, man, we should get a photographer in here to ridicule the. No, that it was just what was said in the blog.
Okay. We want to let you know that we've heard a lot of your criticism and have done our best to work from the ground up to reevaluate everything and make this blog as comprehensive as possible. If you're going into this with the expectation we're just going to shit on Dante or that you're going to need to tear apart what we say, we think you may be pleasantly surprised with what you see. I hope so.
I will reserve my judgment until we get to the sections.
I would appreciate if there's fairness here.
I will appreciate if there's also accuracy as well.
I'm just fine with consistency. Mangler's fine with accuracy. We won't judge you. Let's reserve judgment until we judge them.
I want.
Mangler, you're lagging. No. Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see.
I want fairness too, but you.
Why Discord? Why? Okay. So Mangler said he wants fairness, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna follow it up with, but I want accuracy, like more or as well. More than anything, though, our goal with this blog was that people would come away from it feeling as though Dante was given a fair shake and that both characters treated with the respect and appreciation that they deserve. A lot of people didn't feel that with Nero, and that's definitely unfortunate. We hope this blog is a better experience for everyone who felt that way. Okay, I'm glad they are not like just ignoring that one. This one feels almost 100% directed at me. Granted, I didn't insult them last time. Mangler, no! He's abandoned ship! No! We will continue. That being said, we're 100% willing to listen to criticism, as this blog should demonstrate. We would also like to kindly ask that people be constructive with said critiques. That's fair. It is more likely that we will listen to a point if it's directed in a tasteful manner rather than in form of name calling or passive-aggressive insult. We'll see how many hours we get into this. We'll do our best, but no promises on this one. The passive-aggressive, no promises, but we'll do our best until Kyle shows up. It's important to have discussions, but it's also important for said discussions to be respectful and not vitriolic. Okay, so just to be clear, if this is actually... I'm pretty sure this is directed towards more than just me, but, like, you know, if you guys want to hit me up, you know someone who can vouch for me. I'm a lot more chill in person. The videos and streams are a little more higher energy, you know, a little more fun with it.
All right, I think I'm back. Right, so I had to switch audios. Yes. So what happened? What exactly happened? That won't be happening again. But
basically, they felt people thought it was unfair, and 100% willing to listen to criticism. Don't insult them. Blah blah blah. Your standard, like, be nice about it. We do watch. At the end of the day, these are fictional characters, and these blogs have zero stakes beyond being entertainment. We hope that anyone with any issues with our evaluations probably at least take the time to see our new perspective. Alright, so when you guys tell me Bayonetta wins, I better hear some good reasons behind it. Regarding canon and included media, for Dante, we will be looking at canonical Devil May Cry content, including the games, novels, anime, and guides. You can find all media used on this blog here.
Okay,
it's just Divinity statue. For Bayonetta, we should know we're using Cereza due to certain circumstances in 3. All 3 of her games will be used, as will all guides and the Bloody Fate film. Whoa there, buckaroos. Where did that come from?
Well, there is stuff in the Bloody Fate film that you technically can use, but only in regards to, like, powers and abilities, not specific outcomes that happen in the story. because they obviously do draw inconsistencies, like Baldur's involvement in the story, or well, not Baldur's involvement in the story, Baldur's like motivation, and then what happens in the final battle with Jubileus.
All right. Huge thanks to Comic Gal, Senzu, and Bayonetta Minaj for assistance in acquiring access to the Bayonetta art books, interviews, and other Bayonetta material. Likewise, huge thanks to Red Reaper, Mr. Mangler, Gallons, Krim, and Seville for assistance in accessing DMC content not available to Divinity Statue and for assistance with footage. You all rock.
You are welcome.
So, this is fine. I actually didn't think they were going to credit Mangler. However, I did help Cyber with a few things. I'm not asking for credit. However, I am surprised you even got in there at all. It's fine. He probably got more like direct scans from our people.
For the purposes of this blog.
Well, also, these two are my Bayonetta and
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? Mangler, I can hear you.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I think they said for the purposes. Yeah, I can hear you too. They said that for the purposes of this blog, they'll be treated as a composite. I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, regarding 3 Bayonettas?
Yeah, like during Fusion, I understand that, but under normal circumstances, okay, I guess.
Well, doesn't Bayonetta 3 state
I'm just saying,
that
if you do that, you kind of have to provide.
Well, I think their argument is that Bayonetta 3, it states that Bayonetta and Bayonetta 2 went through similar experiences as Bayonetta, right?
Yeah, but we don't know the details of how they went through those outcomes, unfortunately, because the fact is that the multiverse in Bayonetta works off of many worlds interpretation. So even though she would have gone through similar events, the exact outcomes of what happened, what weapons she got, what experience she gained is technically completely unknown to us. So we have no idea like what she did and what she got.
All right.
I'm just saying, if we do that, I think in fairness, might want to extend the same courtesy to Dante.
Well, I mean, you don't have to composite Dante, though, because it's the same Dante throughout all the games. Okay, I don't think I have to read...
weapons and arsenal.
I don't think I have to read this. But I don't...
Yeah, this is mainly just background.
I know, but I'm like so concerned here. SMT Dante? They would never use SMT Dante. If they used SMT Dante, there's not even a discussion. They would never use SMT Dante. Because that's another whole can of worms. Good job, Mangler. You actually got credited. I was actually worried. I think I told Mangler this. I was worried that they weren't going to credit him. So I'm actually surprised that actually came through. So
with the amount of information that I provided, I would be very concerned if I wasn't credited.
Okay, we have
and that was the bare minimum of what I could have provided.
Dante versus Virgil. Over the next several years, Dante worked hard to stop more demonic threats from the underworld, such as the Demon Kings known as Pluto and Medea. Medea?
That's Pinnacle Combat.
Oh, okay. How much have you guys started? Not that much, Red Dust. You're just in time. I'm out. I am finished my Jado Demonic Weapon, Nightmare, and Angelo. Blah, blah, blah. V, Virgil, DMC5. Okay, great. Lot shorter. But through her combat prowess and Jean...
I want to hurry to go over.
I just want to make sure there's nothing here that's crazy that like needs to be addressed, but I think this is fine. Despite this Riz life coming to an end, she managed to find a worthy successor of the Bayonetta name, and her and Lucas alternate universe daughter Viola. Okay. Alright. So now we begin with experience and why was I credited somewhat? Now Mangler? Mangler was no credited. Use the up and down keys to scroll. Fine. Okay. Dante, experience and skill. Despite his overall cockiness, Dante is exceptionally skilled in combat. He is a quick learner, mastery of devil arms. He acquires the moments of obtaining them, and quickly gain the hang of utilizing his various styles. I don't know how I feel about the styles in canon. I don't think they're real in canon, besides Royal Guard. I think the rest of them are just like options Dante has normally in a fight that just can't be accessed easily if you don't section them off. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. He is a master swordsman, proving himself superior to Sparta's best students, and being claimed to have surpassed his father as well. is there no Chen scan here regarding Chen? Because doesn't Chen say he has Sparta skills?
Yeah. I think they're just putting it up there as like background information that people would provide. I don't think they're claiming specifically that he's surpassed Sparta, because they're probably aware that there's technically contention on that front.
No, no, no. I mean, like, isn't Chen stated in DMC2's Malleable to have Sparta's skill, and Dante beats him in a fight?
Yeah, but Dante also confesses directly that he's not going to last very long in a battle against his father's skills.
Fair enough. He is equal to his brother Virgil, who is the pinnacle of swordplay in DMC. Source, please. And could match Gilbert, who was able to instantly read all of Dante's moves through analyzing them, which Dante says should be impossible. He also surpasses Gilbert too, right?
Yeah, and then Gilbert adapts to that.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more layered to that one, but this is fine. Dante at age 19 was precise enough to shoot a cue ball, striking all of them into one another, in turn tossing them into all the demons with near pinpoint accuracy. Later on in life, he managed to fight off Chan's swordsmanship, who gained the power and knowledge of the beast heads, transferring that to experience and stealing Sparta's sword skills. Dante fended them off with one hand, keeping it with him despite Chan's precog. Alright, that's fair. Okay, so they do
I
mention
think that's
it.
probably the best description. That's probably the best description that you can give of that situation without going into like really further detail.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, where's the Chen stuff? But yeah, I should have looked a little more down. I'm reading this one paragraph at a time in case someone from G1 blog shows up later, like, you know, it's right down there. I'm just reading it one at a time. Dante has bested Mundus' best warriors who have hundreds of years of combat experience, actively participating in a full-scale war with the armies of Argosax. Source, please. Oh, wait. Do you mean the warriors participating in a full-scale war? Honestly, we don't even know what Argosax had on his disposal if we don't talk for a minute. I love the guy, but still. Not bad so far. It's been pretty solid. Dante has even defeated the former god Bolverk, who was known as Odin. Pog. Bolverk was Argosax's most skilled fighter, as well as the rival of Sparta, and yet was completely outclassed by the Pixie-loving demon hunter. Just for the record, we don't know how that fight went down. They could have been a mangler and just cheesed.
So it was the rival of Sparta, but that was also like a not fully revived Sparta technically. This context is needed because that fight happened like 300 years before the main timeline after Sparta sealed all of his power away.
Source.
So context.
Source mangler. To be fair, we don't know when Bulwark and Sparta
I'm already talking about this.
Don't ignore Mangler's downplay. He doesn't appreciate the art that is DMC2. Perhaps most impressively, at a young age, he defeated the Black Knights with ease. Said knights being made with Sparta, Dante, and Virgil's combat data. Dante's skills have been so honed he can sense danger off of rough reflexes and instinct alone. In his best display of skill, Dante was able to defeat Chen, who had literally absorbed all knowledge from countless timelines and was able to apply it to combat. Actually, technically, Dante's best display of skill is beating Virgil in their little tag match at the end of DMC5 because they're completely equal to each other. But I digress. Dante has shown decent knowledge of martial arts. Well, granted, you know, best display of skill to be fair, like, you know, as a feat. Knowing Kung Fu and actively demonstrating his martial skill with Balrog. Oh, I didn't realize Kyle was in this blog. With Balrog, he displays extremely impressive breakdancing styled kicks, likely Capoeira. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. You guys are talking about styles while I use all DMC4 best game? Okay. As well as weaving boxing fighting styles with lots of jabs. Dante knows various different fighting styles and he's skilled hand-to-hand combat, and Royal Guard is described as being demon martial arts. This is true. He has impressive land abilities.
I already found some.
What's wrong?
Sorry, I was gonna say I found something. One of the links that misses information that I did provide but was not sourced. But we'll get back to that later when it's brought up.
Already good. So you're checking the actual links?
Yeah. Well, I checked one of them in particular, and it does actually change information drastically from its interpretation. It's in regards to Chen, but I'll bring it up later.
All right. He has impressive land abilities in acrobatics and weapon usage. as he mimicked Virgil's style with precision. Despite Trish never seeing Dante use a katana before and has an uncanny ability to be able to use and master every weapon he comes across at a touch. He should scale above Gilver as he's a clone of him and Virgil, who's described to be able to seemingly absorb information from a weapon. He has a sharp mind, able to instantly understand the true extent of Munus' generals in the alternate universe and the intentions of Modius and Bale in the anime. Overall, Dante's an extremely deadly fighter who's quite frankly is the peak of combat that Devil May Cry has to offer. You're saying Virgil and Argosak's really weird here.
Yeah,
Good.
it's definitely up there. But
Good pun though. Good for you. Also, God of Emperor of the Blade Palace V. Hang on. Oh, Zim, you didn't know Dante uses Kyle as a punching bags? You're the only one not credited. I really don't care. What I gave Cyber wasn't too intensive, but like if Mangler got credited, that's what I'm fine with. Bayonetta. I'm going to be honest here. I know the Bayonetta series, so I'm very curious to see what they're going to say. Hello, Sinister, because damn, okay. Befitting her overall confidence in battle, which is so damn unfollowed up by... I'm kidding.
do you need me to read through this? Because
Bayonetta, it's fine.
Like you're being really slow.
It's fine. Bayonetta has proven time and time again that she's extremely skilled and talented combatant. She's a master of firearms as well as hand-to-hand combat and magic, and is also extremely skilled in fighting entire hordes of enemies at once, even going so far to mix in dancing to her fighting style to style over her opponents. I think the dancing is her fighting style, but that could just be me. Despite this overall flashy style, Bayonetta has proven quite effective. Yes. What? Okay.
Yes, you're correct. It's referred to as bullet arts.
Yeah, so the dancing is her fighting style. It's not so much just added in. Bayonetta has proven quite effective in not only confusing opponents with their bizarre movements, but overwhelming them with unconventional attacks. She has consistently fought various high-ranking angels in her time, such as Fortuito, Temperanatia? Whatever. There's also extensive demons such as Alrune and...
Imprencia.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Phantasmanere.
Okay, any names that pop up, you just pronounce them. The later of whom creates smaller...
Do you want me to just go through here and pronounce it myself?
No, because...
Cut out the middle bit.
No, because if you fucking lag out, it's going to be annoying. However, most impressively is that she has fought the various homunculi created by Singularity, as well as multiple gods such as Aesir and Jubileus. She has shown to be able to stay focused on her opponents, even in the advent of various insane things going on around her, or being thrown at her from all sides. She's capable of dealing with Baldur, who is able to launch an attack from a satellite in space. She can keep pace and overwhelm Jubileus, who constantly changes the battlefield to her advantage. You say constantly, but those changes were a little slow. Like, they're there, but they're not that crazy. She can fight opponents such as Aesir and Singularity, who can warp reality itself in their fights. That's fair. She can also match other Auburn witches, such as John. Unlike Bayonetta, who was sealed away for 500 years and must fight based on her pure instinct. That's false. Bayonetta was trained, but okay. John has spent 500 years honing her skills in combat, yet Bayonetta can match her evenly in skill. We don't know what John was doing for those 500 years. She literally got captured during the witch hunts by Baldur. We don't know what she did in those 500 years. By any chance, if anyone's here for Bayonetta and they have any information they can provide about that, please let me know. This is even more absurd when you realize that Bayonetta had no actual witch training and merely got her skills from observing other witches and training on her own. Yeah, so she can...
That would still mean... that would still mean she had training, though.
Yeah, she just had informal training.
Yeah, just not from them. But that's also, technically, that has context to it. The reason why she didn't get any official training was because she was an outcast. Because of her mixed bloods... Well, actually, it literally says verbatim on the stand. She didn't get any official training because of her terrible mixed blood, which is true. Because she was literally put in a prison cell for most of her life. And she was treated as an abomination.
Oh wait, hang on. Apparently Cyber is asking to join Mangler. Do we do it? Yeah, 6 minutes ago. Do we do it?
I would say I would say no, because we're gonna be going for so long at this point. Like I don't know if we're gonna have time to
he said
comments and then also go through this all at the same time.
He did say por favor.
He said what?
He did say por favor. I'll do an hour. Okay, he's saying he'll stick around for an hour. Or roughly. I didn't expect him to be awake.
Sure.
Alright, let's see how this goes. to the stream channel, and
But like, I
hopefully
don't want
not-
him to interrupt what we're going through.
we'll
I
see
don't
how
want him to interrupt what we're doing though. We're trying. This is gonna take a really long time.
we'll see how it goes. Thankfully, the second blog's not something we have to go over. It's just responses for the most part. All right. All right. Let's see how this goes.
Hello?
Oh, fuck me, you're fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't intend on interrupting much, if any. Just want to say one thing right off the bat, and then I'll kind of quiet. No.
Oh, Cyber? Are you lagging? Cyber, I didn't hear.
I think he's
didn't
there.
hear. No,
Wait,
I didn't hear what he said. Oh, I think he said, hold
Muted.
on.
I was saying basically would join in for just a little bit. Like talking, mostly just going to be quiet.
All right.
Was only going to briefly comment on the Bayo, on the thing regarding Bayo not getting training. She is stated in the art book to not have gotten like much training. She did get training like off the like in secret kind of with Jean, but like actual training by the the Umbran clan though, not necessarily. No.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's just that given the context of like the section, and when you say pure instinct, that seems a little rough there, but that's fine. So
She does have, well,
Oh.
not so much her. Viola has some arguments for like advanced development and reactive evolution, whatever. It wasn't important, and it didn't get like looked into for that one. But anyway, you guys continue. I'll mute.
All right, thank you, Cyber. This is on top of her mastering of controlling demons of various temperaments and summoning the ones who best counter her foes. I mean, she counters corpses at that point. She counters corpses at that point. Let's not lie to ourselves. She summons to finish the job.
Hey, that's not entirely true.
Yeah, I know. She does summon beforehand. Finally, Bayonetta is capable of keeping up with herself as well. She was able to fight one of the many versions of herself in France, not only matching her. Oh, you mean the only good multiversal Bayonetta? Yes. But
How dare you!
But defeating her, she was also able to defeat that particular Bayonetta's mother, Rosa, who utilized the Umbran Clock Demon, which granted her tricky abilities such as teleportation and onslaught of heavy weaponry. Hang on, so I wanna... That is true. The Umbran Clock Demon. But I do have a question regarding that one. This is more of an open-ended question. You don't have to answer it, Cyber, if you don't want to. Was there a statement confirming the Bayonettas are all comparable to each other, or is that based on like the singularity fight at the end?
I would have to double check if there was a statement that they're all comparable to each other. They're kind of shown to be relative to each other. Like, our main Bayo we play as in 3 is definitely like kind of top tier. I mean, she wins against the French one, but they're kind of like, I would say they're at least on the same tier, not just only power wise, but like to some degree skill. Like you recall when Phantom blows up and like the singularity forms?
Yes.
Like if the other Bayo had not saved our main playable Bayo, she probably would be kaput as well, or at least so.
Yeah. There's also the singularity fight as well.
Yeah,
like they're able to fight singularity balance after they break free.
Yeah, no, that's. I just wanted to confirm that because, like, I was just wondering if that was the argument, if there was like a statement here, but that's fine. I think that's fine for the most part, saying they're comparable.
No, there's no statements. It's just feats.
All right, that's fine. Bayonetta's marksmanship is notably extremely good, considering she can land multiple headshots attacks rapidly, or despite attacking rapidly, and at times at awkward angles, such as laying on her back on top of a moving angel. That's fair. Her weapon mastery extends far beyond guns, however. She is shown to immediately be able to master or utilize any weapon she gets her hands on. List of weapons includes swords, nunchaku, whips, bows, scythes, chainsaws, yo-yos, etc. She was even able to match singularity definition in combat despite having all the data of the multiverse and the memories of all Bayonettas that have existed. Alright, that's fine. Alright, that's fair. Wait, definition? Hang on a minute.
What about definition?
It's the third one.
And unnecessary information to become one with the chaotic energy of the multiverse. Considering the Bayonettas are gone, do they still give him the like Bayonetta's memories? He's purged them from his system.
He'd probably still be holding them. Like, he's purged unnecessary information, but it isn't defined what that exactly is.
All
He's
right.
like he's also described as kind of being like the universe itself.
All right, that's fine. I'm just curious to make sure if there's any other like behind the scenes information about these things. Overall, Bayonetta is an extremely capable and skilled combatant who has consistently fought. What? Wrangler, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say we don't really have. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Did he just die?
Oh, a second I said we can hear him, I think he just fucking died.
Yes, I love Discord so much. So I was just saying we don't just to put this out here now for the record before we like really get into I guess the meat of the thing. I want to be clear. We have no information, like no additional information outside of the game on what goes on there, aside from what information has not been translated from the art book. We have no guidebook, no novel, no additional like speaking stuff. So if you're looking for any other information than what's listed in the game, you will not find it.
Go class died. Alright, solid cross laters. Then why did they all die and only Cereza survived the attack at the end fight? That's weird. We'll talk about that because I'm sure they'll cover that for later on. Overall, Bayonetta is an extremely capable and skilled combatant who has consistently fought multiple opponents who would be far more experienced than her, matching them in skill, whether they be witch, sage, angel, demon, homunculi, or deity. No matter what her world throws against her, Bayonetta will always be ready to dance. So, personal opinion, comparing her feats to what Dante had, the only ones that I think are comparable would be Singularity and maybe Azir. But I don't think Azir has any real skill statement. Singularity is the only one that really matches sort of like Chang's here.
Azir would at least have knowledge of like all the skills ever shown by mankind. Potentially even more. It really depends on how you interpret the whole fuse infinite possibilities from his own dimension in the past. That should scale to Lopter. I mean, Lopter should scale when he has both eyes. And, I mean, he does also actively participate, at least in Bayo 2, in the siege on the Umbran clan. Outside of that, we got, like... To make this quick, you could probably make, like, a narrative argument for, like, at least similarity, like Fortitude, any angel and demons, they've been warring for generations. So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying that this would be equal, but I'm just saying that like you can make a narrative argument similar in concept, that like both of them have skills showing off from like fighting seasoned warriors from different realms.
I have a bit of an issue with like age being a defining factor for like massive amounts of skill, but that'll be a separate discussion.
Not age necessarily. I'm just saying they've been warring for thousands.
No. I understand that, but like I wouldn't like unless like a demon like DMC who's been fighting in wars has statements. I wouldn't use it personally. So that just might be a different opinion. But overall, it looks like Dante does have more directly blatant, better skill feats based on like Gilver and the like. Bayonetta's not too shabby though, but there is some. Sadly, there is some reach in here. I was hoping the guidebook would reveal some instantaneous reaction. Maybe we'll have to wait and see for when we get that new Cereza game coming out, I think next month. Let's see here. Equipment, Dante. Okay, it's here. The demons who manifest as these weapons normally need to be subdued, defeated, or convinced to help Dante of their own will before they can be wielded. Alright. Cannot be used by anyone, as if you do not have the strength, you will be swallowed by the weapon. Devil arms can also regenerate from damage.
That is from Deadly Fortune.
Then where the fuck is Cerberus? Alright, Rebellion.
Whoa.
What?
What is this image for Cerberus? I've never seen this one before. Like the stock image?
This might be, this is like a DeviantArt model.
Looks good, but I was just like, where the hell did this come from?
Alright, introducing Devil May Cry 2, best DMC game, is Dante's Similar Comic Blade. The series contains Sparta's power, the physical manifestation of Dante's power. Very well. With Rebellion, Dante can unleash a blade of air when swinging it. Yes. As natural obsidian model can withstand your attacks, which are sharp enough to cut through space and dimensions. Not only that, but also features the precise opposite of Yamao's power as Flame Man, Demon, Fusing Man, Demon. It was also simply gave Res Dante's Double Trigger when he was at the age of 19. Rest Best Dog Cerberus. Rest in peace for reals. Okay, Ebony and Ivory. Memento 1 Dante. Ebony is a long range arm, while Ivory is designed for quick draw and rapid fire. They fire bolts enhanced by demonic energy, and the projectiles contain spirits. They have been used to seal away. Okay, that's fine. They've been used to seal away threats Dante cannot kill himself, such as Moondist and some of his most prominent handguns. Right, that's fair. DMC3 weapons. Where's Dante's phone? Wait. Okay, so we're giving him all his weapons then? Okay, that's
So weapons are categorized by chronological order of acquiring. This is done for both Bayo and Dante, so which is why DMC3 or whatever has like a bigger heading than the weapons.
Oh no.
The only exception is Book of Demons is in the artifacts section.
No, I meant like Cerberus is destroyed canonically, like he doesn't have it anymore.
G1 or DB rules, they would get their entire equipment.
Okay.
Also, for Cerberus not coming back anymore, I mean, it's kind of a headcanon, but like it is implied in the text that he was kind of like succeeded in the mission. Is like you'll get to the exact wording later, but it's like my interpretation is at least it doesn't like Cerberus has no will to come back. Like is content with its death.
Motherfucker abandoned me. Okay, that allowed him to use the power of ice for himself. Powerful devil arm. Male the essence of Cerberus clan that powers over the cold should not be understated. It was only destroyed by matching Balrog, who was amplified by Shard Yamato after purposely training his power to defeat Argosax. Oh, still would have lost! Okay. Agni and Rudra, twin set blades that control the elements of fire and wind, capable of creating gusts and winds of inferno flames. Separate, they are formidable. Together, they are unstoppable, creating fiery worlds of destruction, amplifying their already potent destructive powers. Dante uses them for the best and most stylish of results. Dante obtained these items from the Terminate group by defeating 2 demons of the same name, and ever since then has kept the 2 as his own personal dispenser of both pain and justice to demons, though they occasionally talk much to his jargon. Oh, so this is the description from POC, I take it. Because this second one's from POC, right?
If the weapons were in POC, they were probably included too.
Alright. What was that, Mingler?
I said, let's move with speed.
Alright.
Dude, look how much space we have to cover. There's so much.
It's okay, Mingler. It's okay. I just said... Okay, so do you want me to skip these weapons then and just keep going downwards till we get to
No. We can go over them. Just read faster.
Alright, Nevada attack strikes a poison match as it demonstrates control over lightning itself, allowing Dante to fire and summon the element as well as bats. A scythe to tear into foes with gusto and deal all tons of damage at once. Alright, just basically sound bats. Beowulf... don't like it being here, but alright. Beowulf does that just as a light beast. Dante himself finds the gauntlets and uses them, utilizing his own spin on virtual attacks and his very own alongside his already massive arsenal of weapons. Makes this a fearsome weapon. Light beast fires a blast of energy or attacking with an aura of photons to smash Dante's enemy to bits. In localization with description, it even said to create small supernovas. Alright. Made by the old architect of devil arms and demon artifacts, Machiavelli. Artemis can manipulate fire beams with light arrows with ease, firing arrows directly, rapid fire, and even locking on targets. Its light beams all attack then fire, however Dante desires, on as many targets as he wants. The energy beams from the weapon are made of demonic energy. Alright. Spiral. Nothing too crazy here, however Dante learned a skill which he intentionally makes the bolts ricochet multiple times to pick up speed, making it more lethal. Kalanan. The original Kalanan was given later by Dante. It's behemoth that fires massive damage at decent speeds and has a bayonet claw function. It does heavy damage with fast and wonderful action. Its rockets can also track enemies. Oh, Christ. Okay, peak of combat weaponry. Okay.
Yeah. You feel funny for
this
for
one
moving
we
slowly
decided
now?
to. This one we decided to just list off the abilities instead of just giving giant descriptions for the weapons.
Okay, thank God.
Makes it more quicker to go through.
Okay, fear manipulation, mass manipulation, and aura. Each of these have statements that mention the very aura of these weapons. When you're looking at demons, also the presence of the weapon itself was cause fear as well as destroy the will to fight. Cool. Soul manipulation, non-physical interaction, and soul absorption. All these relate to the soul and soul capacity, where this is absorption, collection, or other means. Cool. Magic. All demonic energies referred to as magic, but also death metal, a weapon that explicitly states it uses magic. Was it confirmed that Virgil never lost Beowulf, though? It kind of was. Magic absorption, magic empowerment, heavy iron cage. These weapons absorb magic power.
If I may, just really quick. Sorry, the Beowulf thing for Virgil is kind of never really specified to my recall. I know the website for the special edition says that, like, apparently he still has it, which is really weird.
No, it's confirmed he still has it in the canon. So in DMC3, we never actually see him lose it. What happens in the cutscene is he falls off the side with the gauntlets on. Dante has only given them for a gameplay purpose. In the actual story, Virgil never loses them. Yeah. Because he doesn't take the gauntlets off when he falls into the crevice. So,
regardless... Well, yeah, regardless, based on your guys' rules, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, so that's fine. Okay, so absorb magic for power. Alright, that's pretty good. Blood absorption and blood empowerment. These weapons do the same except for blood. Okay, so... These two right here, I'm expecting these two to pop up quite a bit later on. Electricity manipulation, alright. Fire manipulation, All right. Holy manipulation. That can be used for any kind of damage. That can be used for more damage against demon kind. Light manipulation. Grant the power of Dante of life for attacks. Regeneration negation allows Dante to negate the regeneration of demons. Really? I'll have to check those out. Ice manipulation, weapons that give Dante the power over the cold. Alright. Mind manipulation, more references to manipulate mind to a fragrance or gaining mind, then using it to judge prey. Weather manipulation, okay. Sound manipulation, purification type 2, indestructible heavenly gun, Nirvana heavenly gun, purifies the soul. Alright. We might have to come back to that later on. Minor transmutation, the Thousand Teeth, the Violent, the Unparalleled, male Gilgamesh, which transmutes organic matter for power, and supernatural power via Lucia's redemption, fortifies the mind. Alright. DMC1 weapons, Force Edge is completely irrelevant, get out of here. Devil Sword Sparta, also completely irrelevant, get out of here. Holy Spirit Light Sword amplifies the user's speed, grants them access to the power of lightning itself. The speed amplification not to boost an alternative Trish to be faster than Dante himself, and granted the ability to fly. It also has the ability to fly and protect Dante on its own. Alistair can predict the incoming evil to warn of Dante, even when danger is not physically approaching.
Well, one thing though, it doesn't just amp speed, it also amps power. Dante confirms in the description that he can cleave arcs in the air with greater speed and fury than Dante himself is capable of. So it's not, it's a statistics amplification, it's not just a speed boost.
Interesting. Okay, if it has the capability to manipulate flames to an impressive level of ranged ability, melting sub-absolute zero ice, as well as damaging those who would be traditionally resistant to flames. It was built with Spirit of Fire, Elemental Demon, makes its charge Hellfire. The Hellfire produces not to be scoffed at, as it has an ability unique to itself known as Magma Drive, a blast of intense heat that'll turn anything it comes into contact with to ash, as well as another unique ability known as Meteor, where Dante will lob entire fireballs of fire at his enemies and attempt to raise them down. Alright, Sephiroth, sit down. A grenade launcher that Dante has made not only for the slaughter of demons, but also crowd control, able to detonate explosive shrapnel and reduce them all to ash. Is this actually directly stated? Because I was going to say, that's not his grenade launcher. Alright. We'll assume that's fine. But yeah, that wasn't his. He picked up a corpse. Same as the needle gun. Worst gun ever created of all time. Needle gun doesn't matter. Then being devil arm that acts like a gun, firing demonic energy that's formed bullets to kill and maim its targets and prey. Its projectiles have a peculiar ability to bounce off walls and ricochet towards targets or enemies if it was to miss or hit and still continue flying. Alright. Nice. DMC2.
Also known as the worst gun ever made.
Nah, you're just trash. DMC2, Vendetta, Merciless. Alright, these don't really matter, sadly, but good for them. The weapons for DMC2, unfortunately, don't really matter either. Coyote's heavily modified firearm made specifically for causing damage to the hordes of Hellspawn. Burial's anti-tank rifle. Oh, there's a picture of it. Destroys the bonds of magic as well as magic itself with anti-magic bullets. Dante himself says that being touched by them would likely remove his superhuman abilities. This effect can even create vortexes that absorb and destroy magic. Dante has given this weapon by Burial after the events of Volume 2, so he should be able to use this weapon in combat. Yep, that's fair. Gilgamesh, just gauntlets, amplifies the strength that uses blows. It can be amplified an extra layer further to the engines that exist in for extra oomph. Alright, that's fine. Transmutes organic matter for power. That's fair. Lucifer's Devil Arm that maintains endless explosive lightsaber and like swords. Dante can freely manipulate through positioning and placing them around the battlefield. Pandora. Okay, this one's interesting. The range from missile launchers, a minigun, giant laser, super mega, a moving missile, and a massive flash of light. Made Machiavelli has made Artemis. It's the most versatile weapon in his arsenal.
Hold up, wait. All right, so we have a problem here, and this is kind of a bigger one. In Deadly Fortune, it is confirmed by Dante verbatim that the actual Pandora weapon, the way that it manifests the weapons, is specifically from the imagination of the user. So the reason it actually has 666 forms is because the users have made 666 weapons with it. Because you actually manifest it by having the briefcase scan your mind, and then that's how it transforms into the weapons you see in combat. So it technically functions under any weapon Dante wants basis. That's kind of a little bit important.
Yeah, but
that means he can make whatever weapon he wants with whatever properties he wants at whatever time that he wants.
I doubt Pandora's
as long as he has mental.
I doubt that Pandora's gonna be the deciding factor of this fight.
I'm just saying that is kind of a massive,
So help
detail.
me God. Yamato.
But I'm just gonna spoil it for you right ahead of time in regards to that. No focus really was put on Pandora in that regard. I guess that is a slip up on my end for the imagination thing, but it's like, no,
I know. No,
it
nobody
never
cares
really
about
came up.
Pandora. I get it. I get it. Everybody only ever used the minigun. That was the only thing that was ever useful to them. I understand.
It's okay, Cyber. He just needs to know his place. Pandora user. He's a gunslinger main, Cyber. Let him know his place.
Listen. Nobody liked it in gameplay. That's why it was overlooked in the lore. But unfortunately, the lore is one of the most broken devil arms in the series. Moving on.
If I ever like make an updated version of it, whatever, I'll add it in, or maybe I could add like a post Q&A.
It's fine. It's fine. I was just gonna bring that up.
Okay.
All right.
Let's continue.
Yamato. Dante's only gained a fragment Yamato. Read below for info. Okay. All right. I see we're etching that rolling there.
Does a fragment include just a tiny bit of the blade?
No, so in
sword?
BTN, you can go affirm this for yourself. He states that the way he got out of hell in DMC2 was he found a fragment. He's because he's talking about the one that Balrog he says just like that one he had gotten one. It never specifies if he lost it.
So I believe it's confirmed that he didn't find a fragment. It was that he saw a fragment in Balrog's hand, and then he assumed that is what allowed him to get out. He never.
No, so it should be in the Yamato section. Hold on, let me scroll up. I'm having to deal with someone in a separate server who's like going mega headcanon on the Book of Demons.
Hang on, I can look at the scan right now. So if you need to take care of that,
just check all the scans in Yamato. It should be somewhere in there.
So the world is enough to make a gap in the world of people. So Balrog came out to be here. Dante knew the first time this happens because he himself found the same fragment and fled from hell.
Hang on, let me see this.
Yeah, so it's the very last one. It's the first one. He stole the shard used to escape the demon world. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, there we go.
Was engaged in collecting fragments of Yamato fragments to order the sword. The very idea of the existence of a devil's sword inflamed the minds of their they determined mess. Okay, so I mean that's fair.
Never mind, I was wrong on.
All right, good job.
Sorry, I was told I was wrong on that by Tony earlier.
I'm sorry.
So,
it's just usually I have a photographic memory.
To be fair to Tony, there is one argument you can make in favor of you being wrong, because he specifically says he himself found the same fragment and fled from hell.
No, so in context of the book, it's not talking about. So Balrog did not get the exact same one. We just don't know at all what happens to that fragment. BTN's chapter that goes on it never goes to onward to specify what happened. For all intents and purposes, it could be gone, but we don't know for sure. So by rules, it's fair game.
Yeah, that's fine, because otherwise this would be out of character for Dante to leave behind a fragment of Yamato. Alright, holding on magical power, even only splinters, shard powerful enough to pierce the boundaries between worlds, it can slice through dimension, space, thus ignoring conventional durability, it cuts through the both matter and space-time. I was going to say, why do you guys keep saying dimensions, it's not just time? It can separate power from heart and mana from devil. In the process, it split off the memories of Virgil's enslavement, created V as well as his familiars. It revived Nero, giving him more power and access to his father's summoned swords. It can obviously be used to cut off the human world from that of the demons, and can allow transport between them via cutting space and creating portals, even after the realms have been locked away by Sparta. It also was able to separate Nero from the Savior, which was a being of melded together spirit and demon matter. Dante notes that Nero's body would have been dissolved to such a degree that Nero lost his memories and ability to think clearly. Virgil and Nero's also once used to create a barrier. Alright, still has it, that's fine. Test. Alright. DMC 5 weapons double on, so just 2 rockets and a laser beam. Good stuff. Cavalier, only Devil likes it, but it's just a motorcycle, so yeah, that's fine. King Cerberus, trash replacement for the original Cerberus with ice, fire, and lightning powers. Huh?
So was it explained why Dante wasn't getting the actual Yamato sword as opposed to him just getting the shard?
That's pretty simple. I mean, that's simple. It's length of time he has said weapons. Technically, he only had the sword for like what, a few minutes, and but he does get the Dark Slayer like style.
Yeah. So
we're also giving him Yamato's abilities for the shard.
Yeah.
They're really. Oh, with the shard, it's explicitly stated that it still has power, and he used it to cut himself out of it, the
I'm
underworld.
gonna be honest. That kind of sounds like a bit of a cop out.
Okay, so it
I would
just
give him the weapon.
I mean, I would say I'd say it make more sense to give Nero the blade because like he had it for several years. It's, I mean, they both have fighting styles for it, but the point is that like the weapon,
but like we're not.
Mangler, it's okay, Mangler. He still gets the same effect. He just doesn't get the weeaboo sword. It's fine. But I better not see Bayonetta get random angel weapons. That's all I'm saying.
How big is this thing? Is this like the size
okay,
of a shank?
hold
Is he
on,
just
hold
gonna go
on.
after her with a knife?
Hang
she's
on.
only getting listen. She has an angel arms included, but you're gonna have to forgive that for one reason.
No. It's infinitely more hilarious to imagine him running around with like basically a prison shank, which is essentially what this is.
I've called it a shank. I've called it a shiv before.
It's literally you literally gave him a Yamato shiv.
All right, so just
fuck?
we don't need to go over Dr. Faust. That's fine. Balrog.
Hold up though.
What?
Hold up though.
Bayo does have all Bayo's weapons, angel weapons, only with Rodon though, right?
Well, I'll mention
just said
Doctor.
that Rodon gives access to like a bunch of different ones. In fact, in the Demon Masquerade, it's really cool. It's like a Gate of Babylon kind of like Kingdom Hearts thing where like I forget the form.
Sorry, Cyber. I play real games. I don't play Kingdom Hearts. Thank you very much.
Wait. So due to the description of Balrog, I might have to mention this for King Cerberus and Dr. Faust, because Balrog is pointing out that it has like hotter flames that even Burial can't compare to. So the same statements technically apply for
King Cerberus.
Yeah, because his lightning is confirmed to be the most powerful in the underworld. He has the same statement. I would actually argue a better statement than Balrog does, because Balrog is just confirmed to be stronger than Burial and have like better fire than him. Cerberus flat out says, even Burial trembles before my flames. And he then says...
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just including...
Okay, basically...
This is not a critique. This is just like information that's added.
Actually, hang on. Is that...
And then he says, ice is actually the strongest element of them all. So technically, and he confirms Bale's ice is not comparable to him. And Bale is also confirmed to be superior to the Frost in Deadly Fortune. So just pointed that out. He also confirms he's superior to the members of the Cerberus tribe, that they're basically like babies of the litter compared to him.
Laughs at King Cerberus and the original Cerberus.
So for Dr. Faust, technically you could argue that the demons in DMC have like resistances to the blood manipulation of the Qlipoth, because the Qlipoth's roots aren't effective against them. But like Dr. Faust can basically, make them donate their blood freely to a children's hospital near you.
Is that what you do when you launch a meteor at them?
Well, I like to think that's what I'm doing, is that I'm helping the world by shooting red orbs at them. But yeah, if you're able to manipulate blood of a demon, you technically have higher forms of blood manipulation.
Yeah. Try to keep your layers 10 minutes until we get to there.
Yeah. I just had to mention that because Balrog mentioned that it has like hotter flames. So I'm like, well,
that's fair.
I guess.
Devil Sword Dante representation of Dante's power. The blade is composed of both Devil Sword Sparta and Rebellion. Yeah, finally making Sparta a useful fucking weapon. It was made and forged from Dante's own body after absorbing the Rebellion and Sparta blades and turned into a new weapon, entirely granting him a new sword formation and one of the most mid transformations of all time. Dante can materialize this weapon wherever and whenever he wants. It also has a will of its own. That is true. Just like the sword Sparta, except this one's not a total fucking bitch. Sword formation is
you just can never let that go.
Dude. Oh, hey, Dad, can you help me out? Against one guy and one guy only. Not even the other guy, just one.
I mean,
sure,
Rebellion
whatever.
really quick. I mean, you could argue the retcons, because you could get into debate whether or not, like, you know what? Never mind. It was a Force Edge thing. Like in Novel 1, it probably was Force Edge, but like the way it's technically retconned as Rebellion. So I don't know. We'll talk about it later.
All right. Sword formation is a move that summons glowing red swords, similar to Virgil's summoned swords, which enhance Dante's capabilities. The sword will copy Dante's melee moves. They can even be used as a shield. They can even be fired as Beyblades with the worst range possible. Yes. Whoa, hang on. Consumables. Well, what's going on here? We're getting consumables now?
Yeah, this is a little.
I gave them
forward.
everything.
What? Yeah, but you guys allow items? That's a little gross.
Okay.
I gave them both consumables. I gave Bayo costumes, even though they really didn't add anything.
All right. Now I have to ask the real question: do we get like DMC5, like my DMC5 gold orb count, where he can revive like canonically like 150 times?
Shush.
So what
Or
I
is it
will,
just like?
what I will say in reference to this one very briefly, because we'll have to cover this
Don't
one
answer
Bayonetta.
that. That was a joke question.
Well, we'll skip this. So for the most part, I don't think they're gonna matter. At least not these ones. But I would actually accept a more like legitimate argument for Bayonetta having lollipops than Dante having these personally, because you can get lollipops for free if you click a specific button in cutscene. Because whenever she gets a lollipop,
you,
she
you
gets
literally see. You literally see her use the lollipops in cutscene.
Yeah,
as well.
That's why. Okay. Oh, we're giving them gold orbs. Okay. All right. I have 3,000 gold orbs on my GMC5 account. Easy win.
Listen,
Oh
we
my
don't
gosh.
talk about the quantity of them, or I send you both off to Mars.
Yeah, that's smart because Bayonetta
All right,
only gets
well,
12
so-
lollipops max. That's a smart idea. Holy Star. Yes.
We can generally. Do we want to cover all these? Because
Uh,
I think everybody kind of knows what these do, more so than the weapons.
Yeah. Smell of Fear. Just avoid the next 3 attacks, but that's not going to matter. Holy Water. Oh my God. Oh, okay. You guys play this game. Okay. Bangle of Time. Yeah, it can completely stop time, but drains the user's demonic energy to function. Yeah, it's worth it. It even functions on demons that function normally in demon worlds, including time flow. Has the power of a world, though. Too true. The Perfect Amulet. Why the fuck is this here? Moving on. The Amulet. The good one.
Whoa, hold up. The amulet actually does have something.
The
that can be
perfect,
used. So-
the perfect amulet has nothing it can be used in this fight. Fuck out of here.
It actually technically does.
All right, let's
So
hear the
And
It
also a thing
has.
that can-
Hang
go
on,
ahead.
let Mingler explain. Maybe he'll.
I was gonna say in DMC1's novel, as well as in DMC1 the game, it technically shows the ability to block at least one attack that's intended to kill Dante, or has some kind of protective feature, because when Gilbert attempts to stab out his heart, the amulet is directly waiting for him. Now, I thought maybe it was just a mistake, like he just got lucky. You know, like Gilbert was just aiming for his heart and the amulet happened to be there. But it's confirmed the amulet specifically protected him. And then in DMC1, basically the exact same thing happens when, like, Nello is basically about to beat the living shit out of him. The amulet just conveniently drops in place to defend him.
Well, that's not what they use it for, anyways. They just use it for sealing.
I know, but that does mean if you throw an attack at his chest, technically the amulet can block it.
Well, great. How about it blocks Dante for having a decent character arc next time? All right.
Sure, whatever.
The amulet, fire, ice, lightning elements, fly, stop time, and increase speed as well as power output. The amulet functions with hearts, with each granting their own effect. This is all true. We all know what these do. However, while this shouldn't matter for this blog, for casuals, I really wish they would have put here that the Chrono Heart, Healing Heart, and Offense Heart are based on God's abilities, not demons. I know that's probably what it says. It's not what it says here. Oh, dysfunctional dildo. Yeah, great video. Good link. But these are godlike powers, technically, or quote-unquote godlike. Obviously, real skiller wouldn't care, but for casuals, it would be nice so people stop saying that, oh, well, gods, you know? But that's fine. The Book of Demons. Oh, God, it looks like shit. I thought it was at least red. Okay.
You didn't know what it looks like?
No,
It's blue, you
What?
fool.
no. Cyber, when I get POC's English translation, I'll tell you what it looks like then.
That won't be at least for some time. March is the closed beta for the international version.
Oh, I'm already pre-ordered, so I should get it in March. Okay, the Book of Demons is the most powerful artifact in Dante's possession, as it allows the user to absorb and seal souls or parts of souls all creatures have and turn them into data, granting the user all the powers of those stored inside of it. This grants Dante a lot of extra firepower as he gains a massive amount of powers to utilize for himself and grows that power list by using the Book of Demons to gain more souls. All that to just copy Argos X as one description. Great. Created by Matriarch Matilda as one of the 6 artifacts to hold the power of a great demon king. The book is retrieved from the Teminate Gru and has its own consciousness. It chose Dante to be its wielder and only will accept those who can resist its power. This means as such, Dante should have access to collect the powers of the demons sealed inside the Book of Demons, and any Dante should add it to its pages. The book has been sought after by numerous demonic and human entities for its otherworldly properties and powers, even being once used to perform miracles. That wouldn't be a reference to Jesus, now would it? No.
By the way, this everything that's about you're about to come is like a subsection of this section.
Okay, soul complexity. The applications book are accessing giving that absorbing the soul
Souls.
can give you its power in Devil May Cry. I thought Spar's most powerful artifacts in Dante's possession. No. As mentioned before, the soul in DMC is a bit abstract in nature. Souls in Devil May Cry. Okay, Mangler, get ready. Mangler, try and control yourself, please. Souls in Devil May Cry are composed of many abstract and essential aspects. These being power.
Oh, wait! I have to stop here. We swapped out the word, or I'd rather swapped out the word concept for abstract essence, just for reading purposes. Just go knowing into that pretty much that we acknowledge that means concept.
Okay, Mangler, take it easy. Take it easy, Mangler.
I actually forgot what I was supposed to be upset about. My mind completely poofed.
Something
Continue.
which is only a portion of the soul. The soul itself is also made up of other aspects, such as their mind, memory, information of their body, and the information of their ancestors. This is true. The principle predates the creation of the demon world, with names being so important that demons mold their powers after them, which is in line with the fact one's mind is integral to the results of one's demonic power. Something that's equal to Devil May Cry, not once, but twice. That's true, we don't need to go over this. DMC concept wank. Sit down, boy! How about you get a decent storyline in before you start talking? Dante can place pages of the book on it as a cover to give him bonuses. Oh, see, that's what I expected it to look like. For example, choosing Pluto as the cover demon allows you to put more runes in the book. This applies to all sewer bosses. Selecting a book's passive by choosing the boss grants you bonus effects. Alright, these are all pointless. Moving on. Runes. Oh, that's cool. So no 9D. They're not talking AP right now, Sparta. Be patient. They're just talking about what the souls are. They're not talking about what it actually scales to or whatever, which I'm sure will be fun later. This book can also break seals and has slots for runes to amplify Dante's power a level further. Runes were built off ancient tablets from the demon world, representing chaos, darkness, and void. The effects of the runes range from buffs to physical attacks, range attacks, okay, blah, blah. As an example of a more specific rune is the rune of the Demon King, a rune that can increase the character's damage against boss-type demons, created by an ancient priestess who received revelations from several ancient holy tablets. The Demon Servant rune is a rune that increases the character's damage against non-boss types, and Elemental rune increases the damage of a character's attribute. Alright. This game's more complicated than I realized it was going to be. Alright, moving on. It sensor manipulates individual aspects of the soul. The book itself, without creating demons, grants Dante sealing and sealing negation, information analysis, power absorption, data manipulation, soul manipulation, mind manipulation, memory manipulation, information manipulation, essence manipulation. The representation names, which are part of demon souls, indicates that these applications of the soul are exclusive to Devil May Cry. That said, it should be applicable to affecting the equivalents and reverses. The characters cannot resist its effects. As well as the absorption of those essential aspects was listed. Okay, so I have a simple question. Does Dante need to kill the demon to get a portion of their soul into the Book of Souls, or just have to interact with them?
Not at all. It's explicitly stated in its profile. It can take souls or parts of souls. He also fought Pluto and Faye. Faye escaped from him twice, and he never killed Pluto, at least in the current version, but yet the book has pages for them.
Right.
Pluto technically beat him in the first round, and he's still got parts of his soul.
Don't make me get Devil in here.
Dude, Devil's coping. That's right, I said it.
It's called the Book of Demons.
Pluto bodied based Dante.
The soul.
I know.
The souls are taken because their soul resistances are trash. That's all. Common DMCL. I don't want to hear this from a Bayonetta fan when John got smacked and her soul left her body, bro. Sit the fuck down.
You do not want to argue this. Stated.
Wait. Who's Suki No, though? Are you new here?
So he's the Bayonetta guy we invited to the server like a few days ago, or that Cyber did. Don't worry. Yeah, no. As Cyber said, there are resistances in DMC. That's John, not Bayo.
I was gonna say if this is a meme, that's fine. Otherwise, you need to literally sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
I'm a girl. Oh, well, I don't assume. My co-host here isn't as friendly as I am. Probably appropriate. He has a dog for a picture.
That's gotta be
okay.
one of the ones.
Hang on. The demons in DMC wank. Shut up, Manta. Sit the fuck down, son. How about you like a good fucking manga for a change? Demons I book demons
wait before we get the results.
Ability. Alright, well, you can fight Mangler later. We're trying to keep this in the groove. Alright, so powers he gets. Regeneration. All but the weakest demons are capable of generating from losing all their essential aspects. Yes. Silly. Soul manipulation. You think Hellbreakers will show up in the chat? Possession, variations of mortality. Demons on the age can regenerate from only fatal wounds. Can resurrect a new demon in their form of their soul and rage. Mourning Banshee. Banshee is shown to return after Dante killed it the first time. With Dante commenting on its return. Curse manipulation, death manipulation. Yeah, so these various mortalities are silly, 100%.
May I say something really quick on Banshee?
Go ahead.
I actually was the one who found this after looked at a link Gallons posted for gameplay. So Dante makes a comment on Banshee when he first sees it, kills it. It shows up. Well, two of them show up exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds later. I timed it, and when it comes, he gives a unique dialogue that only it plays for like when the first one comes to him, kind of like acknowledging that it's the same one, which ties into its immortality thing. That is interesting, though. If you assume it's the same one, that means it was able to link to him to revive itself. But I guess we could assume then that the reason it doesn't right after is, I mean, the book does its job. Basically just takes its soul.
So you mean Dante's just like, what the hell is this?
Kinda. But in a very Dante fashion.
Curse manipulation, death manipulation, healing, sound manipulation, air, weather, and lighting manipulation, absolute zero, ice manipulation. I thought these were the same thing, but fair enough. Rage power, fire manipulation, precognition, retrocognition, and what the fuck is retrocognition?
Basically, like
This is the ability to see the past.
Like, yeah.
I've never heard of that phrase before.
It's the opposite of precog.
That's fair. That's fair. I should have assumed that, but I just never heard it. All right, so basically just beast heads. This does affect among demon kings. Dante has interacted with similar power in form of beast heads, which do demonic influencing, fallen priest can influence their demons fight by side, resurrection, necromancer summoning, shapeshifting, body control. All right, good stuff. Existence erasure. All right, everything including their soul. Homing attacks. Retrocog sucks. Depending on the series, it sucks. Homing attacks, force field creation, rage power, void manipulation, energy manipulation. How's that column pickable? We'll see what happens. Anti-magic defenses, Phantom's body is covered. Temporal resistance, space-time manipulation. Alright, good. Actually, real quick, retrocognition, if you can warp reality, can work like that one Bleach guy, the one who alters your memories to be in them. You can technically use it like that.
Tsukishima?
Yeah.
Tsukishima? I believe
It's not the
that's how
same
you
thing
say
as Tsukishima.
No, I'm saying that, like, if you had retrograde manipulation and the ability to warp reality with the beast heads, you could do his power if you
it. How
wanted
about we
to.
put it like this? You could do it the same kind of premise. It's just the ability would still technically be like different. The way he does it is a bit different.
Yeah, because it's trash. Because Bleach is mid.
Continue on.
How dare you?
Hang on.
Anyway, continue.
Devil cards. Next to devil cards, Dante collects when finishing quests and peak of combat. Devil cards are gifts from the demon world and are tied to the Book of Demons, which acts as a bestiary of demons listed on the cards. Dante can attach these to his weapons or bonus effects. He can land break these cards and increase their max level by fusing the same devil card with it itself. Alright, so alright. Weird way to spell One Piece. List all available devil cards and their effects. Alright, I'm assuming we're just double dipping at this point. Pluto's Abyssal Spear. Wait.
So in combat, if you use Pluto's devil card, you get access to his spear. It comes down for a bonus attack. The footage we have is for Virgil, but Virgil's not canonically in the. Well, he is in the game. He has his own story mode, but he's like, if you when you play as him, it's not canon. That's part of the gotcha.
Alright, that's fine. Okay, so that's pretty spicy then. To summon the spear above his opponent's first prize attack, at any time the user of the spear can call it to themselves in case it was removed from their grasp. In conjunction with a piece of Pluto's soul, Book of Demons recovered grants Dante access to Pluto's abilities alongside the spear's benefits. These include time-space imprisonment. Oh, is that what you guys call time-space balls? That's fair. Celestial Fall of 100 Blades. Projects the demonic abyssal spear over the enemy setting, continuously attacks them downward. It's stated that thousands of spears can be dropped from this move. No Dark Shadows tonight? Probably not, Red Dust. Eternal Sons of the Galaxy. Finally, a Galaxy statement, Mangler. Rain starlight down on the area, continuously striking enemies within range. Skybreaker. The user projects the abyssal spear above themselves, constantly tracking the enemy's position and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Darkness Forever expands out a force field which absorbs some of the damage taken and shatters when it exceeds the limit. Alright, cool. Faye is the demon daughter of a member of the Guardian clan. Her full demonic side was exposed by Demon Queen Medea. The Book of Demons recorded an entry for Faye after Dante battled her twice. Faye is usable as a cover for the book, and as such is open to ability usage. Faye can control demons against their will. Ooh, that's spicy. Phase Leap. Faye opens two portals by channeling the power of the void, nullifying all types of defenses and the movements of the phases. We call this Musou Tensei here. Night Walk of the Deserted River. Or on the deserted... What are these fucking attack names? Faye jumps up and then quickly dives down and trample the ground. The force of 10,000 pounds of her descent can cause the ground to shake. Spinning radiation. Faye fires multiple beams of laser light through her magical wings. Law of thunderstorm. Faye warps herself in lightning and spins herself around quickly. The powerful traction force will crush and grind everything nearby in the powder immediately. Burning karmic fire. Faye guards a huge fireball and detonates it. The embers from the impact will burn up everything around it. Beyond this, Faye can control the weather and make flame tornadoes and flaming meteorites, trap enemies in water, suffocate them, control ice in different ways, and likely ice ground pound. Wait, is this what Navon looks like in the fucking... Wow, she got an upgrade. Shadow Bat Shield, Bat Ray, Thunder Dance. Okay, just the same powers the weapon gave her. Beowulf. Oh, Devil card. I was going to say Beowulf's not in this game. Book Earth moveset. Beowulf Gar's Magic Light.
Beowulf is in this game. It just looks different, and it's also a different Beowulf.
Oh. So it's
there's
trash.
a lot of demons that have this similar.
Alright, so just more Beowulf shenanigans. Nothing too crazy here. Minotaur. Beowulf's DMC when? I'm surprised that crossover hasn't happened yet. Cerberus.
Probably not going to happen with the way ownership works.
Griffin. Oh my god, he looks so different. Okay, miscellaneous, the secret key of space and time, and I am a peak of combat. We already know what these guys can do. We're not going to go over it again. Ezekiel allows Dante to access new areas that are locked spatially. Demon vessel temporarily trap a demon soul is used by Demon Hunters Guild. Damn. Fuck. Peak of combat gives him a lot of specific anti-demon weaponry. I am very curious to see what's going to be talked about later regarding these. Mysterious stone power with the resurrected dead. Gold soul stone. Bayonetta. Umbran Witch. Said to represent... Let's get into that spicy Bayo shit. Said to represent the heart of an Umbran Witch. An Umbran Watch... Oh, it's an Umbran Watch. Is what grants Bayonetta and other Umbran Witches their abilities, everlasting life, and maintains the contract with Inferno. It can even preserve a host body for a small period of time should they be killed in battle, like with Jean, allowing for someone else to retrieve their soul from Inferno to revive them. Given their soul returns within the given time limit. Finally, an actually good character. I don't want to hear this. You have 3 different Bayonettas and they're all mid. Actually, regarding killed in battle, like with Jean, do we say Jean got killed in one hit? I would have just assumed that would just be like in case she's incapacitated without her soul. I don't know. I don't like the wording on that one personally, because I don't think John just flat out dies in that one hit from Gamora personally. But that's me.
No, she didn't really. She got her soul ripped out of her body.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that killed. I think that... I mean, John dies to everything, but I wouldn't say that. John still got BFR, but she didn't die. Yeah. Poor John. However, if the Umbran Watch is sufficiently damaged, it will weaken Bayonetta considerably for a moment. And if the Umbran Watch is destroyed, then she will not only lose her powers, but also her ability to keep Umbran demons under her control, which can and has led to a fatal end for her. Though thankfully for Cereza, it takes a lot to even damage an Umbran Watch, let alone destroy it, with Singularity Definition being the only foe Bayonetta has fought who's capable of performing such a feat. I'm going to be honest, I think the Umbran Watch breaks less due to Singularity and more due to Bayonetta pushing herself beyond her limits. But that's just me personally. If there's no statement, we'll just assume it's damage and move on from there.
So if you see the actual cutscene, Singularity, while he does damage the watch later, the first time it's being damaged, he doesn't actually hit the watch. So he does another Umbran climax, or another deadly sin, on top of the first one that she already did, and then her watch starts to crack.
Yeah.
So it is due to mainly an excess of her magic power being used.
I think it's burning too close to the sun with that watch, personally. Granted, I do believe it can be destroyed with AP, but obviously, if she's comparable to the guy, I don't think that should be. I don't think that might be a factor. Potentially, again, maybe the art book or guidebook will reveal that the watch actually can be broken. I don't even like John. Feel bad for John fans. Everyone feels bad for John fans. Bayonetta's default guns Bayonetta 1, which puts her magic toward their limits and are durable enough to channel even the Wicked Weaves. The individual names of each handgun are Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. Those sound like things I've never cooked with in my life. They can also load lipstick for a good headshot. Its shots are capable of ricocheting off walls. Is it? I've never bounced bullets off with this gun. Bullet climax. Bayonetta has emotionally concentrated on aiming on enemies and objects around her. She can easily hit targets all her sides and above her without changing her foot stance with little difficulty. Charge modifier, or you can fire it. Handgun. Why is this even fucking here? Holy shit. Onyx roses. Shotguns that contain the souls of fairies. John gets done dirty from her design and her role in the story. Her design's fine. Shotguns that contain the soul of fairies. Each shot from these guns contains a curse from the trapped fairy souls. With the charge modifier, Bayonetta can charge the shots from knowledge rolls, which results in rapid fire of several shots in a row. God, I forgot how good these look. Shiraba. A living katana contains the heart of a demon god of war, Ozra. The blade is constantly seeking out the blood of its victims. It can even suck out their souls upon defeat. Defeat? I thought it was with every hit. Hang on. Let me see this.
Pretty sure it just says it can suck the very souls.
Yeah, alright. There's no context for how that works, so alright, that's fine. When equipped Bayonetta...
What was the question?
I was talking about Shiraba specifically. I thought it took away soul with each hit, not when they're defeated, but it doesn't specify. So I guess like...
Wait, one more time. I'm gonna dip from this conversation I'm in Yates' server. It's horrendous. Anyway, what were you saying?
Regarding Shiraba, I thought Shiraba worked with every hit, not like when they kills them, but I saw the scan doesn't specify, so I can understand where you guys are coming from, but I think this one could work both ways. When equipped, Bayonetta's Wicked Weave, punches take on the form of giant spectral blades that can charge up her attack to unleash massive states. Should be with every slice. Dante have too much stuff. Honestly, they really condensed Dante here, and I was actually surprised. I thought Bayonetta would get more stuff, but it sounds like it's just the pictures that are taking up more of Bayonetta's space. Moonlight Massacre is a special attack Bayonetta can perform with Shiraba, where she draws a demonic seal in front of her with the blade, then slashes through it, unleashing a red energy beam at full charge. Yes, fun weapon. Mangler, how do I pronounce this?
What?
This one.
Hang on. Keep in mind, I'm not watching it like on my phone, so you'll have to tell me what you're looking at.
Mangler, look at the screen. It's it starts with a K. It's a snake.
Colasandra. Kosheldra.
Kosheldra? Okay, and Sukuna just posted it. Alright, so Kosheldra, thank you. A possessed whip that contains the soul of an ancient serpentine demon, Cassildra. The power of Cassildra is channeled from its hilt. Bayonetta will generally spin around Cassildra and thrust it upwards in a spiral, causing damage to everything around and above her. I fucking hate statements like this, because we don't know how powerful Cassildra actually is, so this means like nothing
All
without
you
context.
need to know is that it's Diet Alruna. The only thing that matters.
Well, damn. A pair of claws that contains the soul of a 1,000-armed demon Durja. The 1,000-armed demon Durja. One controls lightning, and the other controls fire. Equipping Durja provides Bayonetta with one major benefit, resistance to the corresponding attribute. For example, Flaming Durja can deal normal damage to flaming enemies that normally cannot be attacked directly. Flaming Durja on the feet allows Bayonetta to walk through lava fields with ease. Really? Let me see this one.
Yes.
Oh, so okay, no, so it burns through shields, okay, or like you're doing like damage behind the shield, all right. These weapons also imbue Bayonetta's Wicked Weaves with their respective elements or attributes when equipped. Good stuff. Odette. A pair of bladed skates that contain the soul of the demon witch Odette. Or that might be, no, it's not Odette, that's Odette, right? I think that's Odette. I had a friend who I think had a name like that. Yeah, I think that's Odette. Using the power of Odette allows Bayonetta to call upon the power of ice. These skates can freeze enemies upon contact and increase Bayonetta's mobility by allowing her to skate around the battlefield at high speeds instead of running. Frozen opponents can be thrown through the use of Bayonetta's Wicked Weaves. Also grants resistance to ice-based attacks and environments. Is there no description for how cold the ice is by any chance?
No.
We'll believe for this, but
No.
there is a thing from 3 that has like an absolute zero statement.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Three has direct statements for an absolute zero, but Odette does not.
Is that what he means in the game in the book? That is true. The weapon that Bayonetta uses with people in the shape. Lieutenant Cole Kilgore. Just a rocket launcher that acts like Tom Foos. There's nothing to say here. Saifeng. These nunchaku contain the soul of the fastest bird in all of Inferno. Attack from these weapons are so fast that even a god couldn't keep up with them. These nunchaku were able to attack from a distance due to being containing a gun barrel. These nunchaku were also able to attack from a distance due to being containing a gun barrel. Okay, I didn't have a stroke there. That's actually just written poorly. Okay.
Wait, which one?
Call him your English major.
Hold on.
These nunchaku are also able to attack from a distance due to being containing a gun barrel.
Oh, that must have.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Editing. Apologies for that one.
No, that's fine. I was just confused because I was like, wait, did I fuck that one up or is that just written badly? This one is a better statement, but I don't know how fair you can use God, because the only gods in Bayonetta we know of are Omne, Jubileus, Sheba, and Azir.
It's
So
very much
No.
like
Rodin
an
has a
interpretive
statement
statement.
that he hunted such beings. I believe it's in one of his Japanese descriptions. It might not be in the thing. I recall seeing this in the Bayonetta server. There is a statement for Rodin hunting them. Something like that.
Okay.
So there might be more gods than just that.
Alright, so fair enough. 4 guns created by an unknown super civilization. Bazillion breaks things down on a molecular level by breaking the bonds of their target. Even having the power to open portals to another dimension. All the gods are measurable, so I mean, well, first off, if we have no information on the gods, we don't know where to scale them. Secondly, I'll talk about the measurable speed if we get to it, but if not, I'll save that, goes for another day.
All I want to say, bazillions, best gun. There, I said it.
Umbran Sisters. I do not recall this weapon used for bullet.
So this is purely from a flashback, and our person who put it in the link literally puts in the Imgur. It's unused, like an unused dialogue thing used for unused description. There we go. So just click on the Imgur, and it'll show basically the screenshot for it's just unused stuff. Like, it's in a flashback, but we included it for completion's sake.
Okay. Alright, yeah, because I was going to say, I don't recall its description. Alright.
You know what we couldn't find, though?
Go on.
Freaking wiki description for the Master Sword. Like the Bayonetta wiki description.
The Bayonetta wiki sucks for descriptions.
You cannot find it anywhere. I spent 2 hours of my time, 2 nights ago, trying to find that damn description. I could not find it.
You sound like fucking the final boss of Scott Pilgrim, where he's like, it took me 2 hours to get all the Evil X's contact information. Okay, so Rodon specifically, the bracelets adapt themselves to users' power and memories, offer unstoppable supernatural power, allowing the bracelets to take the form of many different weapons. Yeah, so with Rodon, this looks like the Bayonetta 2 version. The Master Sword description is translated on my server. Cyber Lamau says Tsukino, which I believe is Kamigal.
Wait. What was stated?
Kamigal says they have the Master Sword description in their server. Translated, Cyber? So I guess you could have just asked them.
Oh, the costume, not the actual wiki state. I asked around in the server for that to Senzu. I looked around in the actual server. If Kamiki Gal is talking about the actual description for the hero costume, we have that on the blog. I actually saw the raws for that. I'm talking about a specific description the wiki had for Master Sword that does not exist. Anyways, you may proceed.
Yes, I'm reading Sloth right now. Hey! Sloth's having responsible for countless fallen angels. Mangler, we were just talking about this the other day. Which awaken feelings of gluttony is it when kind at the target? This thing's an asterisk, has to use the specific blade, but I mean that's fine. It also allows her to summon Enrapture Staff, which can absorb energy from nearby targets. Rodin can thrust out a shield that emits a shockwave that knocks enemies back, transform into a whip, drop by resentment, and increase Bale's damage up to 20%. I have the costume. Hard bows. Okay, yeah, so just basically angel and demon weapons. Alright. Pillow Talk. Legal lightsaber. This lightsaber is a vessel for... I'm not pronouncing that. A demon who seduced women by messing with their dreams. Due to Rodon's conjuring, the demonic power this weapon summons is incredibly potent at killing angels, used for slicing straight through enemies. The weapons originally belonged to the Angels of Paradiso until Bayonetta killed all of them. These weapons range from staffs, chain blades that can morph into a bow, a sword, trumpets, synergies and stuff. It can only be used for limited number of times before dissipating. Okay, so I disagree with Angel Blades being here by themselves, but technically with Rodon, or Rodin, however you want to pronounce it, she should be able to summon these, so that's fine. But, is there no description for angel weapons at all?
We almost halfway there.
Yes.
We're almost halfway there.
Love is Blue.
Oh my God.
Honestly, same thing. Mangler, we've only been here an hour and 23 minutes. Take it easy, I think. Hang on, let me check my timer. Yeah, it's only been an hour and a half, Mangler. It's fine.
Oh, goody.
Just hang in there, Mangler. We're almost there. All right, so the same thing as the first ones. Rakshasha? I don't even know why I bother pronouncing. A pair of swords which absorb the demon god. Yes, and subsequently were cleansed with soma. As chakra flows into the wielder, they are easy for Bayonetta to use on both hands and legs. Oh, there's no description for them? Like nothing like that actually has value? No, I don't want to fucking print.
Love is blue.
No, the swords.
For Rakasha. Yes. A lot of these just kind of reference something that exists in the cosmology and it doesn't expand on it, but that's technically a lot of Bayo descriptions in general.
That's kind of
You
trash.
generally have ones that are very blatant and will explain a lot of information, and then ones that are extremely vague.
Bayo sucks. Yeah, that sword blows, bro. John's
Not
10
from
times
a
out.
gameplay standpoint.
A whip contained the soul of the demon Alruni? So the weapon spelled Alruna, and it's spelled differently in the description.
Yeah. I know.
Which slurs as if it were alive. And you hear the crack of the whip will feel Alron. Yes, whisper
Just
curse in
say
their
Alruna.
ears.
It is actually spelled Aruna in Bayo 3, so they fixed it.
Oh, okay. I'll just say Alruna. My pronunciation's
Alruna.
trash. Don't try
Alruna.
and save me.
There you go.
Touch
If there's
the
a misspelling of it, that might be like. I
Trust
tried
me.
to double check some stuff, but I didn't get a chance to double check everything. That's why there was like the one little mistake earlier with the nunchucks.
Cyber. Trust me, buddy. Besides like grammar issues, if it's spelled correctly, I still can't pronounce it correctly. You're fine. Touching the vines fills the victim's mind with cursed screams and instantly drives them mad. I get that every day when I go to school. It's not crazy. The whip also has poison laced into it from the demon it was born from, enhancing its effectiveness. This poison caused death and affect the very soul. Really? Oh, because the poison devoured her soul. Oh, there's a Bayonetta 3 one for her. I forgot. Yeah, I'll just assume that's correct and move on. Alright. Kafka. A bow and arrow. It says K-A-F. It's Kafka.
Fuck you. Don't correct me about this information when you're getting half of these pronunciations wrong.
A bow and arrow made from a man who became a hideous insect, very subtle with the reference. Despite being made into a weapon, the man is still alive as the bow's frame and launches venomous bugs projectiles. When in use, Bayonetta's wicked weaves become giant dragonflies that fire like poisonous arrows. Okay, so poison. Chernobog. Finally, a good weapon in this game. A scythe containing souls captured by the god of death, Chernobog. Rodin restored this scythe back to its former glory with a new set of souls. Those cut by its 3 blades have their wounds infected by darkness, and their souls rots and falls to the bottom of Inferno. More so, it seals the souls of the victims within itself. Its wicked weaves become giant sweeping sides when in use. Alright. Undyne. Yes, I too have seen Undertale. 2 flamethrowers containing the soul of Undyne, who committed suicide after a failed relationship. Undyne's jealousy manifests as a searing flame, granting Bayonetta the ability to manipulate flames to burn her opponents to ash, while her breath of lament grants the ability to manipulate ice that can freeze any foe in their tracks, allowing the weapons to serve a dual purpose. Okay, 2 nothing statements, unfortunately, but more ice and fire manipulation. A giant hammer forged from the... Okay, so I just got done talking about gods, and apparently, like, every single weapon's based on gods, alright? A giant hammer forged from the thunder god, not going to pronounce that, divine sword.
You guys
Even
can.
worse...
I'll be back in a moment.
Alright, good luck, mate. Rodin rebuilt it into a hammer to suit his taste with a single swing, from it being enough to split the heavens and cause the earth to tremble. While the hammer is extremely heavy, its sheer power allows it to break the guard and armor of any opponent. That opponents will line you and stun enemies with shockwaves. Good stuff. Salamandra, yes. Chainsaws are made up of every single part of the infernal dragon, Salamandra. Its sharp scales were forged into the weapon's teeth, and its heart supplies their engines. Even the strongest of armors find themselves getting effortlessly ripped apart by the teeth of these chainsaws. Bayonetta can use these weapons as a pair of high momentum skates, somehow. Okay. Chain Chomp. I will read it because it's in the blog. I don't like this costumes being here. Bayonetta can use a chain chomp from Mario, wielding like a massive flail with her leg and swinging it around as it bites whatever it can. By using her normal climax, she can let it loose and explode on whatever it bites, even allowing it to grow in size. This beast is so powerful that Rodin can't even tame it. That implies it's canon. Trying to reach capital Japan, unable to get close to it due to its penchant for buying everything comes to contact with waiting until it was sleeped and dragged away. However, after multiple failed attempts to tame it, Rodin gave up and begged the witches to take it. Okay. I think tame here, I guess, I don't think that's a power thing. I think that's just more like, when you're taming something, it has to like respond to your actions and willingly choose to stop. I don't think Chain Chomp likes to stop like chomping. Okay, which implies it's canon. Alright, that's fair. I guess by this logic then, the Nero's gauntlet with the bananas is canon because it has a description. Heavy-duty vehicular type of transport designed by the Umbred Witches to be used only in the most desperate battles with immense physical strength and inbuilt machine guns. This armor can be summoned as part of the Umbred Climax when the Earrings of Ruin and accessories equipped. It can also be summoned to the Infernal Demon Umbred Clock Tower. Yes, this is in Bayonetta 3, right?
Yes. All the weapons that you see from... Well, it says Bayonetta 3 weapons right here.
Well, that's downwards.
All the weapons from... Oh, wait.
We're on
yes,
Umbred
the Umbred armor can be summoned. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was a little bit off.
Weapons dropped by demons
Never mind.
Weapons dropped by demons.
Keep
Again...
in mind, I'm not watching your thing...
Are you reading a head mangler?
From the actual, like, screen. No, I'm just, like... I'm reading as we go. Okay, let's go.
Devil Arms, again, I don't like it, but because Rodin gives it to them, that's fair game. Bayo 3 weapons, color my world. Same thing as the others, I'm pretty sure. So we're just gonna, I mean, I personally prefer the second game's guns, but, you know, these aren't bad. G-Pillar, that looks terrifying.
Love is Blue.
Love is Blue is better, yes. A large anti-caliber, anti-material rifle that incorporates tissue from the demon Gamora. While its shape makes it seem like a gun, Bayonetta instead uses it as a giant club. Its hits emanate a dark flame that increase the damage. Wait, does she not use this as a gun at all? Or like, is that possible?
You can use it as a gun, or you can use it as a club and beat people to death. Really up to your preference.
Did any shenanigans happen while I was gone? Any mistakes? What not?
I was just gonna ask, because I'm not sure if Mangler knows this. Can G-Pillar be used as a gun, or is it strictly just a melee weapon?
It can. Dude, I played Bayo 3 for like 80 hours.
Scan?
Source?
If there's a small mistake with G-Club, that doesn't really mean much. Anyway, where are you right now?
I'm currently on the Ignis Arianea Yo-Yo.
Oh,
The yo-yo.
gosh. I hate that these two have so many weapons.
Yes, it's terrible. So let me tell you about Kinesis. A pair of yo-yos that contain clones of the demon, yes, energy reactor. They can be used at a range while spinning around blades that will spew out magma from their cores. They are also used so that Bayonetta can skate around at high speeds. Doesn't this demon have a statement for how hot its magma is, if I'm not mistaken?
So as far as Phantasmarie?
Yeah, I could have sworn there was a statement.
Phantom has a heat.
Yes, there is. For its
Trillion.
Deadly Sin version.
Oh, just for its Deadly Sin version. Okay, my apologies. What's the Deadly Sin versions? Like what, 10 trillion?
1 trillion. 1 trillion, I believe.
Was that Kelvin or Celsius?
I believe it's Celsius?
Okay, so that's pretty hot. Dead End Express.
Well, actually, I don't... Now that I think about it, I don't know if it specifies Celsius. I think it just says 1 trillion degrees.
Okay, is Bayonetta born in Europe or anywhere in America?
She's born in Europe.
Okay, then
She's born in Europe. She probably uses the
yeah, it's Celsius. Created by the Infernal Demon War Train Gohan from his own parts, this half chainsaw, half train hybrid weapon grinds into enemies with its deadly blades weighing more than a ton in total. God, don't you fucking hate it when they give descriptions and they're like, bro, this ain't impressive. Sit down, son. Impossible for normal...
This weapon, unfortunately, is not impressive in lore and even less impressive in gameplay.
It's not. You don't like it in gameplay?
No, it's very fucking slow.
Impossible for normal human to use, but not Bayo, who applies it like a club. It can also be used as a vehicle through its ability to morph into a miniature train for both for transportation and for combos. I heard this thing looks fucking creepy. Like its actual fucking like real face is trash. Europe, okay.
Its Demon Slave though is broken. Broken.
Ribbit Libido BZ55. A microphone stand used by the demon Baal, which has continually absorbed magic over hundreds of years, and so has gained abilities like converting voices into destructive sound waves, and have been used to strengthen their ability based on how they sing. The stand can also be used as a spear to deliver piercing and slashing attacks. Let me see this.
It basically has
That is the
multiple
wrong weapon.
effects in the game where you can Bayo can
Wait.
can sing into the mic
Okay,
to
wait.
buff her attack or like her defense or things like that.
No, Cyber, you have a broken link here. Or not a broken link. You have a link to the wrong part of the video because this is Ribbit Libido, and the link goes to Cruel Atelier.
Wait, for Ribbit Libido?
Yeah, based on how they sing is in the wrong spot. It goes to Cruel Atelier.
One moment. I was not the one in charge of linking weapons.
All right.
Okay, so Ribbit Libido, I found it.
Based on how they sing, click on it. It does not go to the weapon in question.
Wait, are you talking about the Imgur?
No. Okay, so you see after durability how there's a space for based on how they sing. When you open that up, it'll take you to the wrong weapon on the list.
Wait, durability. Can you Oh, durability. Gotcha.
Yeah, right after durability, based on how they sing. It takes me to Cruel Atella every time. Or
we can probably fix that tomorrow.
yeah, no, just in case you
I
guys care
can't
about that.
have any, and there's no way to fix it today.
All right. The stand can also be used as a spear to deliver piercing and slashing attacks. Simone. Yeah, I can pronounce this one. Suck it. A pair of fans that were crafted solely from the feathers of fledglings of the infernal demon Malthus. Lighter than paper, yet more durable than steel. The fans are used to slash enemies with twin arcs of feathers. They are capable of delivering attacks on par with Malthus' own and allow for merging with Malthus through Demon Masquerade. I forgot which demon Malthus was. This is the Egyptian weapon, right?
Believe so.
Yes.
I forgot what
Yes.
Malthus did, or if they were useful, so we'll move on. Tartarus. Terribly designed dungeon. A pair of steel weapons made out of the rubble from the fallen Umbran Clock Tower. Their gate can open to unleash many offensive weapons, including Gatling guns and spiked arms. Some say that the weapons contain the souls of the Umbran witches who died when the tower fell, and that the restless spirits behind the gates of the witches after having meld... It's just a big-ass bird? Okay. With Inferno's miasma. Bayonetta uses the spirits of her fallen clan for up-close boxing, manifesting Tartarus' weaponry from the formed gate for extra punishment. Abracadabra. Thank you for an easy name. A weapon created by... Fuck! The hat is Abra and the cane is Cadabra.
I love that reaction. I love that reaction. That's priceless.
In tandem, they can create... Don't laugh at my suffering. In tandem, they can create items ranging from doves to bombs to entire vehicles to launch toward their targets. As a result, not even the user can predict what will happen when it's used. Though it's still highly effective monster slayer. The portals inside can be used to teleport, along with being able to shoot balls of electricity, which is used with Demon Masquerade. The user channels Blank's power and inexplicable power. Cruel Altia. How long have we been here? We've been here for 1 hour and 40 minutes, and we're almost done with the weapons.
If you guys want, you guys could just resume this tomorrow.
Oh, fuck no. We're doing this all in one take, Cyber. We ain't pussies. A weapon formed of Labolos. A type of infernal demon made from lost pets. How heartless. The remote attack... Oh, so these are just puppies thrown to the... Oh, they're Power Rangers. The remote attack units on its limbs can be shot at enemies and manipulated at any range, and it can emit absolute zero freeze breath from its mouth. Only took fucking 3 games to finally get this statement. That freezes enemies. Obviously, Bayonetta can use it for some devastating ice attacks and beams. Cassiopeia. Essentially an anchor. This... Okay, real talk for a minute. Does Bayonetta get Cassiopeia, or does Viola... Bayonetta fights the... No, Viola fights the evil Bayonetta, right?
Viola doesn't get Cassiopeia.
Wait, how do you get Cassiopeia?
No, you fight this with the Kraken, but you have to fight the Kraken, like, in a special mission after the campaign. In one of the alternate verse missions.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, this isn't a main game weapon, right? Because it's a secret mission to fight her. Alright. Essentially, an anchor, this weapon was...
With Elruno.
This weapon was once used against the demon Kraken before its wielder was defeated and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The weapon itself was embedded in the Kraken's body and so absorbed magic power over centuries. It's rumored a Yes, General in the late...
You can actually get it in game though. Completing Phenomenal Remnant 14.
Okay. Heian period used it against the leader of a race of underwater demons. In combat, the weapon's sharpened tip is launched out with a chain, allowing Bayonetta swinging at enemies in range. Nintendo costume weapons. Alright. Let's see this mythical Triforce. Or Triforce Master Sword.
Oh, may I make one comment on... Oh, I think I said it before, that like the actual supposed wiki statement for the sword doesn't exist. Anyway, you can continue.
Okay. The mythical blade wielded by the
Aren't
hero...
you leaving after like an hour?
Nah, it's only 10:30 where he's at. He's fine. The mythical blade wielded by the heroes of Hyrule, those who possess the spirit of hero and the Triforce of courage to banish great evil. Its power is legendary, and the blade itself can cut down most powerful monsters with relative ease. The Master Sword can only be wielded when Bayonetta is wearing the hero of Hyrule costume, and Shirabe is equipped as the weapon in her hands. She will use it as she wielded Shirabe in the first game, sharing its wicked weaves and charge modifier. Okay, I guess you give it the properties of the Master Sword? The Master Sword gets broken after a couple hits. Oh, Sparta, don't do it like that.
It does, unfortunately.
That's trash. Shut up, both of you. Based on the blueprints of Space Fighter obtained by Rodin, this device was created by combining magic, science, and technology and does not contain the souls of demons or gods. As a result, the guns are difficult to manage and need a special suit to display their true power. Using these guns, Bayonetta can fire voice laser beams which can be charged up for extra damage. Alright. Yes, okay, guys, yes, we get it. The Master Sword does technically break now in fucking Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild's... no. Galactic Bounty Hunter costume. The advanced power suit of a female bounty hunter with built-in arm cannons, built to let the wearer survive hostile environments. With its cannons, Bayonetta can fire out powerful charge shots and turn into the iconic Morph Ball. Mushroom Kingdom Princess costume. Worst cosplay ever. These costumes are worn allowing Bayonetta to summon the Great Turtle King himself through her wicked weaves. Replace... oh, she can summon Bowser? That's cool. Accessories, Bayonetta 1. Oh my god, okay, we're almost there. Oh! A treasure made by the witch Tarnada, using the wearer's magic energy to give divine protection. Whoever wears the bracelet will create butterflies that can take the damage the user would originally take. Is there a cap on this one? Is there like a restriction on this? This seems kind of busted in game. Infernal Communicator. Bayonetta uses that to make a temporary contact with little devils, an infamous band of demon youth, and can summon them in the battle to help her attack enemies. Star of Dinetta. This artifact is made by the witch. No. When Bayonetta puts it on, she can taunt enemies to heal some of her health. Gaze of Despair. I remember this one. A treasure that contains the soul of, yes, who was the goddess of discord. Wearing this treasure is said to be an affront to other worlds. An otherworldly invader lets it put on any nearby enemies are going to berserk state, making them harder to fight. Celine's Light. This accessory was made by the Egyptian witch Cleopatra and to help those who have trouble with witch time. Whoever wears this will trigger witch time automatically anytime they're hit by an attack. Evil Harvest Rosary. A set of beads by the witch, no relation, that when the person wearing it dodges, it will launch a magical counter-strike against the attacker, with the potency of this counterattack increasing the more closely an attack is dodged. A downside is that it drains emotional strength and strips witch time from the user, not allowing them to trigger it. Oh, alright, so only restrictions the amount of magic you have? Ah, okay. Moon of Mahakali. Oh man, I love this one. So many long nights regarding this one. A charm made by the witch, yes, and blessed by the Indian god Shiva. When they are worn, they are able to repel any attack that is thrown at the user. Eternal Testimony. Okay, actually, real quick on this one, context. This specifically stated to if you have the skill to use it on that level. Because Legend states the braces have the power to attack the official support that invincible as her mastery of this technique allow her to nullify any attack. So technically, mastery matters here, but I'm assuming we're just assuming Bayonetta has like top tier mastery of it.
Witch Queen Aizen? Since when did Bleach and Bayonetta merge?
Did I say Aizen? Whatever.
Oh my god.
It's fine. The treasure article crafted by the ancient witch queen. Oh no, Aizen. Okay, was worn. I thought I messed up. Was worn by elder witches, both powerful and symbol of status. When Bayonetta wears this bracelet, it will replenish 2 bars of her magical gauge. Is that just instant or? That's weird. Aizen. Bracelets made by the witch Eva, with whoever wears them becoming the master of witchcraft. When Bayonetta wears them, she can automatically trigger witch time whenever she wants. Nice. This item has no exact origin, but is said to come from a different dimension when Bayonetta wears it. She gains limited magical power, which allows her to use many of her torch attacks to climb without recharge. Has the power of the universe itself. I was going to say if you guys had that or not. Immortal Marionette. Or Marionette, I think. This charm was made by the Witch Mary, who was feared for her fighting proficiency and ruthless tactics. When Bayonetta wears it, she'll become a master fighter, as if she were a marionette being controlled by Mary directly, allowing her to execute combos automatically. Bro, I'll break to the max, man. Okay, I hate to be that guy, but technically, this item existing would confirm there are better fighters than Bayonetta. So, yeah.
I mean, this item was what back in Bayo 1.
That is, I'm assuming, yes. Does this item not exist in the other games?
The accessories, if I'm not mistaken, are all they are all split by
Yeah.
by
Finally, a good one. Sergei's lover. Or maybe I should say a broken one. That thing was dummy. That thing was dumb.
Wow. Made by the Russian witch, yes, to face multiple foes at once. Bayonetta can use these braces to make 2 images of Madonna Butterfly that will mirror all the moves Bayonetta makes. Aizen went to the Baleverse, would turn himself into a woman with the Holy Code and proceed to plan everything in the Bayonetta-verse. Yeah, that sounds about right. Aizen's real wish was to become a woman all along. Bayo 2 accessories, Mallet of Rewards. Made by a lone performer, the witch. Yes, when Bayonetta wears these, she will get extra rings and items for the enemies she has defeated. Earrings of Ruin. These earrings were given to the frontline Umbran witches by the clan's elder. When these are worn with at least 1 magic gauge full, Bayonetta can summon the Umbran armor. Russian Witch, is Baba Yaga canon in Bayo? I believe Baba Yaga is mentioned in Bayo 3. I could be wrong. Climax Brace 2. This mysterious item allows Bayonetta to increase the damage she deals with Umbran Climax, though downside the Bayonetta takes more damage when in Umbran Climax. Oh wow, there's a lot less here. Bayo 3 accessories. Earring of Time. That looks like a terrible earring. A charm crafted by the witch Eva, who made a contract with the legendary Dark Knight. Said Dark Knight sharpens the user's senses with their power. As a result, when worn, it extends witch time duration. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize this came back again. The earring was made by a witch, Rageful Fang. This earring was made by a witch whose battlefield exploits are said to have been awe-inspiring. When Bayonetta wears them, the potency of her Masquerade Rage attacks is increased. Oh, shit. Don't know what potency means there. I'll just assume their strength.
It does increase like raw damage. It just increases it a little bit.
All right. Nucleus of Talos. I see we're getting some Skyrim references. Good shit. A treasure made by the witch Medea from the power core of Talos, the defender of Kret. With this, Bayonetta can make allies of the demons she summons without any trouble. Is Bayonetta's... Oh, okay. What does this do, actually? Because that's confusing. I thought she could already do that.
What? Well, so in the case of Nucleus of Talos, I believe it allows you to essentially like what's it called? So this is more so intended for a gameplay purpose. It doesn't really help for lore reasons. But what it does in gameplay is it allows you to move around freely while your infernal demons are actually being summoned.
Oh, okay.
You do technically have to dance during the animation.
Yes.
I mean, granted, you do have a very quick cancel window, but you have to at least dance during the exact frame that you summon.
Okay, I understand now. So this is meant that Bayonetta can summon demons without having to control them with her dancing directly. Okay, alright, that's fine. An artifact made by ancient inhabitants of India's Dukan Plateau. When Bayonetta uses this, her summons will be full of rage, becoming a wild animal on the battlefield. There is a risk, though, as a summon can turn against the witch who summoned them, which has the cost of lives of many unprepared witches. Okay, so this is not going to be usable. Conqueror's Reigns. Talos and Bayo. Ninja Red Dusk. This charm was made from the reigns of a legendary warrior from... I can't pronounce that. When Bayonetta uses this item, her summons will go into a state of calm, preventing them from being enraged by enemy attacks. Okay. Climax Earring. Similar to the Climax Brace, this feared item is said to have come from another dimension that pushes all who use it to a climax in power. When Bayonetta wears it, her magic and Masquerade Rage powers are prevented from depleting. But on cutscene, she doesn't need a dance to control demons. That is true. We're almost there, Mangler. We're at the... I think we're past the halfway point. Bayonetta can carry 99 of the following consumables on her person each? Yo, hold on a minute there, Cyber! What's this about a number being played, son?
I was gonna say
I
if
did
we,
not
if we
actually
include
add that quote. I did not type that quote. So I plead the fifth.
Mangler, find me how many gold
Well,
orbs are the max cap in DMC 5, please?
in DMC 5, I know bare minimum you can get over 150. I think it goes all the way up to 999 or higher.
Look, I plead
All
the
your
fifth.
standard
Move
items are
on.
99.
All right. I'm just saying, if we're bringing up numbers,
I'm just gonna tell you that the number I'm pretty sure does not come up.
it better not, Cyber. It better not. Okay, Green Herb, she can get 99, I think. Yeah, because in Bayonetta 1, you can only get 3, and I believe that's the same in Bayonetta 2. God, can I just tell you that these lollipops look like they suck ass? With the extent, like, this rose one looks like it's just gonna cut your fucking tongue. I'm sorry. I'm completely off topic, but God, these look like some... This looks like some of the most unappetizing lollipops I've ever fucking seen. Anyways, heal... Purple... I plead the fifth. It was fucking Minato. Purple magic, recovers magical power. Bloody rose lollipop, temporarily the mega version, increases the power. Yellow moon lollipop, which makes her invincible for a short period of time. Thankfully, dodge the circles and cutscenes. Yeah, because she normally has just like the regular lollipop. Yeah, because those fucking ones will cut you. Magic flute. A flute set to have been played by the magical sirens. Bayonetta can blow into it to release a wave of high-frequency spiritual energy to do heavy damage to enemies. Spiritual energy? You mean spiritual pressure? Red Hot Shot. A demonic medicine that will fully heal Bayonetta back to full health. When she is on the brink of death, she can only have one of these on her person at a time. Imagine not being able to stock over 700 gold orbs. Midas Testament.
I forgot that the Red Hot Shot is capped at 1.
It should be at least 3. Come on, game designers.
Dude, that always I always hated that when I was doing like
Bell.
double climax.
The flute literally makes the enemies explode into halos. Oh, okay, so it's supposed to... Oh, that's weird. I think I know how that works, or how it's supposed to.
It's supposed to be like a holy water equivalent.
A bell that when Bayonetta rings it will cause all enemies nearby to glow and bleed out more rings for Bayonetta to collect. Said to have been blessed by King Midas himself. Witch Heart. Actually looks more appetizing than the lollipops. A stone-shaped heart containing the vitality of a witch who was pulled into Inferno that Bayonetta can collect to increase her health. With a blue witch heart, she can increase her health 3 times over. That's a little ghastly, but okay. Moon Pearl. A moon-shaped orb that will increase Bayonetta's magic gauge when we gain AP soon. Using the power of the moon. With the Golden Moon Pearl, if Bayonetta runs out of magic, her magic gauge will automatically refill by 2 points normally and 4 points will combine with the Eternal Testimony automatically. I don't like these random items, but it's fine. Dante abilities. Holy crap. Almost there, boys. And one girl, apparently. Almost there. Demonic heritage and physiology. Do I need to say this for you guys, or are you guys cool with this one?
There's nothing here that's particularly wrong, though there are a few things that are missing that technically matter.
Okay, fine, we'll go through it. Fuck you, Mangler.
I'm sorry. Due
to being born a half-demon, Dante inherited at least, bare minimum, superhuman strength. I like that. He's at least superhuman in strength.
Massively superhuman.
At least superhuman. This thanks to them having the same blood and soul as Sparta. Deleta is in. The scroll placement looks like we are halfway there. There's 2 parts to this, Red Dust. There's a part 2. But what is superhuman? Your mom's superhuman. Dante gains a plethora of abilities thanks to his heritage, being a son of Sparta, because the legendary Dark Knight himself was a cut above all other demons in the series. As a consequence, Dante and Virgil are more powerful than any other conceivable hybrid in Devil May Cry. Laughs in Nero. He has immense stamina. As Dante recovers from stamina, he uses quickly, and Devil Trigger replenishes it. He fought Urizen for several hours in their first clash, and repeatedly fought Virgil for 39 days straight after cutting down the Clyfa. May have rested in between fights, whilst trapped in the underworld in the ending of Devil May Cry 5. Dante can breathe in space and underwater. Thank you, I'm sorry, that'll make her happy. And can walk on water. Yes. Okay, let's do this! Dante's powers come from magic touch demonic energy. Every demonic power, physical or magical, shares the same source of energy, demonic energy. The loss and increase of DE directly correlates to Dante's power, speed, and durability. Here we see his reflexes, his agility, and his speed are becoming slower and sloppier as he grows weaker by a second when being served as demonic power, forcing him to use his guns as they're the only ones that don't run on his demonic energy. Is this DMC2's novel? Yes. What a bitch. Can't breathe in their water. Concurrently, Dante's demonic energy restores itself at a rapid rate. A strong human spirit can amplify demonic power. That's how I'm supposed to be sure. Did he need an item in DMC3 to walk on water? No, you're thinking of the Proud Heart, and that's not walking on water. That's just walking in the air. Demonic power is often used to boost someone's attributes. An example of this is when Gilliver, using the Nexus, starts making human world energy flood to the human world. Having its energy close to him boosts his power and defense. To the point Dante taps stopped working. Dante can also channel his demonic energy into his weapons to further enhance them, performing devastating attacks as seen in the case of Rebellion. And Dante can apply his firearms like his signature, dual handguns, ebony and ivory, and to boast a lot more firepower and better accuracy. Dante can weaponize this energy for various applications. All trash. Lastly, the Devil Trigger completely revitalizes the user and boosts all stats via more demonic energy. Good. Regeneration. Alright, let's do it. Oh my god, it's so long.
I was just going to say a couple things were missing, but I'll mention them later when it gets to the actual results.
I designed the regen. Okay, I actually did not design the regen to hurt Sim, but I'm just going to claim I did. I designed it to be that long to hurt you.
You bastard. Alright, even before waking his full demonic power, Dante could regenerate from multiple impale. Did you know Giraffe Guy in One Piece is awakened devil fruit? I did not. I'll have to read One Piece later. He can regenerate him from multiple impalements and gunshots, hundreds at once, and a headshot in one occurrence. He can walk off removing a large short in his chest, which may or may not have sliced through his head. If you're referring to this one, I think that it does not slice through his head. Actually, no, it does come out the back of his head. That's fair. Also, that stabbed his heart, actually. That's where your heart's located. His healing potential is on par with his brother, who generated from being sliced clean in half before his body could fall apart. Dante also has a solid pain tolerance. Source. Being able to casually walk around, put on a song, he peeks on a fight with Scythe stabbed all over his body. Refers to this, for example, as a pain tolerance. I better see some resistances because this needs a better source. Notably, though, Dante could have used to have one weakness in the form of his heart, which, if damaged efficiently, could incapacitate or hypothetically kill him. While fatal to him in his younger years, Dante since improved the application of his healing to his heart. Impalement to the heart only knocked Dante out when taken off guard by Sid, and once the blade was lifted, he recovered instantly. And his healing capabilities have only skyrocketed since. Dante's Devil Trigger additionally enhances regenerative potential. I'm pretty sure if I were to look at a fucking anatomy chart, I could probably argue that where Dante gets stabbed in every game is specifically right where the heart is located.
I mean, the heart thing just doesn't make any sense. We actually address it all the way at the bottom. I figured it was too long already. If you go to the Q&A, there's a part for Bayo's weaknesses, and
we'll go there later.
Yeah, we'll go there later.
I'm sorry, Cyber, but this is way
whole
too fucking
thing covering the heart. Anyway, continue.
Thank you, Cyber. His regeneration is on par, if not superior to Neo. It's superior to Nero, source, who can regenerate entire limbs and was able to heal from having his body melted by the Savior in the DMC4 novel. Yeah, we already know this. Specifically, what occurred was Nero was absorbed by the Savior to be melted down like the demons that make it physical and spiritually. Nero loses his entire body and his sense of being. Dante calls out to Nero from the outside, which makes him realize he still exists, and he starts reforming his body from his memories alone. Dante sends Yamato into the Savior, which separates Nero's essence from it via the ability to cut off man from demon. Yamato assists Nero in healing the final bits of his body, but the text makes it clear Nero had restored his head, right arm, and torso, and more from nothing. This was done by Nero, far weaker than Dante's current peak. Good. The actual limit of this healing is explored but with Dante's brother Virgil. After being caught by Mundus, the Demon Emperor forced Virgil's very soul into an artificial soldier body, creating Nello Angelo. I mean, technically, he just shoved him into a suit of armor and called it a day. Upon Nello's defeat, Virgil's body and soul seemingly explode, which, with guides confirming Virgil was completely destroyed. Despite this, years later, Virgil was able to return from the dead in DMC5, though it left him in a near-death state. Ironically similar to Mundus himself, who was able to return from his body being destroyed, but was reduced to a weaker state in doing so. Virgil's long time...
So,
go on.
Hang on. I wanna correct this. This is actually confirmed in 5's game that it does not take him years to regenerate. That was an assumption made by VSB members because the time frame for the timeline in DMC confirms that, like, what's it called? that Burial meets someone in the demon world that looks just like Nero was. And it was assumed that it took Virgil 10 years to regenerate because DMC4 takes place 10 years after that. However, both the game and 5's art book confirm that he, after he's defeated by Dante, he just falls into the underworld. So he regenerates immediately. It's not, there's no, like, it doesn't take 10 years. The
I
feat
haven't
is
seen the
immediate.
entirety of the art book, so
Yeah,
apologies
yeah,
for
yeah.
that. I can double-check it
It's
later.
fine. It basically takes the statement that you see in game and just like adds more text to it.
Now,
If you read the next paragraph, it does address the whole time frame thing, but a different manner.
Yes.
You're both wrong. Virgil didn't reform the demon world immediately. He reformed immediately 10 years later because he actually got blasted into the future.
Oh, and stop this with your stupid time traveling DeLorean Back to the Future theory.
The actual limit to this healing is explorable with Dante's brother. Okay, upon those defeat, Virgil was able to turn from his body being destroyed. What was say? Virgil's long time from due to removal of his demonic name by Mundus and the placement of another name on him being Nello Angelo, and his loss of will and resolve after this occurred. Similarly, Nero was only able to regenerate from being physically and spiritually melted by a savior after realizing he still exists and having the resolve to restore himself. Likewise, he's only able to reach his full demonic potential and heal his demonic arm in DMC5 after resolving his emotional confession by speaking to Kyrie. So, translation, Nero is...
Confusion! I don't know how you misread that.
My apologies. Unfortunately, I'm wearing glasses that don't help me read. Now, what this actually says is that Nero is whipped and has to have Kyrie tell him what to do. That's all it says.
You take that back! You take that back!
I'm right! Dante's regeneration, likewise, would be on the same tier and be tied to his resolve and stamina. The regeneration statistics of demonic hybrids are hard tied to stamina. Oh, okay, let's hear this.
Yeah.
Are hard tied to stamina and can be weakened / lowered for a time until the hybrid regains its stamina. Dante makes note in 4's novel that he'd rather avoid being turned to ash, which makes sense since repeated regeneration from this would drain him.
So
the main argument for stamina is not there, it's below. If you want me to make this quick, it's very simple. By the way, one of the verdicts actually disagrees with this, so it's not like it's a objective thing that the thing is taking. Some stuff may seem like it's being stated as quote-unquote objective, but verdicts disagree at the bottom. Anyway,
Cyber, this is why I wanted to... This is why I wanted to talk with you about this after
It's fine, Mangler, it's fine. We're only 2
I don't
hours.
know why you guys did the stream before talking to me, but anyway, let's make this quick. The main argument is very simple. The statements in the guidebook and Dante's implication that the collapse of the demon world or even the Mallet Island thing could be lethal to him while he is weakened after his fight with Mundus. He is not only stated to be weaker in the human realm, but in general is technically weaker, like after that fight. And we know that at least stamina does affect like durability and AP, more so like evidently AP with like the Virgil example in DMC3 and 5. So the argument is to say, if we know that he can the demon world thing or Mallet Island should be no difficulty for him. He has this potent level of regen, it shouldn't be able to kill him, but there's like actual narrative implication it could. He had a long fight that notably did weaken him. Put 2 and 2 together, it follows suit that regeneration does seem to be at least to some extent tied to stamina.
So there's 2 parts of this that are technically incorrect. The first one is the statement that he makes about rather being turned to ash. I want to point out that the savior in question directly has beams that can not only completely erase you, but like given this statement and given the fact that it's being powered by the Sparta, it would actually be negating his regen for this to happen. So it's not so much that it's exhausting its stamina, it's that it's flat out negating his regeneration.
I think there was discussion on this. I think part of it was, it's at what point do you call the limit on regeneration negation for everything? I mean, he is given regeneration negation himself, and so
what do you mean?
Yada yada. You'll get to that point in a moment. What was your second issue?
The second one is that the information we have in regards to how demonic desires work, as well as regeneration, just confirms that demons can regenerate as long as they want to keep fighting, and demonic desires confirm that they can keep manifesting as many powers as they want. if that's what they want. So it's not there's not really like a like those desires aren't even like while they're in their subconscious, they aren't even contingent on parts of their being actually existing because a demon can be in the midst of like literally losing all aspects of their existence as the demon's scan shows.
How would you go
and they
about
can
though
still keep
solving
fighting.
the conundrum we have with the narrative implications, which I may add is more than one? That Demon World
what would those
or
be?
Mallet would be lethal.
She's asking why Malahim's explosion would be
you would just argue that when Dante dies, he just goes to the demon world because he'd still be regenerating regardless. He'd just be regenerating in a different spot because that's just what happens to demons when their regen isn't like negated. They just die and go to the demon world. They're still regenerating. They're just traveling to a different location.
Actually, so if Mallet Island is destroyed, that means the portal closes, and Yamato's not in the underworld, or I guess it technically is, technically isn't. So Dante would be trapped in... So Dante would be trapped in the
he would be trapped in the new world.
Yeah, I guess that is a loose con.
I'm not too sure about that, because like Mallet Island is the quote-unquote closest point to the demon world on Earth's geography.
Not anymore!
Not anymore. Right. But he does say that this would be a tomb. When Mundus shows up, Mundus says the gate is open. I think also Precious
because he opened it in mission 20.
Yeah.
And he left the portal open.
Yeah, but the point is, like he says, this will be our grave or tomb, something like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't occur for him, and I mean, Mundus was defeated a little bit differently than that statement. But the point is, it's working very in tandem with the narrative implications that the collapse and possibly even the island, even though that's a really weird drop, would be lethal. I mean, I agree with some of the things as was said in the server. That's like, obviously the author, or not the author, Akami and the team like aren't power scalers. They're not like, oh, this is a literal universal drop.
Sure, but like you could literally just argue the blast from it would just completely destroy him, and he'd still get sent to the demon world regardless. Because that's
at that point, would he even be able to get back though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he would be able to get back.
He might not be able to get back,
which would be
that's not the point. The point is the regeneration.
If he's like auto BFR'd by his own region, I mean, I guess that would kind of be a win for
so I have to ask at this point, like, if you've seen most of the scans in DMC, you know that when demons die, they return to the demon, right? Like
yeah, but I'm saying that like
that's what happened to Virgil when he was killed. He fell into the demon world.
Well, that's what you just specified with the art book. The interpretation that was had for his scenario is different in the blog itself. I'm not saying that your statement is incorrect. I'm just saying,
guys, there's a much simpler answer.
It's fine.
There's a much simpler answer.
I think we pretty much have covered everything.
Stop it, Zim.
Well, no, like the explosion could have just killed Dante. Demons can kill each other. There's nothing saying that like an explosion of a section of demon world couldn't kill them. Like there's just an honest answer. He could have just been killed by the explosion.
I'm aware.
I mean, you could argue that
he could just be killed by the explosion.
It would be weird though, because like, wouldn't you have to argue the explosion has like negation properties? That sounds really weird.
Well, the problem is that demons can kill each other canonically. Like not all demons come back, so they have to have some negation.
The demon world itself, like the collapse of it, it's not even necessary.
Hey,
like,
Cyber, let me ask you a question, buddy. If you get stuck in a landslide, would the landslide kill you? Don't talk shit about nature, bro.
Dante is I mean, if you could regenerate from your limbs, but you still get buried under a landslide, like, are you not still buried?
Okay,
wait a minute.
Clearly different.
Dante. Okay, hold on.
What?
Ace Dante could beat the crap out of like a non-suppressed, like nightmare. We know from Precious Tears that its harness is gone by like the final fight.
Yes.
Or whatever. And we know that thing can casually bust the entire demon world. So, so Zim, I don't follow with your argument. If you're arguing that the collapse would kill him normally, that doesn't follow if his body can take blows from Nightmare, who's like 8 feet in like the body realm.
So technically, that's not really fair because the collapse that's happening is specifically happening as a result of Mundus's dimension, which would scale way above Nightmare.
Yeah, I would actually scale where Demon King's rest a little higher than the rest of the demon world. Personally. Because,
that's also... You're gauging?
Bench press it.
What?
How would you even gauge that? Like,
a collapse
Do
of
you-
something would have more AP?
Well, no, like
That sounds
no.
really
The
weird. You know, we're kind of
okay,
derailing.
yeah,
at this
off
point. We like
topic.
attack-
We'll discuss this another
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
All right, healing negation. Sparta is considered to be able to leave demons with permanent wounds despite their healing potential mentioned above. Sparta is able to nullify Babel's regen and left a scar on his face to skullfuck, despite the fact all demons above the weakest state are stated to be able to generate from the loss of all their essential aspects. This is seen again with Burial. Nero was able to inflict fatal wounds on Burial and need to retreat to the demon world to recover his strength. You have to come back to the human world. Is that stated in the novel?
Yeah, he states he hasn't recovered.
Okay. Burial states he's not going to recover from belt. Dante is capable of permanently destroying 2 heads of the Cerberus in battle with it, as when it became a devil arm, only 1 head was left. Perhaps one of the more obvious examples is Dante killing Sid with Abigail's power in only 1 shot in their second fight, but in the first, while underestimating Sid's new power, the demon was simply able to regenerate from blood. In his fight with Chen, who was 70% Sparta and enhanced by the reality warping beast
Before
head.
I get criticized for Mangler, it was just an interpretation thing.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's just continue.
It's okay, Cyber. I'm on your side on this one.
Because I know he disagrees with that. Anyway, continue.
Dante and Chen delivered blows to each other that were noted to impair their regeneration, leaving them with broken limbs despite the usual potency of their healing, being able to easily deal with such wounds. Control over names and aspects. Okay. Demon names are stated to be a fundamental part of their existence. It can shape the world and change the value of everything. Yeah. So basically just conceptual manipulation. I don't know what type though.
Goals,
That's up for
names,
debate.
minds. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, hold on a moment. I don't know why I didn't argue this. The whole change the world statement or anything like that. That's just following up what Mangler was bringing about demonic desire. Dang nabbit. Yeah, I'll argue that another time. It doesn't really
it's
change
fine.
anything, but it feels incomplete without that included. Anyway, continue.
Just put it in
yes,
QA later.
yes. But if you were to add more stuff, this is going to be like another 5 freaking pages or
Okay.
something absurd.
Speaking of, it's shown Dante Virgil have access to the ability of removing and giving names to Sparta's power, with Sparta himself using it long ago. Sparta had removed the names from 7 demons. Okay, we already know this. Dante himself uses this power to survive as a team by renaming himself Tony Redgrave after the rebellion, which is what Sparta's power instructed him to, but he later took his true name once more. That's true. Have some power.
I mean, this is where I was bringing up it would be Force Edge technically, but we know that's like retcon.
No one cares. Both swords are useless. No one cares. Upon taking his true name, his portion of Sparta's power was suppressed no longer. As such, although he doesn't use it, it's certainly another impressive ability that he has, which should affect a portion of one's soul, their power, and the abstract essence of one's existence. Some demons can function without a name, Chads, though the ones that can are stated to be able to do so due to their inherent skills. Nobody specifically wear magic masks that empower them in order to overcome a lack of a name. Okay.
Mangler is
And the
to
prize.
credit for that. Mangler's to credit for that.
Well, that's wrong! Because they don't
And
need
the-
the mask
and
to
the
survive!
Well, so that wasn't what I said. What I said was that they were able to live without the name, and they adapted to that environment by making other powers and abilities. Because if you
it's
don't have a
fine.
name, you're not given any core powers.
It's fine. I'll have to lambast Mangler in private later. It's fine. Supernatural senses. A son of Sparta's senses are also vastly more capable than an ordinary human, allowing Dante to see spirits leave possessed bodies, see the souls that hell greed summon, sense the aura, danger from his surroundings. Dante can smell, sense of blood, detect a dark aura which radiates from it, pick up the sense of demons, etc., etc. Detect things like power levels, magic and magical power, and surges of evil. Dante also once sensed an incoming phone call before it happened. All right. His brother Virgil was able to sense Lady Entry Terminate grew while meditation and was able to see through illusions with his senses. Dante has also been able to notice illusions. You know, I'm actually surprised here that Mangler didn't go on a spiel to you, Cyber, about his thoughts on a sensing lady. We'll go on about that another day. The willpower of Sparta's children.
I was going to say Dante actually has the same statement, I think, in
Wait,
Thor's guidebook.
Where's
He's able to sense Virgil.
Where's
Where's
Omnivision? Where's Omnivision at?
Omnivision? What do you mean?
Virgil can see the Hell Prides behind him without looking at them. In DMC3's intro cutscene, he literally can react to their movements without seeing them.
Not the
Oh.
prides, the abysses.
Right,
That's
thank
not that
you.
important. Continue.
Not that important. Oh, that one doesn't feel complete. Fuck your couch.
That one was very important.
No, okay, fine. The willpower of Sparta's children is beyond being defined as normal. Finally back, how is it so far? It's fine. Virgil has shown to resist mind control and enslavement from Mundus for 9 years, despite his name being literally changed by the demon, basically warped his very aspect. Virgil only gave in when shown his mother's pendant. Dante himself is capable of wielding the Sword of Sparta, which is known to require great willpower to do so. Bullshit. Both Dante and Virgil were able to wield the sword's prior form, the Force Edge, which deformed Arkham into a blob because he lacked the necessary willpower. Little criteria context here. Arkham was only warped because of the power of Sparta and his own personality. Wielding the base Force Edge on its own would not deform you.
Arkham has a very juicy, controversial statement
So-
that was
so- so
translated
that's-
recently.
Really?
That's
Let me get it.
I'll say. Thank you.
well. I
You
was
guys
gonna
talk
say that's
while I
not
get
an. That's not entirely so. So it's yes and no. There are statements that confirms he can't control the blob's power, but what's confirmed in the official description is that the form that he has is not born of Sparta's power, but of the evil that lies in his heart.
No, what I'm saying
So
what I'm saying specifically is that technically they're not resisting the Arkham blob form, and Arkham didn't lose this because of willpower. So this is technically wrong.
Well, he also is able to take the Sparta form before it does so.
Yes, so this is still wrong regardless. Of course, once a demon hunter without the ability to interact with demons, Dante is capable of hunting the intangible type of demons in the underworld. They can kill a demon possessing a woman without harming the host, separating them in the process. Virgil's human aspect V has also shown it possible to hold souls, as he held the soul of a core of Nightmare in order to return it. Yes. Sealing.
I'm going to post this in general. I'll get the translation in a moment. This is a very juicy statement for Arkham. It's technically wank, but I'll get it in a moment.
I'll be the judge of that. But going on. Sealing. Sparta has found their shown the skill of creating seals. This allows them also to seal away those who normally can't defeat, such as when Sparta sealed Munis and Argosax. Sparta placed a seal on the realms, locking Munis in a subsection of Demon World and removing his powers, forcing Munis slowly having regained over 2,000 years. It is worth noting that Sparta's seals that don't involve outside help are power-based and can potentially be broken out of, but doing so is known to permanently lower the power of the being to do so. That's from the mobile game. Dante's MO has Spirit Seal inside of it. And he himself sealed Munis after he returned, with the son of Sparta being stated to have sealing power beyond Sparta himself. One of Sparta's best seals involved locking Argosax in a subspace of the Demon World, known to have no exit. Dante can also nullify power like his father could. In conjunction with Virgil, Dante separated Arkham from the Force Edge and sent him back to the human world, while inside the Demon World. That is true. Reactive evolution. We're giving him telekinesis, alright. Hang on, guys. I got the burps.
Mangler, this is from the DMC3 game guide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
The Japanese one.
I have seen this before.
Oh, you have seen it? Okay.
I'll take a look at it later. Perhaps Dante's most powerful ability is his continually evolutionary capacity. As a team, Dante's capable of improving his skills extremely fast in combat, even against demons that have techniques that allow them to perceive patterns far beyond their opponent's abilities. And against the Black Knights, with said beings being made a combat data from Virgil, Sparta, and Dante. Dante gains boosted powers by simple demon hunting. This is a trait carried by all Sparta's descendants. For example, Nero trained for 1 month to get stronger and face heroes in the game by simply killing demons, something that Dante and Virgil also do on a daily basis. Dante is also shown to adapt and resist human enemy abilities. He was capable of adapting when his strength was being reduced when he was close to the Nexus and barely able to hold rebellion. Dante mentions just holding his sword seemed to sap his strength, but then after a few seconds pass, he's capable of completely restoring his lost strength. Dante was able to adapt by transforming instinctively to fight off Alice when she was sucking his life force. Must resist temptation. And was capable of instinctively adapting by semi-transforming to fight off a sin that was stripping away his blood. Yes, that is true. Dante had no consciousness awareness of either of these two. Interestingly, Virgil also once speed learned how to read a multitude of ancient texts put together in a way that resembles concepts that cannot be expressed in words alone, that can only be learned from this book in a few hours when it took Arkham years to decode. In fairness to that one, I actually have an objection here slightly. Virgil would have the memories of Sparta. Whatever's in that book, Sparta probably already knew, so Virgil's probably just re-remembering Sparta's knowledge, personally.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, you can argue
Well-
it, but I don't feel it's that solid of an argument.
So I would also say that technically the official translation also elaborates on what he's reading, because it says that he's having difficulty reading it because it seems so ancient of a language, and he says, actually, I don't even think this could be described as a language at all. But yeah, that gets covered by the raw. Basically, it's not even, like, the demon language isn't even considered a language by the understanding or definition of a human.
Sparta really was on something. Anyways, what's next?
Dante has shown the ability to use
We call that
telekinesis.
crack, cyber.
Yes. Telekinesis, the most inconsistent power he's ever had. You're not saying something.
You could honestly argue this a few different ways. You could argue that the deflection is like an aura property. You can argue stopping the motorcycle maybe was Quicksilver. We don't know. Quicksilver didn't exist back then. That was the problem.
Yeah, but I would say it's not Quicksilver because we see a red aura coming from Dante, but that's beside the point. Fear, aura, and empowerment. All demons, including Dante, get power from fear. Even further, misery, despair vastly amplify demons' power, granting them an aura of decay. Despair itself can increase their power, but often unfair for anyone who doesn't have familiarity with demon world. The presence of demons innately causes despair. The demon world itself causes the same effects of madness, fear, and despair. This effect of dread can immobilize humans exposed to it if cast by a powerful enough demon. These auras are repeatedly given moments and statements to exist. In one case, it is even given explicit mention that the source is a demon. The sadity is so potent it makes humans tear out and eat their own eyes. I do that every day when I go to school. It's also stated by Gilbert, Dante, and the Beast Heads that despair is a human emotion demons cannot feel. However, Dante himself is able to instill fear into these same demons, and in the panel above is shown to affect V. V is not a demon, come on. It goes even further, though, as the clash of chant Dante's aura gave inanimate, non-thinking, ordinary objects fear, which the narration notes is something that should have been normally impossible. That is true. It should be noted, however, Dante only induces this aura when he is extremely angry. The main triggers seen so far have been V mentioning Virgil's name, Chen making Magaspar's name, and Neil Goldstein's death.
I should have a period, damn it. Anyway.
It's fine.
Or when he's in D2.
Furthermore, all demons, including Dante, gain power from pain and blood. Taking and dishing out damage refills demonic power, and human blood grants demons a boost in power. This is also how Urizen amplified his powers and why he wanted the fruit of the Clyphot, which is made of human blood. Dante was granted power by the Clyphot by being given human blood. As such, it might be possible that wounds Dante takes that cause his body to produce more blood, because it might actually make him stronger. This makes sense as blood, even for demons, is known to increase their power many times over. Yes, this should be correct. Styles. I don't need to go over this. Alright, Eric Trick, we know what this is. Swordmaster. Yes, I love that. I love this. Good meme. Royal Guard. Better than Gunslinger at least. Dante creates a solar force field that makes him invulnerable. Build up energy from his opponent's attempts to harm him. And Royal Guard has also allowed Dante to withstand his enemy's attacks with pretty much no difficulty, such as Agnus, who he admits was going to hurt him, and has used it to block Judgment Cut. In developing this style, Dante has also learned how to utilize it midair, and even more impressive with our secondary uses, such as the move The Ultimate, which creates a barrier with damage, restores his health, or the Almighty Dreadnought, a state that grants Dante vulnerability in Deadly Fortune novel that allowed Dante to block a laser that was certainly going to reduce him to ash from the Savior with no trouble. I'd like to point out
no mention of the campiness that is Royal Revenge. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll point out two things here. With no trouble is a little untrue because he can't move while the beam's hitting him, but I mean, I guess tanking it is no trouble. That's what
it meant.
As for Ultimate, if I'm not mistaken, that only works on range projectiles, not physical ones.
No, it works on physical ones.
Okay, then the wiki's wrong.
That's another case of a wiki.
Did the wiki actually say that?
Yeah, that's what I thought it did, because that's what the wiki said. With Quicksilver, Dante...
I'm still mad at the Bayonetta wiki for the Master Sword thing. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep complaining about that. It was so stupid.
Do they have the Bayo 3 descriptions now? Because they didn't have them for the longest time. With Quicksilver, Dante can manipulate time, gain this power from Girion, who got this power from inhaling the miasma in the demon world. I get the same power too when I inhale miasma. He can slow down time to allow him to land high-speed attacks upon his enemies. It is also known to increase his perceptions. Quicksilver has a minor caveat of consuming demonic energy per use, but Dante has such a massive value of it that it doesn't really matter. Doppelganger. Okay, let's see how wrong this is. A pretty simple style, as you can likely tell by the name. Doppelganger focuses on Dante creating a shadow double of himself. The Doppelganger can use all Dante's weapons, utilize DT, and virtually act as an entire second variant of himself with all his capacity, capable of weapon swapping, and likely capable of using his favorite styles. So, this is technically wrong. But it's wrong in the strangest way possible that you wouldn't realize unless you read the description. Doppelganger's power is not creating a shadow. It's controlling shadows.
It also doesn't just create copies for Dante. Technically, canonically, it can copy other people's shadows and take their powers and abilities.
Hold on. When is that one stated?
Its direct description states
shown.
It's just shadow control, not anything else.
It's shown in the game because when Doppelganger takes Dante's shadow, So Doppelganger shows up, touches Dante's shadow, and he immediately has his Devil Trigger form. Even though Dante hasn't used any ability, he's walked into the room and
Oh.
automatically has all of his powers and abilities.
But where is it stated to be shadow control? That's what I'm curious.
Oh, in the official description, it's just it
Mangler,
says like the
can
style
you-
that allows players the ability to control.
I'll look
shadows.
at that later. What was the other thing we mentioned? Okay, yeah, it was Pandora. That was Pandora, Demonic Desire, and this one. I can't recall most. I think those are the big
I'll
ones.
say Mangler, send them the scan if you can, since you're not looking at the actual thing. Darkslayer, just copying Virgil's moves. Unique move that can, which slash dimension, where you cut through dimensional barriers to attack at a distance of what appears to be a beam of light. Resistances. God, that's long. Alright, rapid fire, boys. Hellfire and extreme temperatures. Destruction via matter manipulation. Electricity. Extreme pain tolerance and paralysis inducement. Yes. Blood absorption. Holy manipulation wave. Weapons. Below absolute zero attack. Sound attacks. Curse manipulation. Moderate resistance to magic / energy absorption. Alright, that's fair. Life force absorption. Power nullification via double trigger. Poison and acid. Possession and body puppetry. Can't resist it for shit. Yeah, sensory perception. Sleep manipulation. Disease manipulation and absorption. Space-time manipulation. Resistance. Petrification. Transmute. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Hang on a minute. You're telling me you mentioned Bayonetta's angel weapons? Does she not get the weapon from that one angel that stayed to cut through everything in Paradiso and under it?
She doesn't get that weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Valiance's sword?
She doesn't get Valiant's sword?
Yeah, no,
She doesn't
she
get
never
it?
gets Valiant's sword. No,
Fucking
she just
trash. Alright.
I'm not even sure that I brought up that sword in the verdict, my specifically, because I was given an argument originally. It could be treated as like spatial cutting because there's like an animation with it, not in gameplay per se, but like a scene where it cuts the floor beneath Loki and Bayonetta to make them fall. It's just, and it is stated to cut through any material. It's just it doesn't have any explicit like Duraneg statements. I mean, I guess you could call that in itself Duraneg, but it's definitely not as like blatant as Yamato or as complex as Yamato.
That's fair. Alright, special mission types below. Petrification / transmutation. Resistance to BFR. Soul resistance, which includes mind essence and data manipulation, giving nature DMC souls and seal lane. Survive text from Soul Eater, which feeds on the soul, explicitly requires one who can resist its powers, so he can resist the Book of Demons. That's actually really good. Clairvoyance, retrocognition, and precognition. So he resists that. Resist corruption, corrosion, biological manipulation. Resist death and fate manipulation. Debatable. Alright, that's fair. Resistance to mind manipulation and memory manipulation. He should also skill the Nero, who wasn't affected by Malphus' stones, which Kyle V and put him in an illusory world based on past enemies. Virgil's able to see through and break the illusion of a demon himself. Dante sees through illusionary parts of Malad Island, while his weakest iteration was affected at first, even eventually became immune to the illusions of the demon world that fooled even his superhuman senses. So what you're saying is he can beat Eisen in a fight. Okay. He is no longer affected by any of the other games and materials like the Devil May Cry 2 or Demon World stay at the warp the minds of men. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. Unless Bayonetta is bringing out some raw fucking good power shit, which I don't believe she has access to, but I could be wrong. I'm willing to be proven wrong. It sounds like Dante not only has resistances to all of her weapons' best abilities, it really feels kind of... Oof. Alright, let's continue here. Bayonetta, Umbra Witch Physiology. Witches and Sage possess immense physical strength and are attuned to their corresponding side, dark and light. Umbra Witches and Lumen Sages are given Umbran, which is stated to keep witches and sages alive for eternities by Rodin. Witches can return from otherwise fatal attacks, such as having their soul forcibly separated from their body, as long as their Umbran heart remains intact.
The Umbran heart is not the Umbran clock. It's the little thing that Rodin gives Bayonetta to place on Jean's soul when she's in Inferno.
It's a bit of a
just in case to avoid
misnomer.
any confusion.
Thank you. But what I was going to say is, doesn't that have a time limit? Like, it has to be sustained by Rodin?
No. So, her soul was stated eventually. Like, he does imply that it would be, like, any longer would be a problem. But, like, the explicit statement for the Umbran heart is that it would rectify that issue so long as it's placed. In this and how it's being argued here is not to say that, like, a long time. It's like in the immediate moment.
Okay. Why am I burping so much? Excuse me. Umbran Witches and Lumen Sages are able to see into and interact with the parallel world of Purgatorio. Residents of Purgatorio are also intangible, those within the human realm and vice versa. However, Witches and Sages, along with their infernal and heavenly allies, ignore these properties. Being able to see and interact with either realm, regardless of where they're currently residing, Witches and Sages are capable of acting in space and water without the need to breathe.
So that's. I was gonna say, are you gonna talk about that, or should I speak on that?
I'm going to talk about that. I don't think there's ever a point where witches interact, or even Baldur, since he's the only Lumen Sage we know, interact with someone in Paradiso outside of it. They're always inside of it, or not Paradiso, Purgatorio. They're always inside with them. So I don't know about the vice versa there, unless there's something I'm missing in Bayo 3.
Repeat yourself. What was the thing? I got DM'd.
Basically, have we ever seen a witch or Baldur interact with someone in Purgatorio without being inside of it?
Check the links added just in case.
All right, let me see this. Bayonetta walkthrough check.
I was actually going to refer to something else, but whatever.
Well, I mean, if you want to keep
It
talking,
might be
you can.
referring to. Wait, no, hold on. There's So it's in telepathy, which technically should have been labeled as telepathy and senses, but Bayonetta is able to sense characters like in other realms. So that would probably at least help support that. You'll eventually reach that. You could just go on to magic.
All right, we'll just leave that magic for now. But I don't know about this one, unless maybe there's something to say.
The bigger issue is the witches and sages being capable of acting in space and water without the need to breathe. So it's actually shown directly in both Bayonetta 3 and Bayonetta 2 that Bayonetta actually almost drowns. And in Bayonetta 2's case, she has to be saved by Loki, who basically gives her a power to breathe underwater.
Sounds like
No,
PIS.
No. It's not even like PIS. Like she literally like falls
That
underwater. We
doesn't
don't
make
have any
much sense,
descriptions.
though, because hold on, for the water scene.
Let me look at need to breathe.
This is. I hate ads.
So the water scene that you're seeing there is after she's been given the power by Loki. That's after.
Wait, wouldn't she already have that power then?
No. She has the power. I'm saying like this statement is technically wrong in more of like a general sense. As for Bayonetta 3, this doesn't apply to this thing. This is more just like correcting information. But Bayonetta 3 does not actually have that power, and she does basically fall unconscious in like the first scene and has to be saved by Jean.
It is
So-
a composite. So
Yeah, no. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. I'm
Because
just saying
she merges with them. Yeah,
like-
it's just a pet peeve he has.
Yeah.
Okay, by harnessing spirit energy, Umbran witches can use magic to combat their foes. Their energy can be used to coat themselves in an aura, create blades or blasts of energy, construct force fields or barriers, empower technology and vehicles, and even amplify their demons. She can also create constructs. Weird. She can
what
also.
happened?
I'm just having some burps. I don't know why. She can also create constructs that can slice enemies in half. Umbran witches can gain more energy from moonlight, which allows them to keep using magic indefinitely under the moon. Moonlight has been compared directly to magic fountains of Tool.
Okay, so she's a Luna Light player confirmed.
Luna
Sorry, I
Light's
just had to
trash.
say that.
Oh, I guess I could add something to this one. I was given an argument in regards to her being able to draw endless energy from Inferno, from Sheba's size, and also like the Infiniton stuff. That really didn't fly under scrutiny, from what I recall. I kind of understood the argument, but it's like not really ever like supported.
Unless we have like proper supporting scans now, like a lot of things at Bayonetta are just kind of like stated with no actual elaboration.
I have no
The things
problem
that are-
with statements, as you'll see soon enough. It's just that specific argument I really don't think would have flown.
That problem should not fly because Bayonetta cannot summon Shiba on her own unless that changes in the next 2 games. It is directly confirmed a witch who summons Shiba will die if they do it by themselves.
About that,
Son of a bitch!
we'll get to our discussion on that later.
Alright. Bullet arts, just good techniques Bayonetta has. Purgatorio, teleportation, and BFR. Yes. Witches and sages are able to create portals through various ways and for many uses. Portals can be created to travel freely in and out of Purgatorio, to summon infernal demons or angels, or to create time-traveling portals in certain locations through the use of their Umbran/Lumen watches. Yes. Beings in this parallel world cannot be seen by those in the universe without eyewear specifically tailored to reveal in Purgatorio. The inhabitants of the human world and Purgatorio cannot interact with each other, although beings in Purgatorio can interact with destroy inanimate objects. Okay, so this is what I was thinking. As part of their association with infernal demons, which are capable of summoning a portal of demonic hands to send defeated enemies who are still at least partially intact to Inferno, Bayonetta can summon the arms of Inferno whenever she wants. Caveat to that. That is not a general power she has. They only come for angels. I think Bayonetta 3 specifically mentions demons do not want to do that or help when it comes to the homunculi. So I don't know how humans are treated in that
Demon
regard.
Slave would deal with that.
That's fair.
It does. Yeah, it does. But we mainly see that for demons that she summons. I don't think she can demon slave the hands of hell directly. I've never really seen her do that.
Actually, about that, where's the? I guess I have.
Okay, if you're gonna tell me she's summoning the demon hands from hell, that I feel like that's a bit different than.
Okay,
Here's
telekinesis.
Here's the first clip, and here is. Hold on. The second.
Why don't you put it in the right chat?
It is in the right chat this time.
Do it. Now we shall have peace.
Yeah, it is admittingly like mostly for angels. That's Demon Slave would take care of that.
All right. Telepathy, that's fine. Just, although this is more back and forth, I don't think she can read minds with this unless she has a different ability. Telekinesis.
It's magic telekinesis, and we do know it exists. Like Balder literally chucks buildings. We have like freaking Jean changing the trajectory of a bullet after it fires, and you can literally see the magic hue on it. It is literally magical telekinesis.
Her telekinesis is very obvious. She I don't want to say that she blinks, but she looks at it, and it has a red lens flare, and then immediately moves in response to Jean's eyesight.
My one complaint with that is not that it exists. It's specifically this scene right here is not telekinesis. It would be empowering the boat with her demonic power or with her magical power.
I'm not too sure about that. It's literally there's you could argue it's like in practice it would be similar. It's like a magic hue for TK. She's at least moving it. She's not just empowering it. You can literally see her move. The clip is cut, but if you look at the full clip, I can say it if you want later.
I wish to retract my previous statement. She is not a Lunalite player. She's a Gunkan player.
Wow. The Owl Protein is just basically astral projection. Witches can literally fight with just their souls while keeping the same powers like Liquid Weave, making spiritual copies of their weapons. Question: is astral projection confirmed to be her soul? Is this confirmed to be her soul?
It's basically like the argument for it being the soul is the colorization. Between Bayonetta consistently depicts her soul as that color.
Bayonetta's soul is a bright purple, not this dark hue.
Yeah, this is a transparent technically.
Now the reason I'm pointing that out.
Isn't the finalized thing for this look of her soul after one though?
That's possible. But my issue with
there's a specific scene is from Bayo 1.
The reason I'm going to say no to this is because later lore would contradict this being her soul. Because John was not dead, and the second her soul popped out, those demons were all over her.
I mean, we'll get to the discussion of souls in a moment. Right. It'll come up with regen.
Infernal Kiss.
Get to Infernal Kiss and then Witchwalk.
Bayonetta can break angelic and demonic barriers by using specialized projectiles. These Kiss attacks can break millions of angelic barriers at once.
That is an art book statement.
I was going to say, what the fuck? That's the first. And she can use her bullshit.
It's literally stated in the art book.
It is super casual for her to do. She can break 1 million at a time.
Okay, so
no.
Well, this is quite common in the games, the genre, but she can blow away 1 million of these with a simple blow-up kiss.
Alright.
When the fuck would that be applicable, though?
That is from the Bayonetta 1 art book specifically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. The guy that's $500.
Wait, yeah, Mangler, you bought it for $500. Check it right now.
Yeah, so the guy
you
that you're looking
buy it.
at.
We have a. Hold on. I'll just give you.
Yeah. No.
No, he already has it. He already has it.
Got it. I have the actual guide.
No, so when we go, Mangler likes getting physical material for everything, which is a good thing, so we can check to make sure if it's
That's
edited.
fair.
But break 1
That's
million
fair.
what at a time? Break barriers. Let's go on. Witch walk just allows her to walk on walls and defy gravity. Capable of walking on normal surfaces without the presence of the moon on a full moon on occasion. All right, that's pretty good. Witch time. Oh, okay. Let's see what this says because this is a debate. Witch time is an ability which increases the user's speed and perception via concentration. It is a form of temporal control. I see you guys went halfway on this, 50-50, huh? Which is a technique that sharpens all the 5 senses and enables one to boost their physical abilities. Temporal control is the ability to move freely in that moment, seeing into the flow of time and push one's body to its absolute limit. Nate, nothing to say so far? Mingler?
No, that's accurate. That's what it does. It uses the flow of time and pushes it into your fucking body. That's
Read the next parts.
Beyond enhancing the user, Witch time controls time itself, which allows Bayonetta to slow down time around her to a near stop, additionally being able to greatly increase her speed in the process. This technique is capable of lasting for entire fights and can be stacked on top of its. I hate this so much. Where's the source for this?
Are you serious? We have. Hold on.
Well, I'm looking at the scan, and also this mine with his tiny goldfish hands.
The comic has a actual blog for the stacking.
Do they actually move slower? Oh, okay, yeah.
if it's anything but the scene in Bayonetta 2 at the beginning, then that wouldn't count because technically this is a co-op stack. This is between Jean and Bayonetta.
No.
Well, the scan they do provide is the stack between Bayonetta and John.
This. There you go.
No, the one in Bayonetta 2 is fair game. The one in Bayonetta 1 is not.
All right. We'll assume it's fair game for now. Then, if there's scans, I'll accept it, but I'll take a look at them later. There we go. Still fucking getting a lot.
Where were you? Oh yeah, you're at the part where it says the item known as Celine's Light.
Yes. The item known as Celine's Light helps support this. Wow, what the fuck did I eat today? Fuck me.
You okay?
I did have a whole bag of flaming hot Doritos, so I guess they're just coming back to bite me in the ass.
I'm not even gonna ask.
The item known as Celine's Light helps support this as capable of manipulating time. This item activates Witch time on a caster when it is attacked, which means it's referring to Witch time as a time manipulation ability. With this, Bayonetta formed an ice spear with her bare hands after activating Witch time. To do this, Bayonetta had to slow down the water molecules in order to form them into solid ice. Okay.
Whoa, I'm gonna talk to you about this later, Cyber, but there's some statements in here that are fucking wrong.
Which one?
I'll talk to you about it later because I don't want to drag this.
When using the
No, my apologies, not in the blog. In the other blog that you linked me in the stream chat, that one, not this one.
What, the layered one?
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
When using the Emerald Clock Tower's Witch time, Bayonetta literally says time is in your hands. If Bayonetta won gracious and glorious given divine power to resist Witch time, to deny immunity, angels have been shown to be able to communicate in Witch time or even just break out of it. More stacks of Witch time will then in turn lock them down. As max potency, it can affect the God Chaos A0, control space and time, and even brings the movement of his dimension to a crawl.
So I'll grant this in terms of Witch time is that its stacking is fair between multiple people. Now, a better argument would have just been to what's it called? Link the Bayo 2 scene, because in Bayo 2, when she's fighting one of the angels is crossing the bridge, you're in Witch time directly for the entirety of that scene, and you can still use Witch time after the fact. It has a more explicit example of actually stacking. I mean, granted, it is fine to use gracious and glorious. Yeah, it's literally like the first mission. She stacks it. It's already in cutscene. Like you're already in Witch time in cutscene, and the angels are moving. And then you already hit them again.
Most of the past to deal with the witches.
Oh no! This is like the very beginning of the game. Like right when you're riding the jets, and then you jump off the jets at the beginning of the mission when you're still with Jean before she gets pulled to hell.
All right, let's continue.
Like the very first mission.
Beast Within. Through a technique known as Beast Within, sages and witches are capable of shapeshifting into various animals, granting them additional uses like assisting in dodging, gaining flight, faster travel movement, underwater breathing, just animal abilities. Her most common form is that of a panther, which increases her running speed and allows her to make longer jumps. She can also become a crow, which allows her to fly for short periods of time unencumbered. With her bat form, she can manifest an instant before getting hit by an attack, allowing Bayonetta to get out of the way of an attack. Yes. With why don't you just call it Bat Within? As a snake, she can swim through underwater environments with ease. Wings of Malphus and Wings of Madonna Butterfly. Bayonetta can summon the wings of the Infernal Demon Malphus over her back to allow her to fly freely through the air. She can also summon the wings of Madonna Butterfly over her back to give her a short extra boost in jump height and gliding abilities. Wicked Weaves and Hair Manipulation. Umbran Witches are able to greatly manipulate their hair to serve a wide array of uses. An Umbran Witch's hair can be used as a medium for summoning attacks, a quick form of clothing, and can restrain an enemy. Bayonetta's hair is magical in nature and comprises the clothing that she wears into fights. Using her hair as a conduit, Bayonetta can summon the limbs and appendages of various infernal demons to be used as a powerful physical strikes on nearby opponents, which is often punches and kicks from Madame Butterfly's body. Yes, I'm assuming we talk about Wicked Weaves later, or is that Wicked Weaves? Aren't they stated to be stronger than her basic attacks?
Which one? Torture attacks or Wicked Weaves?
Wicked Weaves.
There might be a statement.
Yes.
I would not be.
Yes,
I would not be surprised.
So I think there's a statement in Bayonetta 2's guide that confirms like the climax attacks are they're like the peak of her power.
All right.
As far as her.
Through
Yeah,
the
go
use
ahead.
of Umbra magic, Bayonetta is able to summon a variety of different torture devices, Iron Maiden, stuff like that, etc. Is it her real hair or not? It is her real hair. I do not like this demon slave being used as the example for one very important reason. Rodon can break out of that demon slave freely, depending on depending on whether or not you reject this dance.
That's literally just the gift chosen. It's a wonderful gift.
Cyber, get your head out of the gutter. An
No,
ancient art.
used to be a wicked Nancy.
An ancient art
Use-
thought to be lost for good, the Demon Slayer technique allows Bayonetta to fully control summons, command them and controlling their movements. With it, she can empower demons or force disembodied demons to fight for her. Bayonetta can equip 3 different infernal demons to use the controls of Demon Slayer at one time and can swap between them freely. If controlled demons take too much damage, they go on a rampage and attack Bayonetta. Disloyal ass hoes. Regeneration. Oh boy! While Bayonetta typically relies on evading deadly hits from enemies, she is capable of healing off heavy wounds should she have a brief moment of respite to do so. Bayonetta can restore her heart after ripping out or heal from full torso impalements. She can also heal from being flattened and can restore her hair if it's destroyed. And interesting to know is that in a Q&A in Bayonetta 1, Climax Bible suggests that the game overs are actually canon to the series, and that Bayonetta is resurrected whenever she runs out of power by ritualistic spell cast by the Elders of the Witch. What
That's
the
for
fuck?
Bayo 1 specifically. That's actually a new find. That it was because of comic, if I'm not mistaken. Bought it.
I think Common left a while ago, sadly. A shame, because we're actually at the Bayonetta section.
Is everything just from the Japanese guides?
In this, no.
Not to be rude, but like, how desperate were you guys to get scans for Bangle?
All the desperate. But I mean, we do the same
I mean,
thing.
there's
Like,
plenty of
holy
Japanese.
shit!
Wait, you can't say that when POC is purely
No,
Chinese.
no.
stuff.
So I can because Bayonetta has hardly any source material, and it's been a
I mean,
thing for like over
stuff,
10
the
years.
Climax Bibles explicitly have stuff that are not in like
Wait,
English game
hang
guides.
on.
No. I don't have a problem with that. I just find it hilarious that you have so much JP source material.
So my question is
Like
this.
even the descriptions here, you didn't even use the official ones. You just throw those out and use the raws, even though the official ones were fine and still would have been probably better arguments.
Yeah, Mangler has his issues there. If this is accepted, she canonically dies and they resurrect her. Is this included?
Keep reading.
Okay. She shows skill to Jean, who briefly was able to manifest the body from her soul after it was released by Singularity. After the alternate Bayonetta's souls are free, they materialize pseudo bodies and start fighting. Bayonetta 1 and 2 were able to come back for a bit after being erased beforehand by Singularity. Also, even after having her soul from her body with Gamora, she was able to regenerate a new body, albeit only a brief period before she was taken to
She
Inferno.
does. If you look at the footage, before I
Oh,
get
that was a good one.
you literally see her like skin and whatnot reform on her pink soul. It's no longer just like soul state.
Hot take. That's not Bayonetta doing it, that's Luca.
What?
Bayonetta has an implied ability to negate regeneration. She can permanently kill angels that can regenerate from being cut into pieces.
It's not that good, regen, Meg.
What?
It is something.
Why was this the image chosen?
Why this Why this angel? Fucking angels. Hang on a minute.
Getting their head out of the gutter is not possible, apparently, and that's coming from a guy who plays DOA for the combat.
Uh-huh.
Also known as the left eye of darkness, this special eye serves as one half of the eyes of the world. The Aesir was split between the Aesir split between the Elven Witches and Lumen Sages. The eyes have the ability to see many things.
Before you get on seeing the eyes and whatnot, the verdicts addressed how the eyes are used for Bayonetta.
You mean because they aren't? The eyes have the ability to see many things, be it all existences and all happenings across the earth or the present, past, future from wherever they gazed upon.
Dante's I guess I'll spoil you. Dante's verdict argues that these are not really accessible to her because she lacks the sovereign power that Loki had, that gave Aesir full control over the eyes.
That's completely fair.
Can we just get to the verdict?
No.
No, there's a
We've been here
giant
for
Q&A that's like
4
a
years.
thesis before you get to the verdicts.
We're 2 hours and
Oh,
50 minutes
fucking-
in. We're fine.
Fucking Christ.
In the hands of Aesir, the eyes
And I
create the concept of
know
freedom.
you guys are gonna have some disagreements with
All right.
probably a few things in the Q&A. Like I said, this is designed, not really, but designed to harm Zim.
I believe it.
I might have some questions about how this stuff is formatted later on. If the Q&A is like really bad, just in terms of like structuring and putting bullet
Okay,
points, because this is. Way
I don't
too
think the
long.
Q&A is that bad. It's more
Listen. That's me
neutral.
saying that.
Hang on. If their summons are killed, they can remanifest later on. At least
This is
20
true.
Bayonetta fans.
Gamora and Labalos has been one shot repeatedly, and they keep coming back.
Yeah, this.
Wait, aren't Gamoras multiple species?
This is
though?
true,
Are we sure
like-
it's the same?
There's no
Gamora?
multiple Gamoras. There's like Gamora. There's like Sin Gamora, but like there are no like. I mean, the Gamora. that
Gamora, I
Bayo
believe, has
uses is, like,
explicit statements.
All right. Taken for a woman who heralded from chaos, she is a demon of renown, known for her cruelty and unyielding strength. She's capable of processing and charming enemies. The power of John Blowfire, Mistress of Atrocity, was brutal before, but now she's choosing the fear, stronger than before, and sporting red skin. She's ready to destroy, ruthlessly torment all that will stand in her way. Gamora. One of Bayonetta's go-to summons, the Devourer of the Divine, is used if she needs to dish out a lot of destructive damage, with Gamora probably being her second most used demon right behind Madonna Butterfly. Effectively a kaiju, Gamora can cause tons of damage with its claws, even being able to rip souls from bodies with a single claw strike, and unleash an incredibly devastating fire breath. Angels and demons alike are nothing but divine dragon food to it. It's also a master at boat surfing. However, it's also a bit of a loose cannon, and Bayonetta can't keep it under control. Did it say charming or cheering enemies? Charming. However, if Bayonetta can keep it under control, Gamora is very likely to go on a rampage, and both enemies, allies, and Bayonetta herself are all in danger from a one-way ticket to Inferno, courtesy of this dragon's bare claws. Fortunately, the Demon Slave technique and Bayonetta 3 allows her to directly control it, making it unlikely to turn on her, so as long as she remains in fighting condition. Malphus. The Harbinger of Finality can use its wings and talons to brutalize its enemies. It can also manipulate the wind to create miniature tornadoes. What does it mean by charming enemies? Probably making them fall in love.
I mean, Queen Butterfly has a different kind of statement, but you'll get there eventually.
The Shatter of the Earth is an infernal demon that can pulverize mountains, cause earthquakes last for days. So then, it is a rumored to be multi-kilometers long, and primarily attacks via constructing its prey with its overwhelming strength and solid body. Hang on one second, guys.
If you're planning on staying up, you should probably get a coffee or something.
No, hang on. I'm doing some quick jumping jacks. My hands are going numb for some reason.
You're on a computer for multiple hours. That's going to happen.
Yeah, give me a minute, guys. I gotta stretch out a little bit.
Can I just say that War Train Goon?
I mean, if we have a moment,
Best
what's
summon.
your problem with the layered document?
Oh, that just has to do with the assertion that there's layers and time manipulation resistances between the spheres. There's never any statements of that. The only evidence we have that higher angels resist like witch time is that there's like explicit demonstrations of it with the graces and glories, where you can only witch time if you have climax brace, which is fine. You want to argue layered witch time. and stuff like that, and like layered time hacks for them. Like I'm pretty sure that's explicitly the intention because they're specifically designed not to be affected by witch time normally. You have to do it under certain conditions, otherwise you can't affect them with it. My problem is the assertion that it's like, oh yeah, it increases like the second sphere, the first sphere. Like, no, that's complete wank. There's no statements or descriptions anywhere that confirms that. It's a massive assumption. I mean, granted, I'll grant you this. Like, yeah, there's absolutely layered time hacks in Bayo. You can probably argue there's at least 3, bare minimum. But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the Bayo 2 example would have been way better than using John's. Like, infinitely better, because the angels are already in like the time hacks in particular, and she just can use it again. Where's the also War Train Goon, best summon. Broken
Okay.
summon.
All right. A little out of breath, but the
Are
numbers
you
is gone.
sure you want to continue today? You don't want to take a break?
No, cyber. I don't go sleep till 4 a.m. in the morning. Sorry, but we're not all you, sadly.
This is true.
Okay.
All right, let us continue. I will be out of breath for a time being, though, because my heart is pumping like a jackhammer. Twister of Flame, flame-based tracks, reverse flame-based environment. Labolos, the Destroyer of Fates. This is Bayonetta 3, right?
Labolos is
Yes.
introduced well before 3.
I see. Family of
I
Five
only
Cats.
could use it in 3, to be honest.
Tip freeze, targets absolute 0 temperatures. Good shit, Labolos, good shit.
Don't even try to pronounce this one's name. I can't do it either.
And I'm working right now. Basically, all I need to do is show up on time. Good job, Red Dusk. Bat Light Demon composed of the 2 brothers. The pressure of destruction. This demon utilizes electric waves or electricity. Bale is just song manipulation and poison manipulation. Can start a very soul singing. Interesting. Hydra.
I love Hydra.
It has multiple heads, but only one is real. Oh, it's just the one that comes out of its like mouth. All right. It's capable of deflecting missiles just by roaring and tanking Saffron's laser beams with its head. So I can watch the stream as I'm getting paid. They pay me. Diomedes. Whatever. Sarah Dark, this world deals once a man-eating horse that was killed as the kingdom it served was destroyed. Slicing just ribbons. Alright, nothing special. Ooh, Queen Sheba. I do not like that. No. But Bayonetta will so I do not like summoning her as part of Omne. Omne is a completely separate being. It's literally summoning something else completely. I disagree with this completely. Should not be here. But that's me.
I think there was an Omni statement. You keep reading while I look up Omni statement.
Alright. Charger of Crimson Rim. Unique ally has multiple weapons built in, so it's like per battle. Can summon our demons. Umbran Clock Tower. Can active Witch Time, more powerful than what Bayonetta herself has access to. Alright. Near impenetrable, has a vast assortment of weaponry. Alright. Can't you really summon the Kraken? Has never been contracted before. Bayonetta herself, and it features incredible power, able to use its ink and strength, given its unholy tentacles with great attack. Bayonetta uses it to smack enemies around and knock them away. Alaroon, Whisper of Dementia, the Whisper of Insanity. All the Kraken has is oil. This infernal demon was capable of trapping Jean's soul and using it for power to amplify itself, and she has a Hatred Rod from Down Butterfly. Okay, just soul devoured by a demon born in a demon. One that injects poison to others to keep them for herself. Paralyzed for eternity with even touch me to give certain death. She can create and control plant life using your control over plants to attack with tendrils. Rodin. Alright. Bayon among demons, he is regarded as the most powerful. In all feared, he hunts and captures demon souls, buying them to weapons to sell to the Bayonettas in the multiverse. Using nothing but his fist, he is widely regarded as one of the most powerful beings in the Trinity of Realities. His power is so great he can create gravity fields by simply stomping, can nullify attacks with his barrier. What is this?
I posted Omne, by the way, in voice stream, the Japanese version.
Not being emerges from the miraculous fusion of him and demonic. Although a sage in which clans were aware of her existence when able to summon her, but she was later summoned into the world with their harmony light and darkness to follow her and daughter spirits carried to the land of darkness and can banish even chaos itself. I guess if you want to argue emerges that miraculous fusion of him and demonic, but again, I still feel Omne is just its own character. I've never liked this argument, but very well. He even knows the raging demon? He does. Which is kind of weird. Rodon can create a black hole-like singularity that can one-shot characters on par with Bayonetta and is known to cause actual despair to anyone who sees his gaze. So, is the black hole being considered a hacks ability by Rodon, or are we saying Rodon's stronger than Bayonetta?
I mean, it wasn't used for her. I don't think it's listed as AP. It's literally just, at least for this part, it's just brought up as a singularity field.
I see.
I mean, it would be stronger than her. Doesn't it one-shot her in game?
Mangler did the one-shot you in game?
Was what?
I think.
Sorry?
Well, the problem is that the
What's
GIF
that?
you guys are showing doesn't show like the actual effects of it going off.
Does
Which
Rodin's
attack?
black hole in 2 kill Bayonetta?
The black hole attack Rodon has. Resistances.
It's been a very long time since I've seen that, to be honest. I'm more familiar with Beta 3 Rodon than Beta 2 Rodon.
I recall it one-shotting her in checking some gameplay. So
It probably
I'm just-
does. Most of his attacks are designed to do like disgusting amounts of damage.
Anyway, continue. Go to the resistances.
So
She
many-
has a little less than Dante.
Soul manipulation resistances. All right. Her soul can only be removed when she's completely out of energy. All right. Acausality. Any changes to her past creates an alternate timeline in her existence state deviation of the original Bayonetta from the first game. She's unaffected by Rachel's death in the game despite this. Does multiversal causality really count as causality? I mean, I guess for her past actions, sure. Mind control, memory manipulation. Her gemstone or Umbran Claw can dispel mind control, memory-based control. Curses. She resists curses. Partial resistance to life drain. Still affected by Alruna's life drain, but is able to resist it. Time slow / stop. She can resist John's stacked witch time and Azir's time stop. Does she resist this, or does it just wear out?
She can move in Aesir's like temporal effects to the point where it's like it's not actually slowing her in gameplay.
All right.
And the reason it would be more of a time stop rather than a time slow is that when it's in effect, his wavy dimension thing completely comes to a halt. Like you can when you fight him, the dimension thing in the background is constantly moving, and it's not when he's using his temporal effect.
All right. Resist fear manipulation, because resist fury, reload's ability causes fear manipulation of Lothar's aura. Resist madness manipulation. Unaffected by Queen Butterfly's presence, which crumbles the sanity of those near her. I'm not sure if that's fair, given the fact that Madame Butterfly is literally her summon she's merged with, but that's fine. Paralysis.
I mean, sin forms are a bit different, though. This is, and the ability would only be for Queen. It's never stated to be something that her like inferior state as Madama Butterfly does.
All right. Poison is unaffected by Bale, raining down poison in Bale 3. Illusions. Lets Bayonetta see through illusions, as does the left eye. Can't fight against Makan, whose lightning causes paralysis. Wait, but she doesn't resist paralysis, though, because we see that Baldur is able to paralyze her in Bayonetta 1.
Isn't the Micton fight after that? Yeah, it is. That's Bayo 3. No, this would be totally fine because Micton as an item, like with Demon Masquerade causes paralysis. She fights the literal same Demon Masquerade. So yeah, it would be totally fine.
Alright. Pain, Tartarus grants Bayonetta immunity to pain. Empathy manipulation, able to resist the Deer and Decorations love arrows, as well as slot swords, which can awaken feelings of gluttony, instant rage when cutting the target. Sealing, Bayonetta can break angelic with demonic seals, infernal kisses, and heart shot up to 1 million with a single usage. Ryu showing to spit her out. Okay, I'm gonna give a hot take here regards to sealing.
I'm gonna mention this before you continue.
Honestly, greed probably should have been purged. We found the Japanese version after this. Greed's not a good argument. Greed is more like the souls can't get out, but they're not. It's because it lacks an anus. I mean, that's literally what it says in the Japanese version.
That makes sense. They have a
That's
fascination with anuses over
that's
there.
that's actually terrible. But I was also going to say she directly has like feats of, or I guess like anti feats if you want to call it that, of being sealed away by Jean,
I mean that
with
is
like a
pretty.
dagger that we
I
know
feel
no
like that's the
properties of.
same thing. I feel like that's the same thing with Micton, where it's like she can have anti feats for a certain thing in the first game, but then later games display otherwise, like where she's able to fight the same demon masquerade
Well,
that.
so
that
where's she displayed resistances to being sealed away though?
I mean,
Like, and
can
I'm
it's
not
more.
talking about the ability because I
This is
don't think
more
the
so not
ability
like
to shoot
saying that
an
it's like
attack at something that breaks a
inherently.
seal is the same thing as resisting being sealed.
Well, it's similar to how we treat Dante's BFR thing. If you go way back up, we mentioned it's more so what he uses to fight, what he can use to fight off BFR is something like the Perfect Amulet, or I mean more so Yamato or Pluto's Spear. All right, so it's kind of like it's not saying she naturally resists it. More so, she has options against variations of sealing.
I have a better question here.
Or
If these barriers have no statements of strength or ability, which you guys didn't provide any, wouldn't this statement be effectively useless if a barrier is comparable to her power?
That's brought up in one of the verdicts.
All right.
You didn't read the last part of it though.
About the barrier? Let me see.
No, right after greed.
Oh, let me see. Sion, agreed. Demons, angels can bring singularity, seal over Paradiso and Inferno.
So, while that statement, I mean, while his seal doesn't have like a stated potency, you could at least argue something pretty decent from its size. That thing is pretty big. Um, Basically, singularity is
also that.
stated to a cutoff at least Paradiso from like. But we do see that like in the bonus fights with the angels, they literally just break through and manifest to fight Baal.
All right. I mean that's
Same
bad.
thing
That's
with
better.
demons. Alrune, her bonus fight has the same animation of breaking through like a dimension barrier.
Okay. Although granted unquantifiable, but still alright. That's better than the other one. Power null slash magic application skills to Jean, who can use magic despite being in the presence of singularity's anti-magic field.
This is also brought up in the verdict.
So
She can use magic, she just can't use summons.
so that's there's a bit of a caveat to that. So technically, when John's doing it, she's using witch time and like basket aim, but she's not like she isn't able to use the vast majority of her arsenal. And I want to point
She's
out that
able to
technically,
power the vehicle she's using. She's
I'm
able
aware,
to.
but technically the main thing that she's doing with it is an ability that activates via like emotional energy. So while she can still use magic, like I agree, her capacity for it is very significantly limited.
Actually, it doesn't say it seals off her magic. It specifically just says it interferes with John's magic. So, I mean, granted, it's still fine for power null slash magic
I
nullification
mean,
since
Yeah,
it's...
but I'm saying like that's
she
not even a
can't just.
direct statement.
Alright, go on. Alright. Resist existence erasure. Shun resist the effects of singularity's clouds, which can erase existence itself. Survive the complete erasure of a universe. Scales to Viola, who survived the explosion of the erasure clouds, or survived the exposure to the erasure clouds.
So I guess I should clarify some of this. There's a little, I think it's linked. It's link, yeah, link one.
Yes.
It is an interview that goes into detail on the effects of the clouds. There's a visual we're shown pretty early in game of them erasing stuff. I think I just saw a conversation here a few days ago on a disagreement on her surviving the
Yes.
erasure of the universe. Viola does have a scene of falling into what seems to be the same kind of clouds when she's knocked off a building by Luca. And in game,
Yes, but
go ahead.
well, I was going to say, in the actual scenes, most of the cutscenes actually demonstrate the vast majority of the characters, even including alternate videos, and Rosa are actually killed by the erasure clouds, flat out. Like Rosa literally
Rosa?
dies.
Wait, I thought Rosa was
Yes,
just
yes,
killed by.
she. No. Okay. So technically, you're correct. She dies the bow. So what happens is that Bayo kills her, right? And she falls backwards into the erasure clouds. And then the camera pans back to Bayo because it's giving her like sort of like a sad camera angle. And then it pans back to Rosa, and Rosa's entire body is gone. There's not a trace of her left. And then Egyptian Bayo. No, it's pretty clear.
Wait a
Like
minute,
the only
no,
thing left of her
Egyptian
body is
Bayo
the Chaos Cube.
And if I'm not mistaken,
Egyptian-
didn't Egyptian Bayo just died a phantom?
Well, so do you know what Phantom's attack is?
It's like a singularity that's born from its explosion.
No, so it's a void. It's a void. So when Phantom explodes, it explodes into a void of nothingness. That's what it is. So it's literally just like nothingness itself, and she still dies to it. Now, the scene doesn't make it like unintentional or anything. Like Bayonetta is very clearly going to die to it.
That is a weird question. This does bring
Egyptian Bayo also tries to go out of her way to save her.
I know, but this
Well,
does
also,
bring up a weird question. How in the flying hell does singularity have like the soul or whatever of Egyptian Bayo?
Probably because
I don't know. That was the one I was trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out how the fuck he had the soul of Egyptian Bayo if she got sent to the void.
I thought
That was like.
Well, okay, so counterpoint.
I just assumed he recreated her.
Maybe existence erasure and this void aren't like actual nothingness. They're just being converted into data for singularity. That makes sense because he has all their data anyways.
That's an assumption off of no evidence.
The void would make no sense for that claim.
Well, so also the rest of those statements have context behind them. So for starters, the one where the universe is being erased, that's actually objectively inaccurate. So Daniel somehow failed to mention this, but like Singularity literally points out verbatim that the reason why the universe is disappearing is that it's being destroyed as a result of the Archive. So if you actually check the scene, the erasure clouds are not wiping everything out directly. And when I mentioned that she got BFR'd to fuel, what I was specifically pointing out was the fact that if she's being BFR'd in the middle of the quote-unquote supposed erasure, then she doesn't make contact with it because she's not even in the universe at that point.
Wait a minute. So we were not trying to argue that this. I guess it should have been reworded a bit, but by the point at that point,
No. This isn't your fault. This is a misconception everybody has with Bayo having resistance to existence erasure. The game goes out of its way to tell you that she will die to it and everyone will die to it if they touch it. It could not have been more clear than when it stated it like 5 times in multiple descriptions and then showed scenes. As for the Viola thing, I would just argue we never see Viola hit the erasure clouds, and even if I did, I mean, I've got like 5 different pieces of evidence against that for other characters.
In gameplay, if you go to the I think there's a part that like you can be with Phantom's base state. I forget how to pronounce it. And if you touch the clouds, basically what ends up happening is you like take a bit of damage and then you get sent back. Like you don't get game over.
Well, so what I would say to that is that the actual descriptions given for them, the actual descriptions given in the game confirm that they will dissolve data, even Bayo herself. And then later, when you're fighting in the Egyptian Rita, it says that the clouds of erasure, that if like you step off, you're basically doomed. So it makes it explicitly clear that Bayonetta or Egyptian John or anyone that touches them will die. There's no like when I saw that killed me. Because I
it could be limited resistance.
If you want to say that there's like limited exposures, it's okay, but like it's the difference of like touching it for like a couple seconds and not like it's not that great of resistance.
I'm not sure I agree on your interpretation on the universe thing. We can come back to that another time. Continue.
Demon Slayer allows Bayonetta to override attempts to take over her demons, easily survives volcanic and solar temperatures, only being slightly affected in the end. They make up contact with lava itself. Okay, so just resistance to it. Resistant in Durja mode. Can attack blazing enemies and traverse burning areas with 0 damage. Extreme cold, resistant bro, gravitas ice.
I'll still say this. Fortitude is the best fire resistance feats in the series. Just flat out, just fucking lava. Beautiful. Anyway, continue.
Resistant bro, gravitas ice. Extreme cold has been unpenetrated for eons and it shows no change through passage of time. Can tank Lestilday's acid attacks, but they can create portals to travel freely in and out Purgatorial BFR, which can be used to escape BFR. Oh, I disagree with this one.
You said BFR twice.
Yes, because I saw BFR and BFR.
Because
I disagree with Purgatorio doing
subtle.
that. That's not what Purgatorio does. Purgatorio is a layer of reality in between the Trinity of Realities that I think takes place in only the realm of chaos, and it doesn't let her jump into other realms through Purgatorio specifically. She has to find openings to go to other parts of the realm of like the Trinity.
Sure, but like you'd still be able to get some degree if she controls a demon, like with Demon Slave against their will, right? We know that they can like open the portals of Inferno.
Okay, well that's fine, but that's not what's stated here. Like, there's an argument for it, sure, but I just point out that this specific example is not good. Holy attacks. Bayo and her demons can fight off the holy attacks of Baldur. Fight off the holy attacks of Baldur. Cyber, did we watch the same fight? He killed them all one by one. Transmutation.
I'm referring to Bayo 2.
Fair enough. Transmutation. Partial can control her own blood and change its form to flowers as an example. Corruption. Unaffected by Slot's swords, which can turn angels into fallen angels. In fact, many fallen angels are victims of Slot. Unaffected by Inferno's corruptive nature, which can change life forms on a biological level. Alright. Source. Fate.
It does. I think the reason Cyber's listening is because it's like late at night where he's at, so he just has to keep it down. Me too.
Fate manipulation and precog. Notice being able to overturn singularity's phenomenon affirmation. Oh, did you guys finally get a description for phenomenon affirmation? No, of course you didn't. Which is the ability to make certain phenomena across the multiverse defined according to his will, forcing any world within the multiverse to move towards a predetermined outcome that he
Actually, we
designs.
do have a statement for it, but it got put in the AP section.
That's fine.
Bandana and counterparts continuously outpace and overturn its effect. They did not continuously outpace that effect. Are you crazy? He let them do half the shit they did.
No. Don't you dare. He in the fight with what is it, Balance, he literally says they're outpacing his singularity. It's only when he reaches definition that sure he's like flat out like negging her, but by the time like the other Bayos merge, she's at least pacing a bit later again. But he does blatantly say that like the other Bayos and her are outpacing his singular, like that thing when he says balance.
Alright, she's also known to be outside what Aesir could view with the eyes of the world.
So it's stated in Luca's journal that what was the exact quote? I have to allow this to free this ad to pass. It's the last entry for Bayo 2. Yeah. Yet in the end, not being a fully realized god, he could not foresee everything, as an Umbra which crossed paths, as if fate had miraculously aligned.
You find out they're the only reason she beat that's the only reason she beat Aesir is because Singularity needed her alive. God, wouldn't that be such a massive fuck you?
I hate your humor. Anyway, continue.
Alright, Devil Trigger. Already know what it does. Yep. Spire, Devil Trigger. This should not even be here at all. Get this off here. Wouldn't fucking work anyways.
Completion.
I'm sorry. Do you not know Puff's name? The dragon he fires. It's named Puff.
What?
Kamiya confirmed
Yeah,
his name is Puff. You fucking troglodyte.
Okay, Zim.
I get it. I'll find it somewhere.
Majin form.
It's like he's dying.
Yeah, because it's like 3 a.m. where he's at, but he's a trooper. He'll hold out. Okay, Majin form. Alright, it should be invulnerable. Form fuses all of his weapons into his body. If you say so. This further helped by the fact Majin Dual Trigger has its own unique set of abilities. It's firing Ball of Darkness, a giant death laser, its own design. Okay, so this also should be... it should have shadow manipulation, since this is the form he went into in DMC3's manga to save himself from Alice.
Or darkness manipulation, more accurately. But yeah. And power null.
Okay, Sin Devil Trigger, the representation of Dante's human and demonic heritage becoming one and unified as well as being his true being. It's the strongest form and the ultimate power source.
You can't be serious.
Majin form's better, bro. Suck a dick. Power create black hole side others, attacking their Eternals and thus ignoring their external durability, firing stronger balls of darkness. Oh, now you have balls of darkness. Rapid fire and homing missiles, powerful drill attack, faster evasion, better teleportation with superior flight, a hellish ground pound which unleashes hell flames, judgment. Yes. This one's parallel Sparta's Kata, showing the open Devil May Cry 1. An appreciation, an application judgment similar to Virgil's Hell on Earth move described as projecting the very essence of the user's being into a direct attack. Moving on, Auburn Climax. Also known as Supercharge, Ridic uses form Bayonetta 2 whenever her magic gauge is full. In this stage, she becomes immune to knockback and time manipulation attacks, and all of her blows summon wicked weaves, specific combos. Summoning different Infernal Demons for massive area out effect attacks, Infernal Weaves. Full summoning of her some Infernal Demons at the end of the attacks in order to increase her damage output towards the opponents. DM Masquerade. I'll probably build up enough energy there. I guess we are compositing her, but doesn't DM Masquerade just override the other ability? Rebuild a bar from her very core to match whatever weapon she's currently using, essentially fusing her with her Infernal Demons. These forms act as powerful combo finishers, and each form has a Masquerade Rage ability, a devastating special attack that can be used once the magic meter is filled. She can also make use of these forms for traversal, Color My World, ability to fly, can summon arm for combo attacks. She has used this to fly into outer space. That's right, she does fight Singularity on the moon. G-Pillar, release Burst of Flames. Large spider hybrid, flaming spider scorpion can spew magma at her foes, create webs, swing from, walk on walls. Dead and Express, she can manifest train tracks for traversal and attack enemies with chainsaw and turrets. Gains Bale's poison. She also gains Bale's light voice using sound attack for combats. Bayonetta's amphibian tongue can extend just like Bale's to whip enemies. She can fly with Simone. Tartarus loses the ability to feel any pain in this state. With Tartarus, she can create portals, teleport through, and detonate her mechanical body, attacks with devastating slashes. Abracadabra. Bayonetta combines with that, turning her body into a bat-like being with split body joined together by a string of electricity. She can split her two halves to fight, fly long distances, and paralyze targets with her bioelectricity. Runa, Bayonetta assumes the form of a plant human hybrid able to sprout plant tendrils for attack. She can summon flower platforms to create lines for traversal and combat. Cassiopeia, merging with the Kraken, causes Bayonetta to turn into an aquatic demon being with multiple eyes and tentacles. She can swim in the water and even under surfaces, essentially swimming to the ground. The form attacks with the tentacles by spewing high pressure ink. Rolled in by far the most powerful fusion, granting Bayonetta power on Pearl Roland's dark side. Is that stated?
Huh?
Oh.
Where are you?
It is believed that if one were to wear these bracelets and use Demon Masquerade, they would receive incredible magic power on par with Roland's dark side, but whether they would be able to then end the Masquerade and return to human form is anyone's guess. No, because that would just imply that Bayonetta doesn't scale the Rodin completely in base. Good.
I mean, she does beat Hypno, but okay.
Well, apparently the fucking game continuously states that Rodin's basically the strongest character in the series, so, fucking take it up with the game. Alright, she can fire lasers. They better not explode. Use Rodin's absurd strength for crushing blows, and use her entire arsenal of angel arms. She can manifest katanas, stabs to drain energy, and even fire them all at once, Gate of Babylon style. Is that a reference to something? You keep using Gate of Babylon.
Yes, Gilgamesh from Fate.
Ah, yes. Scarborough Fair loves bloom like their fusion. These weapons don't change Bayonnetta's appearance when used. Instead, they allow for her to use her beast within techniques similar to Don Barfly for weaves, essentially restoring her moveset from the previous games. Deadly Sin Ritual for summons. Deadly Sin is a forbidden summoning ritual that requires Bayonetta to bring her own heart out, using her magic in range blood to unlock a demon's unrestrained power. Using this technique, taxing Bayonetta, summoning two full power demons notably caused her to tire and bleed. Madama's Butterfly's true form, Bayonetta summoned her to fight the Arch Primus, which she promptly flicked through several mountains. Queen Butterfly stands at 8.9 her very presence drives those around her mad. She can manipulate clouds in the form of deadly bubble attacks, and can fire what's basically a Kamehameha, which they intend to sink Gamora to defeat Singularity's first form. The uninhibited form of Gamora, becoming known as the Font of Devastation. Gamora grows several times larger, becoming a kaiju worthy of even Gojira's notice. Can fire off multiple blasts and mouths from its tail mount that's mega laser from its chest cavity. Its charge attack can level skyscrapers, and its black spikes absorb heat to fire out of its fire sac. The Phantom. Its internal magma continuously creates magma at a heat of 1 trillion degrees, very bright practically everything that gets too close. As a result of its reactor being out of control, it cannot cool itself down. It must simply keep flying until time runs out and it explodes into nothingness. with this time frame being only a few minutes. While it initially disobeyed the main Bayonetta, after she proved her word to it, it accompanied her and allowed itself to be used as a summon in combat can attack with superior claws, fire missiles and beams, shout energy orbs. It told the Storm stung him to create an explosion visible from space and killed the powerful homunculus Stratocumulus. Bayo?
I'm whispering. Fool.
No.
Continue.
Her voice can echo throughout all of Inferno and can deflect attacks. Her voice said to cause death to those who hear it, and her singing killed thousands of summoned homunculi. It's like the never-ending story. Fuse state, at the end of Bayonetta, different Bayos from each game can merge into one, with the composite gaining all their abilities and a noble boost in power, being able to nullify attacks singularly meant to kill them. The benefits of the fusion don't last long, but is the peak of Bayonetta's power, allowing her to effortlessly beat down Singularity. Effortlessly beat down Singularity definition.
Did you not see her literally one shot his intended attack, intended to kill all three?
Yeah, but she didn't effortlessly beat him. If I recall correctly, she still needs help after this.
So she shoots out his erasure attack. She destroys it, and then after that sequence, he basically beats them into like a fucking. He hits Bayonetta so hard he separates them back into their unfused states.
I don't think that's
and then
what
Strider shows up.
Intent for that was. I think it's just that power fizzled out.
Well, either way, she wasn't really like.
I mean,
you know
to say that on that, to be honest.
Singularity can undo any damage to himself because of phenomenal affirmation. Like when he gets impaled by Viola, it literally just undoes it.
Well, so the issue here is that both Bayo 1 and Bayo 2, Bayo shouldn't be out of energy. Like, they have no reason to be out of stamina at this point.
Okay, so I'm watching the cutscene, and I think...
I mean, they kind of do, though. Like, if we go with the notion that it's similar to Jean and the return of the other Bayonettas, they'd only have a limited amount of time to physically manifest. John literally was, like, on screen with a physical body for, like, what, a minute? And then she phased out of existence?
Okay, so I will say I think the reason this argument is easily is because the Bayonetta starts smacking him around with their wicked weaves, and he's just flying around the air as they beat him up. But like he not only tanks their entire attack, but as soon as it's I mean I guess you could argue she's stronger than him in this one.
Dante's feat section.
All right, we'll move on for now. Feats, Dante overall has defeated Gilliver, Arkham, Pluto, Nightmare, Mundus, Abigail, Argosax, Balrog, Urizen, and Virgil. Started up his own shop, accumulated enough money to keep his former partner Gru's family well for 3 decades. Awakens Delta at age 19. Is a decent gunsmith. Full Moon's plan to be the human world in way. Top Dante version of Mundus and also years for his father lost. Responsible for late Trish, Beryl, Patty, Lucia having better lives. That Lucia one's kind of a sure. Surpassed Sparta entirely.
Oh boy.
Let me see this. Cyber. You know damn well this was retconned.
Continue.
Multiple times.
Okay. Defeating an opponent that was equal to him, Chen. I think Chen was actually superior to him, to be fair.
You know, it's a little superior to him.
He's flat out stated to be superior.
Yeah. Escaped the demon world when it was thought to be impossible. Has fended off the demon world multiple times. Defeated Peter Pan.
Oh, that's a audio drama thing.
Okay. Finally made peace with his brother Virgil. Survived Devil May Cry 2 and now lived his reboot. Devil May Cry 2 was the best game in the series. I don't know what the fuck's ever talking shit. Contrary to popular belief, is not a virgin. No source is given. Therefore, this is false information.
Oh, you shut up. You know that you can view it as the first.
Yeah, we know that's not true, but you still didn't give sources.
As weakest, Kira person apart. Okay, kill Pluto's dragon by deflecting its own fire back at it. Pluto can hold in reality and potentially seal off the world from the chaos. Split the world.
By the way, these feats are supposed to be in organized in chronological order of occurrence.
All right, we'll move forward.
Of him scaling too, mind me.
Mundus potentially created an entire universe from his energy. Mundus nearly died, threatening to collapse the demon world and realms connected to it. Even after being sealed, Mallet Island was destroyed. Mundus casually made a storm of Mallet Island. Destroyed a skyscraper with a swing of his sword, smacked the demon to an advertised sign enough to cause an explosion, beat Abigail, caused a massive portal that evaporated the clouds. Abigail stayed that power and portal demon kings. Abigail nuked several portions of the city. Abigail struck a skyscraper, killed with Mundus without much effort. Mundus is a literal heart and central nexus of all energy in the fused human demon world. But Mundus' death caused the parallel universe of Dante and Beryl Win a time to fade away and both are sent back to the original universe. With difficulty, defeat a Chen the Cannibal. The mere presence of B-sides is dangerous for reality. The B-sides are known to be able to shape reality. I wish you guys would point out that is, or I wish that would be pointed out to be pure raw power, technically, because Dante just gets power from it, and with that power, he
I
can
mean,
do
we're
it.
literally putting it in an AP section that would tell you that it's being counted for power.
Source. The B-sides cause mass storm to stir. Its weakening is also known to have removed said storm. Defeated Argosax from the process of merging demon world, the human world dimension. Argosax stated to have the form power of all demons as equal to Mundus in power. You better change that right the fuck now, Cyber. I'm gonna find you and beat the shit out of you right now.
2,000-year timestamp, yes.
Hold on. The Japanese version literally shows the despair embodied when it makes this statement.
Yes. So that statement is technically retconned by all the lore in the entire series, and
But this is
that
literally
statement
from the
comes from
history of DMC5.
no. Hang on. That's from History of DMC5, which was not intended for. That's not intended as an actual deep lore dive. There's a direct statement from Mitsuno in a Famitsu article that's actually intended for newer players to the series who are playing DMC5 as their first game. That entire section is intended for newbies. It's not intended to be a deep lore dive. It's also just objectively wrong.
I know you're reading for hours, but you're reading the feats too fast. Honestly, Red Dusk, respect, man, but if you don't know these feats by now, more or less by heart, we have a problem.
I don't think you're going too fast at all. I think the pacing's perfect.
Okay, casually blocking on Power the Savior.
Don't patronize us. We've been here for hours.
Savior should strike our strong subs on the planet. The Savior should scale above Demon Kings, whatever. His Clash of Battle, which was down to model state to shook the Earth and create powerful shockwaves. DM5 now seems to differentiate ground from Earth. After fusing with the Rebellion, the Sword Sparta gained the power to defeat Urizen. Urizen was strong enough to send Dante previously into a month-long coma after fighting for a day. Dante was being healed and amplified by Clipot during his coma. You should have the caveat that Urizen was so strong that Dante was not even a fucking blip on his radar and was just like a fucking fly to him. But, okay.
It depends. If you go with, like, BTN, he notes from the get-go that, like, double trigger is necessary. And we do know Urizen is getting stronger as they fight. I mean, he's literally being pumped full of blood, and they fight for quite a bit.
Very well. Urizen was defeated while further empowered by the Clipot fruit, which created all life in the demon world and empowered Mundus. That's false. The tree created all life in the demon world. The fruit empowered Mundus. Let's get that straight. The fruit is more pointed than the Clipot tree, as is the various demonic power. Growing the tree, gross. The tree spread out across the earth, and according to these 5 outbreak the states, Urizen gained power over the demon world after eating the fruit. Urizen stated to have enough power to shake the world. Oh, yes. Oh, and I know I'm not going to say it. We're just going to move on. Dante's discussion Urizen stated to have shook the earth. Alongside Virgil cut the Clipot tree. Clipot tree was destroying the barrier that cuts off both realms. The Clipot makes the demon world what it is. Since Devil Trigger stated to be able to raise the earth, stronger than Nero pre-Devil Trigger. Nero is crushed out of the Savior, fully grown Devil Bringer. Savior can also kick really hard. Overpowered Burial with the sword. Burial can destroy wooden buildings and an entire small town. Burial also lit an entire mountain on fire. Thrown 2 demons at an archway, destroying it. Defeated Baal, who made a blizzard. Speed. Let's just skip to. Oh, hang on. Pluto, able to tag Pluto and dodge his attacks. Pluto is faster than his Rippers, who can cover every inch of the underworld in less than a day via raw speed, which for some reason does not say infinite speed. Cyber, if you'd be so kind as to elaborate.
Q&A.
All right. Dante can react to a full speed charge of the Rippers. Pluto himself is so fast he can traverse and bypass the time stream, giving the illusion of teleportation naked eye, infinite / immeasurable. Good. In gameplay, skills with the look of teleportation. Is Argosax a statement here? Oh, I'm so excited.
Down below.
Oh, fuck you guys. Can react to an online Argosax teleport, which is described as transcending time and distance, infinite and measurable. Argosax is said to be defined by swift movements and guide state that Dante is meant to be able to react to it. Later blissed Argosax. Fake fucking news.
Oh, shut up.
Reacted a teleport demon called Fury, which performs space-time jumps. Same Devil Trigger is fast enough to leave multiple after images and describes moving at hyperspeed. Travels quickly to save Nero from Urizen.
Yes.
Faster than V was able to easily dodge. Cavalier Anshulo's Lightning Cavalier is able to use lightning from the sky. Scales of Virgil, who has caught several bullets by spinning a sword, dodge gunfire, move fast enough to appear in multiple places when using Judgment Cut End. yes, I agree. In DMC5's Dark Slayer is movement-based, visually depicting after images, whereas before it was instantaneous teleportation. Faster than Nero. Okay. Durability. Alright, this should just scale as AP. Bayonetta, don't care about her feats. Got on the Smash Bros. 4 and annihilated Smash 4's meta. Lies. Mangler just bitches for no
Wait,
reason.
what do you mean don't care about
No,
feats
no,
only?
that's not untrue, unfortunately.
Okay, so
I mean,
Bayonetta counterparts 1 2 in particular say
fucking
the
play.
archive origin Bayonetta and the power singularity definition. Okay, just scales the singularity definition while merged, doesn't scale while unmerged, or if she does scale, she scales in the worst way possible to all of her antagonists except maybe actually even easier. Bayonetta
Don't agree with that, but whatever.
I'd like to remind you of the fact that she cannot kill Queen Sheba weakened by herself. She needed fucking
Queen
Loki to
Sheba?
erase the eyes in order to do that. And
Zim.
3, not Queen Sheba.
Zim. Sim, hold on. Let me make this fast. Severely injures Jubileus, damaging its body continuously. Okay, there's 1. 2,
You want to talk about the
damages
Eagle
Aesir's body. You can note that some of the, his.
Bro, that is the most minor damage of all time. It's like his jewelry
It
got
literally
cuffed.
stated in the guidebook she's able to contend with them.
Is that why she needed to? Is that why she needed his
No,
powers to get
so
null? Alright, let's continue for
what's
now.
stated in the guidebook is that you have to exhaust his health, but that's true for the gameplay regardless. Because in order to beat the boss fight, you have to literally fight the boss.
We
But,
know
like-
she could literally damage him, though. She could destroy his. The thing covering him, right, is formed by his fusion. We know this because his initial, little headpiece was damaged by Balder's spear, yet it is completely reformed and changed into a different shape when he takes on the form of Aesir. When he gets depowered and loses the eyes, you can note that several parts of it are damaged.
Yeah, so she scales in the worst way possible, these characters, because she couldn't do any serious damage to him. And Jubileus was going to literally kill her if you fail to send her to the moon, or to the sun.
Oh, we are not using that because you can literally get that for freaking Lopter while depowered, flying back
To
if he
be
misses.
fair, maybe Lopter has a few more tricks you didn't think about. But the point is she scales terribly into these tiers except for Bayo 3. Good Bayo 3. Good on you.
Continue.
Okay. The power ratings of attacks for various QuickTime, Megaton, Gigaton, and Finton are not accurate to attack actual power. Also, Finton isn't even a real measurement, but we wish it was. Downplaying Bayonetta already. Fuck me. I can't believe you, Cyber.
I mean, blame the freaking game, the thing with Kamiya. At least Infiniton's not real. We know that definitively. They literally say that.
Severely injured Jubileus, even restrained her with hair. Jubileus is durable enough to crash into planets with no injury. Was also thrown to the moon. Clash and see what Jubileus damaged the moon and destroyed several meteors.
Oh, this, by the way, includes some stuff from Bloody Fate.
I see. Baldur, using the power of its statue form, destroyed the moon. Even its incomplete state had enough power to cause universal Armageddon. Upon awakening, it started creating the entire universe. Alright, alongside the special defeated Lopter and Azir, who had the power to the edge of the world. Azir generated dimensions described as being beyond space and time that views the infinite timelines of the multiverse. Creates a vortex that makes a terror streak in the sky, potentially created Misophiline, a limitless realm cut off from time. With the eyes of the world, could rewrite the universe in his image. Should put him on a similar level of power to Prime Jubileus. He can merge the entire multiverse together. False. Prime Jubileus was not going to do that. On Weekend Jubileus was. False. Moving on.
Weekend and Prime were going to do that. Balder explicitly says, prior to even his boss fight, that was his intention with a restored Jubileus having both eyes. So it's something both of them can do.
The problem, I'm not saying Prime can't. I'm just saying that technically the feat in question would go to a weakened one. But defeat an alternate Rosa who could easily destroy cities. Alright. Force Kraken to retreat. Kraken's capable of destroying building cycle. Each RG beta includes capable of sustaining a universe as their death would result in the collapse of the universe. I feel like the Egyptian one kind of disagrees with that a little bit, but I'll continue.
Well, there's actually a reason for that, and that's because Egyptian Bayo isn't the Archive. Egyptian Jean was. She had to become the Archive after Jean died. This is actually pointed out in
It's
the
a role
cutscene.
thing that switches.
Yeah, which also isn't explained at all throughout the games. They're just like Archives are
We do
nothing.
know, though, that Singularity associates it with power and does gain
Yeah,
power.
he associates it with power. I'm just saying it was fucking poorly explained because it's just like Archive, look at him. There you go.
Maybe the Bayo 3 art book has something to say, but it hasn't been fully translated. Because it's a certain person has been very interested. No, never mind. I appreciate this
Whatever.
person.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
United with the chaotic energy of the entire multiverse, with this energy singularity could literally snap away the trinity of realities if it so wished. Further, master control this energy, reaching the point of being like the universe itself, gain control over all dimensions, and could create a Mandela space, which is linked to him.
That's the if you click on that, that's the one that explains a little bit on how freaking what's it called? The phenomena intervention works.
Why is this an AP thing though? Why is this an AP?
Huh?
Why is this an
It- creating the mandala space.
Okay, but there's no description about the Mandela space, is there?
Not really. It's still a creation feat. It's just unquantifiable.
His destabilization reached, yes, the void that encompasses all worlds, like how Earth is enveloped by the universe and destroyed it. His kaiju
That is stated in the art
yeah,
book.
yeah, I've seen it because we've had we had a discussion about this last time Mangler played GoldenEye, or before that one. His kaiju-like form, singularity, chaos, with all the energy of the universes he destroyed, can destroy entire cities. Wow, that energy conversion rate is trash.
Wait. I just now realized something. Where's the information regarding Dante scaling to the demon world?
Nightmare.
It's not in its entire power section. No. Like scaling for the. Like I don't see any mention of the demon world being a multiverse. I don't see anything.
That's
Okay.
going to be in Q&A.
Or the DMC multiverse. Yeah. No,
Q&A.
we're gonna go through that. I'm gonna go through that. It's the Q&A.
I told you the
It's
Q&A
boy.
is huge.
Okay, so
It better be huge.
I'm gonna say this right now. I better see the Q&A addressing Infinite Demon World because I'm seeing Infinite for Paradiso here, and I'm seeing
And
Infinite
it better
for Inferno.
it better address the DMC multiverse as well, specifically having
The
an infinite amount of
DMC
timelines.
multiverse is in there. Dante's just not scaled to it.
Okay, that's shit.
Okay,
That's shit.
hang on. Fallen Captain is who transcends space and time. I don't know if that would fly for most scalers personally, but okay.
Where are you?
I'm on the speed section at the very bottom.
Oh, okay, that was a debatable one. Aesir is weird because Lopter has an argument that the Bayo server proposed to me originally, which was like Lopter shoots Loki in the past. My initial issue with that is it's kind of temporal hacks. Aesir Lopter shifts is soon to physically shift through time. We know that remembrance of time is something both can do, and it kind of works like an archive thing where it's like a moment in the past is recorded. When Lopter blasts Loki in the present while Lopter's in the past, the tidal wave that was behind Lopter shows up in the present as well. Which is kind of weird unless you want to say that the water has a measurable speed.
I would not. This should have a caveat. Is this just in the Q&A at all? Is a potential not there, or is this?
Oh no, because we didn't use that. We used something instead. If you open the Imgur, it's just Aesir's dimension transcending space and time.
Yeah.
Viewpoint.
It's just-
It is specifically Lopter saying that he his in the Japanese version his power transcends space and time, and the song for Aesir is actually titled "Power That Transcends Space and Time."
Do we just accept power transcending space and time now as infinite inaccessible or infinite immeasurable speed now? Because if that's the case,
It was also used for freaking transcend space and time can work at least in context.
All right, Goku, get that upgrade, get that bread, boy.
I was going to say at that point, demonic energy isn't measurable
Hang on, but
because it literally is a better feat.
yes, whatever. Okay, this one right here though, I'm actually disappointed that this was not contended.
Oh, it was contended, but it was included for completion's sake. Are you talking about climax tag?
Yes, because this would be like if I argued Bloody Palace is fair game for DMC.
Well, we actually have statements for Bloody Palace.
Bloody Palace makes V the strongest character in DMC, and I'm glad you asked. I got a 20-minute video talking about it.
I'm gonna
You
know what? I better shut up. I was gonna say something that could get me canceled.
I'm gonna say this right now regarding this speed scaling going on a personal level because the Bayonetta guy's gone, I think, or girl is gone right now, but she might come back and watch this later. I do have an issue with Tag Climax for sure. If you want to argue Aesir, that's a lot better and fine. I think I told Daniel this is much better than Tag Climax. So I'm glad this one's here. This shouldn't be. The voice is
Yeah,
funny.
no, I thought when using Aesir that the statements of transcending space and time would be better than just using Lopter attacking Loki in the present, because that you can argue that's just temporal hacks. They use temporal
Honest,
shifting and
honestly,
the whole records of time.
Yes.
Cyber, your best argument, if you were including stuff from the Bloody Fate movie, was to just use the information I mentioned to you, which is that Balder flat out states verbatim when Bayo asked him, "How did you get the girl?" He says, "I pulled her through a distortion in space time," which means in order to get to a younger Bayo, he directly had to pull her through the flow of space time itself to pull her from the past. So if you have a direct statement of a character who transcends space and time, you now have more information and supporting evidence to provide a proper context for those statements meaning immeasurable speed. If you would argue that, wouldn't have been the best argument, but I would have understood it.
Survive.
This less so.
Survive being inside universes was entirely erased. All right. Survive several attacks from singularity definition. Survive's a strong word. She got
I mean,
smacked
she
around.
does.
She got
I mean,
smacked around
one,
3 times.
she
almost
does
died.
survive several.
I mean,
Wait. Hold up. How is that a durability feat to survive inside being a universe that was entirely erased? I mean, she wasn't, but if you're arguing it was a race, wouldn't that be resistance to existence ratio? Like, you have to.
Some people take it as both.
That
Continue.
that doesn't make sense.
Continue.
All right, we'll continue. Skills
Pretty
Balder, who was unharmed by Gamora. Oh, it's raining. Survive buildings being tossed to him. Survive the same style as Bayonetta. Okay, so skill is multiversal. Basically, word for word. Weakness: Dante is cocky to a fault. He's incredibly overconfident and hedonistic to the point where he barely takes his work as demon hunter seriously, dragging out fights simply for entertainment value, and even letting himself get purposely impelled by demons for just his own pleasure. Due to having grown bored over the years without having any strong demons fight, will purposely drag out fights simply for entertainment value. This has been him in the box quite a few times. I disagree with this cocky to a fault. I think the novels in particular confirm that Dante is not cocky to a fault, as when an actual
varies. I'd say it varies because it seems like he's like different in points in time. 2 Dante era is very much not this, but he's kind of somewhat back to this by at least initially 5. 5's like Visions of V kind of puts it as like he's like this ultimate badass. No demon can touch him. He's kind of back in that mentality to an extent. This mentality was definitely at its worst maybe around 3. At least like maybe the first half of 3.
So
Virgil kicks
So
his
when
ass.
it comes to that, I believe there are some statements in some of the novels that the reason he acts cocky intentionally is to throw off his enemy's behavior. It's specifically intended to be an act to fuck with people's like perception. I mean, granted, he still enjoys doing it, but like you also said, it's not consistent depending on which Dante we're looking at, because 1's novel, 2's novel, 1, 2, basically all the versions of 1, 2 Dante, and technically 4 Dante, while they do mess around, they're pretty serious. I would actually argue 5 Dante is one of the more serious Dantes in the series.
We'll include this one. I think I screwed up.
3 Dante, completely fair.
All right.
It was what was it? Demonic Desire. I missed that. Doppelganger, and Pandora. There we go.
Yeah, but I suspect none of these are actually going to make a difference with the results, but we'll see. Furthermore, while Dante's stamina can recover quickly, he can still get weaker in a fight pressed with equal opponent long enough.
You know that part's true. That is true.
Yes,
Come on.
I don't like the idea of his healing region can be overtaxed, because I feel I do like the quotations here.
I'm not talking about the region overtaxed. I'm talking about the first sentence.
Getting weaker over time. Yeah, that is possible.
He can regain it fast, but the point is that is an actual weakness he has.
However, wouldn't that be more of a case because his opponents can neg his abilities in regen? Because it specifically states that he's still wounded after his fight with Urizen. Or would you just assume that's like a stamina thing?
Wait, who said that?
Well, Dante's still weak after his fight with Urizen, despite the fact that he's still able to fight for the most part, because he will still find Urizen up until the very end. So, I think the reason Dante gets taxed through the stamina has less to do with it being a weakness of taxing him, more just that demons can fuck with his physiology directly. But to be fair, that's not the worst argument, so I will allow it. That's fine. Dante's regen can also be overtaxed his years and knocking him out cold for a month after becoming far too powerful from his continual blood boost. This may also be related to running out of stamina after a long fight with him, as the demon world collapse was considered lethal to him when he was tired and weakened. Formerly,
We already went over that.
Formerly, Dante was once plagued by the death of his mother and friends, with a combination of Virgil's death and the death of an alternative world Trish by his own hands, driving him to depression in DMC2. Dante eventually overcame this dread, his life lying by his companions, and the discovery of Nero, his nephew. If that's depression DMC2, then Dante handles depression better than anyone I've ever seen. In comic fashion, Dante also has horrible luck. His continual loss of gambling has left him in debt over the years to the point where he cannot pay for proper plumbing for his business. Bayonetta.
That is not why he's a horrible businessman.
Well, Bayonetta is undoubtedly one of the most badass women in video game history. She still has a few shortcomings, like a decent personality. Stronger foes.
Dude, your bias is showing.
No, my bias will be showing in about 5 minutes. Wait. Stronger foes usually got she lays out. While she has managed to kick the ever-living shit out of them, have been able to overpower her every now and then, leading to Razor requiring some help from allies to properly finish the job. God, she lays out, bro. Singularity fucking dick slapped her, but okay.
I'm gonna be honest. Like every single time she needed help with every final boss of every single game. Granted, Singularity was probably the best example. Cause
I would even argue she's not even the strongest character in her games. Baldur had her ass in both encounters.
That isn't. Oh, she's literally relative to Baldur most of the time. The only Baldur had time. No, I'm talking about two. The only time that Baldur really has her is towards the end of their third round.
Yeah, when he went serious.
Okay.
Yeah, because he went serious and actually used his full power. Wait, I have a question. You guys didn't state Bayonetta gets stronger through battles or anything. Is that correct?
Oh, her reactive evolution. I'm gonna be frank with you.
Reactive evolution?
So, the Bayo server was arguing that she could scale off of Viola having that.
Oh, well, I disagree with that, but I was just surprised it didn't pop up. That's why I'm asking.
I was going to say I'm going to mention right now that's directly deconfirmed by Camilla in the strategy guide. She confirms that the Bayo that you see during Bayonetta 1 is at her peak. She does not get stronger. Like that is the peak of her power.
These comments on the second blog are making me cringe. The comment section.
A flaw. Oh, you guys have.
Oh no.
A flaw in one of Bayonetta's stronger abilities lies in her Deadly Sin ritual. While it is extremely powerful, allows her to summon up to 2 enhanced demons at once. It is also extremely draining on her. With one ritual alone, leaving her nearly out of breath and bleeding heavily before she performed the second one, and the ritual itself involves her ripping her out her own heart, laying in blood. Touch ritual circle to begin with. So there's a bit of blood loss for her to worry about, even if she can't heal from it. And as powerful as her witch abilities are, if the sorcerer powers anyone watches damage, there's a massive chance she'll be left in the weakened and vulnerable. Potentially giving her foe a chance to finish her off, as Singularity almost did. And if the Umber Watch is destroyed, it's effectively game over. She loses access to most of her abilities to control over any number of demons on the field, which can potentially and has can lead to a fatal end for her. Also, she has a really bad habit of wrecking whatever fancy clothes she's wearing whenever she gets into a fight, in particular usually getting her clothes sliced up suggestively. Though whether that's a good or bad thing depends on the viewer. Cyber, you dirty dog. Before she charged,
I did not write that.
Before she changed it into her Robin Hood attire. Okay, I want to say one thing here. There's a weakness that's missing. I don't like it. Based on what happened to Jean, if you were to knock Bayonetta's soul out of her body, unless she has outside help to help her, Inferno's gonna fucking eat her alive. If her soul gets knocked out, because John should not have died or anything. That's in my opinion a ridiculous assumption.
Didn't we already cover that?
No. We covered Jean specifically. What I'm saying specifically is that if you can knock Bayonetta's soul out of her body the same way Gamora did to Jean, that should be an instant win con, because the freaking actual.
Do you have a link, by the way, to part 2? Or do I need to post it?
I can just scroll up. It's been 4 hours, but I can just scroll up 4 hours of content in like 3 seconds.
I'm gonna warn you. The Q&A is at least another 2.
Jesus.
You're really sure you want to do this?
We're out of here.
It's not nowhere near as long as he's saying. It's only gonna be it's not gonna be that long.
I don't trust him, Mangler.
Bayonetta Cosmology.
I'm seeing the Devil May Cry section, and oh god, getting flashbacks.
After split Paradise and World Chaos Universe came to the beat, the World Chaos for a split becoming a stacked multiverse of infinite parallel universes. Dude, tap out. Kyle. No. And Bayonetta 2 is also revealed that time itself reflects infinitely, being in reference to the infinite timelines universes Asia would oversee from his dimension that existed above them. To which Luca mentions that there are endless possibilities. At minimum, the multiverse has 2,000 universes, and going by numbering system showing the universes in Bayonetta 3, at least 4,886 of them. Let me put this away. I'm tired. Imagine Mangler. Okay, so we won't. We have to go through it. We've already committed. If you guys want to leave, at least leave when the actual like verdicts start. The Will of Chaos further split infinitely is here. At minimum, the multiverse. Okay, the multiverse is supported upon a dimensional bulk called Ginnabuga, the void that encompasses all worlds, like how the earth is developed by the universe. The worlds themselves are like grains of sand, inside which form all the platforms dimensional travelers cross on. The three realities are layered on each other, and they all have different spiritual energy running through them. Paradiso is known to be thousands of times larger than the human realm / world of chaos. Paradiso has its own cosmos. Inferno is comparable to Paradiso, and is possibly Queen Sheba herself. Okay. Higher dimensionality Bayonetta. Oh boy. Bayonetta has two arguments for higher dimensionality. This section will cover both. Okay, we've already covered this one regarding the author's statement. The universe like small ends. Singular showing when it destroys the multiverse. Since there is an infinite multiverse embedded in that space, the argument will be that the only way to be bigger than infinity is for it to be a greater set of infinity, in which case it would be considered a higher dimensional bulk. Yeah, no, I completely disagree. I disagree with this one. However, I heard the argument for it, and it's not the worst argument. The notion of it being a higher dimensional bulk is at least somewhat explored, though the game there flat out says this, is at least a bit more viable than the following argument. We're not going to look over the Matrix. This one is just... no. Bayonetta is assumed by some to be a glass cannon. Guilty. And that her demons are her only power. Guilty. This could be far from the truth. Bayonetta actively shown further empowering her own demons, going toe-to-toe powerful angels and demons by herself, empowered by not Queen Sheba, by Madame Butterfly. She's taking powerful attacks from Lopter, which one-shot her own demons because she's empowered by Madame Butterfly. Bayonetta can also have her soul ripped out when her energy is drained and her Umbran Watch is damaged. Can only have her soul ripped out when her energy? Okay, well I guess John just is chopped liver. I went to bed, y'all still going, the grind? Okay, then thank God. Part 2 goes more in depth with the cosmology stuff. Hello, Umbran Spear. Which one shot her own demons? John was only soul ripped when caught off guard in Bayonetta 2, and Bayo shows that in the very game she can fight off attempts at attacking her soul. Alright. Christ,
I mean, that's true. She fights off resentments. Soul. You can fight off resentment, soul rip, and Alrune.
Alright. But resisting it doesn't mean it can't happen. What's canon for Devil May Cry? What the fuck is wrong with you animals?
Hey, this is necessary. This is meant to address everything in existence. I mean, most arguments.
Okay. Christ almighty.
You know how many people argue that POC is not canon? Of course we need a canon section.
It's the same... well, yeah, POC deserving its own section is fine. But, like, why is, like, the other stuff...
novels are also argued by people to not be canon. Of course it needs a section.
That's actual trash. Alright. It's just on record to canon, nearly all Devil May Cry is part of restructured Devil May Cry timeline. This includes the novels for the games and the 2 manga that exist as well. Alright, we already know this. We already know the 1, 3, 4, and 4, 2 guidebooks. We already know this. Okay, POC. PO Combat is a Devil May Cry Chinese mobile game. The game underway beta phase, which good. The actual game is to be noted canon link here. That's literally all you need, but you know there are fucking animals who argue against it. Alright, supervised by Capcom, so Devil May Cry becomes interspersed between Devil May Cry 1, 3, and 1, therefore is Orthodox sequel. Yeah, all this is true. It's supervising it. Story takes place between Devil May Cry 3 and 1. The game also directly references the manga for Devil May Cry 3 alongside the 3rd game as well. Yep. While the game is not officially translated, there are plans for international release in the future. The game has fan translations available on YouTube and official footage. Alright. For purpose of the blog, statements and footage will be provided with translations given as well. The game has been fan translated. Gacha mobile games have been used for some purposes before, such as the popular Fate Grand Order. Alright. DMC Cosmology. Oh boy. Alright, Mangler, get ready. You're gonna be awake. You're gonna be awake for this one.
No.
The cosmology of Devil May Cry is fairly simple. In the beginning of creation, there was a singular universe called the original primordial chaos. We refer to that as Argosax. Alright, we already know this. The world born of existence, unending darkness. What came out of the spell was the human world referred to. Alright, we already know this. We don't need to get too far into this. The demon was a few statements of being endless. Endless is defined as being or seeming to be without end.
Read the whole thing.
Several statements describe the demon world as a place of endless darkness where the stars can't even be seen. The never-ending statement regarding the Samsara is most likely in regard to the endless loop of nirvanas. It's meant to break. The endless sea scans mention it being an edge between it and the rest of the underworld.
Read the whole thing
The
before
manga
you.
scan. However, it was also translated as follows. DMC does say the demon world is infinite. I would also like to add, so yeah, apparently a scan, which AK specifically does say endless or boundless or eternal. Based on wording, it could mean that the literal perception of darkness is infinite, not the actual volume. The page of 4 says the world was born from darkness, referring to the primordial chaos mentioned in it. Thus, it could potentially be argued either way. Each section will give their take on the verdicts below. 1 second. Just hear me out for a minute.
The Dante verdict says it's infinite. By the way.
No. What I mean is, I just have one simple question regarding the infinite parallel worlds. Can I please see these scans?
You talk about the multiverse. That's explained at another point.
Okay, no, for Bayonetta 3. All right, just want to make sure. Okay, so the Japanese version does say infinite. All right, we can move on. Because I was going to say, if you guys use countless and that for Bayonetta, I'd like to point out that's unfair. Universal and DMC, we already spent like so many hours ranting about the last one. If this should be fine. But for us, because just going versus centric related DMC, most back and forth revolves on thinking Universe and DMC 1. Yeah, it should be fine. Creation, BFR was a terrible argument. DM world collapse. That's fair. Mirror is meant to be mirror world is meant to reflect the human world. Alright, it's fine. Okay, I'm sure this is all fine. We'll look at it more in depth later, but as long as it says it's universal or whatever, it's fine. Void Mundus, alright, should be fine. As long as you guys say it's universal, which I'm assuming this is all arguing for the higher universal scaling at least. So, yes, when this creates a universe, is supported by Precious Tears, IRC. That is true. Argosax being a total fucking Chad. Yeah. One final note makes that the demon world itself does not auto-merge with the human world. This is true. Pluto, alright.
Pluto, I'd actually like you to read.
Okay. Pluto is a rather odd case of a fan theory potentially becoming something more. Back when the first DMC came out, we were given this excerpt. Pluto shall come on the promised day and separate heaven and earth. When black means treachery shall come and stand in Pluto's way. Now, back then, this most likely was a reference to Mundus and Sparta, although notably Pluto is in opposition to Mundus, wanting to merge both realms, whereas still Mundus lived prior to Demon King, the god of evil. Years later, DMC manga had a section regarding the backstory of the universe, though a lot was lost in localization. During the birth of the earth and the heavens, in the instability that followed, countless times pandemonium spilled across that border. At one time, one could easily return to this heaven. The great rents were torn on the earth. The million humans could do nothing, and whenever the wrath of heaven poured down on them, many lives were lost. Heaven is referred to as another word for the demon world, yes. It reveals the lore regarding an unknown demon god, usually mistaken as Sparta, given due to the mistranslations. Now, Scan states that there was a law of pandemonium. Let me finish. Now, Scan states there was a law of pandemonium and chaos spilling between the border of human and demon world, and that the earth was torn apart with great rents whenever the wrath of heaven poured down upon them, resulting in many lives being lost. Many DMC fans believe that this page is talking about Mundus' invasion of the human world, but is it? Right, Mingley, you want to say something before I continue?
I was going to say it's not really accurate to call anything a mistranslation here when this information is being presented from the perspective of the Demon Disciple clan. So these are people who are
actually has mistranslations in
No. Well, first off, you can't actually objectively prove a mistranslation without the Japanese language works. But aside from that,
you actually can. So
you can't really say that. No, you can't, because in the case of the translations, you can translate these texts even from the raw directly, like 3 or 4 different ways.
No, that's not what
between
I'm
like one version of Japanese.
The English version of the DMC3 manga has words added in where even if you take a whole sentence or pieces, I'm referring to like Dante's personality. Dante's given curse words.
Yes, yes, because that's what a localization is intended to do. It's supposed to add content.
Boys, if we're going to have a discussion on localization, save it for another day.
That's not my point, though. I was referring to the Demon Disciple clan. So the misunderstanding here is that this information is coming from the Demon Disciple clan, who is explaining their perspective at the time of like the 2,000-year time skip, which is why words like heaven exist, because they literally interpret the demon world to be, heaven. So it wouldn't be inaccurate for them to assume it was Sparta or write down the text that is Sparta because that's what they're interpreting it to be. But there wouldn't really be a mistranslation.
Right.
It would just be the Demon Disciple Clan misunderstanding their own reality.
All right, Mangler, just swallow the pill for now. We'll just move on. Notice the fact the scan specifies the events took place during the birth of heaven and earth. Let's revisit the prologue and introduction of the MC3 manga. We already know this phrase. And thus we arrive on the conclusion that it's not talking about the invasion of Moonus by Moonus' armies. This tale is in fact spanning on what was stated by a narrator in the prologue of the manga, narrating what happened at the birth of both worlds, earth and heavens, before the human world and demon world were separated. The official take has Arkham narrate that the demon god struck the earth with a giant spear, so heaven and earth would never again be split apart. But this is actually supposed to read, so heaven and earth would never again be torn apart. During one of the many times the heavens and earth were consumed with chaos, the Blackhorn demon god appeared. He struck the world with a giant spear to ensure that they would never again be torn apart. One lit turned upside down to the worlds. Using Chicago style, good. In other words, it was merely a way of saying he separated the worlds so that they would never again be devastated by how chaotic their contrast was. One was a world of light, the other was a world of darkness. These two wildly different realms existed within the same dimension / universe, led to pandemonium on both sides, so demon gods separated them and wanted to bring order to both realms. Okay, that's fair. This led to fan theories that this demon god was in fact Pluto, name mentioned in DMC1, and the very same god of evil that Moonus killed. You can read more details about the original theory here. Flash forward a few years later, Peak of Combat launched and Pluto is revealed as a demon king within the game. Pluto and Peak of Combat is hyped as being born in the abyss of evil. Underneath the cover of the mask is a source of human decay. Pluto is the one born out of the abominable abyss. Pluto is an ancient demon king who wields the abyssal spear which controls space and time. His goal in the game is to free demon kings that Sparta sealed away and pretend to be a human to manipulate Dante to get his blood. Pluto is designed to take inspiration from the design of the demon god shown on the page in Arkham's Tale. That is true, I did notice that. Now, in regards to the actual display he is often credited for by fans, the sequence of events are left a bit vague. Okay, this is the light became. Primordial chaos gave birth to the demon world, the realm of darkness. A ray of light was birthed from the demon world and became the human world. The existence of both the human and demon world merged together, caused stability, and pandemonium chaos spilled. Pluto separated the realms. Mundus killed his demon king, took power, and decided to invade the human world and merge with the demon world, and darkness started consuming the light. Sparta sided with humanity and defeated Mundus, and then sealed the demon world to stabilize the human world and prevent further invasions. According to more recent lore introduced by Peak of Combat, we learned that the light had split the world in half. The legend material needed to forge on the weapons. Until the first light split the world in half, such stones were nowhere to be found. So while Pluto might have contributed to the separation, most of the credits given to the ray of light first lights and current unknowns are the fact that Pluto is alive and the prior demon king was known to have been killed. In general, the argument is very theory heavy, which makes sense regarding Pluto's origin. No particular view regarding the matter is objective, and in time, Peak of Combat 2.0 may reveal more regarding Pluto's history and motivations.
The verdicts take a. There's a little thing right before the verdict that kind of gives a final take on Pluto.
All right. In the second novel, Chambi says, "What?"
This is the part Mangler has issues with.
Okay. In the second
Just
novel,
later down.
a human called Chen was revealed to have cloned Sparta from a DNA sample. Chen was connected with the beast edge, was able to perceive the beginning and end of Dante's universe and see beyond that, viewing beyond all dimensions of time itself. When this occurs, Chen becomes empowered, releasing a powerful energy that emits his want for power and knowledge. As Chen makes his wish, he is knowingly flowed with energy and states he is becoming a god. The narration stated that he has become Dante's superior, and Chen claims he now has infinite knowledge. He uses power for energy attacks and the knowledge to make weapons, which is a true copy of the Sword of Sparta. The argument here is to say Chen gained multiversal power via this process. The issue lies in the above having mistranslations. Chen does not actually emit a want for power. He views knowledge as power. He even notes that strength is overrated. While he does become power after eating the statue, there is no provable quantification beyond becoming Dante's equal, and it's never stated that this power boosted John from alternate universes in the correct translation. Even if he did draw in universes, they're doing team drawing power from any universes and drawing the power of those universes. There's just no way to quantify that or say it's equal to the energy affecting all those universes. Actually, I disagree with this a little bit. So, Chen views knowledge as power, which means that his power should reflect his level of knowledge, which in other words would mean
The
that
issue here is
multiversal.
that I actually was on board with how exactly Mangler described it in DMs. But, so, one of our members checked the raw, so there's there's a translation, right, that mentions that Dante also sensed, I can't remember the exact wording, but the English version, that he also sensed like a want for power, like a lust for
Yes,
power.
an unfathomable desire for lust, lust for power
that
and
does not
knowledge.
seem to be present whatsoever.
So what it says in the raw is only greed and unfathomable desire swirl around to the point of purity. So it doesn't actually deconfirm that. it still says he's swimming with an unfathomable desire. So no, that's wrong. And technically, this is
It
the
doesn't
official
specify
translation.
power is the issue.
But it
All right,
doesn't
all
it
right,
doesn't
all right, boys.
it doesn't matter.
All right,
This is the
all right,
official
boys.
translation.
All right, boys.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you throwing out official works
okay.
by people
All right,
versus
all
a
right.
fan
Listen,
translation.
boys,
This
boys.
is not
Well,
acceptable.
let's agree to
boys,
disagree.
boys,
There's no point in the
boys,
discussion.
We have our opinions on it. We can give our opinions. We're just trying to understand their logic. Easy,
Well-
simmer down, boy. We can deal with this later.
There's, if it's going
completely.
down to the mistranslation thing, we had this conversation like
Yeah,
2 years ago.
let's focus. We're
No,
almost there, boys. We're
this
4
is-
hours in.
This is separate. This is separate from something else I wanted to mention, which is that like I noticed that you didn't mention that there's technically an infinite number of timelines because for every demon we have confirmation that each of them have futures. And we have direct statements that there's an infinite number of them.
I believe somewhere it might have been in Cosmology that said. Actually, hold on.
All right.
Yeah, it says there's countless, but that's actually incorrect.
Oh, that should be infinite, or technically beyond infinite, because we have statement for infinite demons.
Yeah, we have
Fair.
multiple statements for infinite demons.
All right. So while they're
It
checking
was
that,
accepted regardless. Like similar to Bayo.
all right.
It's
Nightmares.
just that the thing is he doesn't scale.
Hey,
But
Wait,
on the
wait,
blog,
wait. He doesn't scale, but the beast heads have power over them. Whatever, not the time.
they literally go
Later.
beyond the
Hang
time
on,
dimensions.
later. All right, so okay, well, I disagree with that, but later. Nightmares consists of
beast
state
heads
view.
can access. Hold on. I get if the beast heads can access the multiverse, they don't scale
Cyber.
one to one with the multiverse
beast
right off
heads.
the bat.
The beast heads can give you the power to warp reality as you see fit. That would include the infinite timelines of every single demon, because it would perceive the time. And I don't mean the multiverse. Just every demon has their own separate timeline, and there's like technically more than an infinite number of them. Because Mundus had an infinite fucking army, and fucking Argosax had to have an infinite fucking army. So fuck what infinite means.
Yeah, we're not having this conversation.
Yeah,
Continue.
not today. Nightmares consistently stated to be able to destroy the demon world, which is a universe. All right. Wait. Do you guys not talk about the separate space times of the Samsara, or is that not mentioned here?
Do you not remember how space times work for G1? It doesn't matter.
Oh, thank you. Moonaceder made a
Oh,
universe
yeah.
/ sent Dante to inner space in the demon world, and after his defeat, they stabilized the threat and destroyed the demon world, including the alternate dimension of the mirror world. Void Moon is the center of ultimate energy of the fused demon world, parallel universe, and Dante survives detonation. After killing him, his death is implied to erase the alternate universe. Argosax is in a sealed state, having his energy leak via a ritual merges with the demon world and human world. Alright, true. Pluto is a theoretical entity that was seemingly canonized by Pika Combat. There is some level of debate as to how much the same contributed to the original universe split, given Pika Combat's statement on the first light. Shin wish for all knowledge of the multiverse, not the power of it. Alright, so this one right here, good summary, but obviously disagreements. Kamiya. Tweets from Kamiya aren't being used to scale Dante. We're sticking to that rule for all cases. Alright. It constitutes taking to be valid. Wait. Does that mean so you guys use Kamiya for
Read the
Bayonetta?
whole thing.
All right.
Read the whole thing. It might interest you on the wording.
Tweets from Kamiya aren't being used to scale Dante, and we will be sticking to those. That said, it would be prudent to address two specific cases. Kamiya was once asked if the demon world collapsed from Mundus deleted in a tweet. He replied that it didn't collapse, which is contradicted by the game, but not contradicted by lore. The DMC1 English game guide, which he also gave input on, Japanese game guide, purchased Tears, the DMC4 game guide years later. Kamiya himself has no more authority on the games, as even said in the past words on Twitter, no longer applies this enormous DMC. The DMC4 guide statement came out as well after Kamiya left the DMC staff, which was consistent on narrative intent of the statements in the game itself. Alright. If Kamiya's T is taken to be valid, this would make the second valid the responses affirming the moon space was creation. Since all of these are Twitter responses, neither will be used for the blog itself. Alright.
EDLR, if someone tries to use the statement that it didn't collapse from Kamiya, then that would also validate his statements of creation. For the purposes of the blog, it was just agreed not to use any tweet statements, period.
So I believe in that case, someone specifically had asked if the entire underworld had been destroyed, which Kamiya was like, it didn't.
I actually have it here.
Yeah, they were asking if the entire underworld destroyed. Hang on.
If it'll load, and he says it wasn't.
So before I continue, this is completely off topic, but I'm just telling this to Kyle so he knows my pain just a little bit. So, Kyle, the new Rao got added to the game, and his secret technique is stated that he then unleashes a barrage of infinite punches, beating up his opponent beyond recognition. It only has 20 hits in the game. Why is life pain? Alright, going on. You guys don't care about that. Ray of Light argument. This one's kind of weird. An argument currently out there for DMC characters having higher dimensional powers at the human world light. I don't care about this. This is trash. Higher dimensional DMC. What?
Hold up. I wanted to read this actually.
All right.
Because
I didn't write that, by the way.
No.
At least I didn't write the second half.
Well, okay. So maybe
basically, the getting gap argument from Bayo 3. Well, actually, this is actually the opposite because they technically took this logic from DMCs. But basically, the statement of the first light cutting the original universe in half and the world being infinite open interpretation is a simpler issue. There's no statement for the size of the ray light, but we know one, it was large enough to bisect the original universe, and light, and then became which half the original. So there's no reason. For this reason, it's no reason to assume it's infinitesimal in size of the Dean world. So
before you say anything,
two
that thing comes from the Chaos Boundary Stone thing that
yeah. But there's two things wrong with this. So one, you can split something into two sections, and that doesn't have anything to do with the size of one versus another. I can split two pies apart from one another, one of which is finite in size, and one of which is infinite in size. I can separate them at a boundary, and that doesn't make one infinitesimally larger or smaller than the other one. It has nothing to do with their size. And two, this was actually already done before in the DMC canon, in 2's alternate novel, because the human world was actually physically fused into the demon world directly. So, yeah, the human
like I
world.
said, I didn't write the second part. Continue.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, so the soul, 9-dimensional path. Dimension in the sense of geometrical dimension, dimension in the sense of alternate world are actually different words in Chinese. The actual character used here refers to geometrical dimensions. In PA combat, we were told the souls of all beings are both 9-dimensional forms, and they originate from a higher dimension beyond the Eightfold Path. The Eightfold Path is a reference to the Buddhist practices leading to liberation from the samsara. Yep. The Eightfold Path, according to Buddhism, is the key for a person to ascend from the state of dukkha, which is a cycle of life and death, to the state of nirvana. The demon world's multiple realms known as nirvana. The mention of the Eightfold Path is very intentional here, as the demon world in DMC3 is built upon Buddhist concepts. Specifically, the nirvana are actually hells, and the circle that represents a metaphor for the samsara going back to the Eightfold Path. We are told demons originate from the primordial chaos that existed before the creation was split, and the names are part of the souls that precede the demon world. From the moment of birth, the basic principles that precede the even creation of the demon world itself. Demon creatures that have existence before creation of the human world spawn of the prior primordial chaos that precede reality and formed by the demon world. All but the weakest demons not code they lose. Now the word used to refer to primordial chaos here is that, which refers to a primordial chaos in Chinese myth, the world before heaven and earth were separated. This similar demon world, human world is described, as during the birth of earth and heavens, in the instability that followed, countless times penitents spilled across the border. Now, demon world does have some statements of souls going there after death, be saying returning to the underworld, demons he's about to kill, human souls going to hell after the demon world, demons managing their souls to escape. Despite the state that the chaos itself is essentially gone, nearly gone, chaos boundary stone. Until first hospital, they are full power of the original chaos, but they are now becoming increasingly rare. Regardless of if the higher dimensional debate from where souls originate is the chaos or the demon world, it's debatable if many of the feats required in the demon world directly affect all spatial dimensions present in DMC, or if they're only affecting the lower dimensional portions. Nightmare's feat, for example, seems to suggest lifting the sense of a 3D space, which could suggest it's only lifting the 3D structure. However, the word used for structure can also mean like general composition, implying Nightmare's lifting the thing that fundamentally makes it the demon world, which could include any possible higher dimensions. The overall story of comment never really touches upon dimensional statement, with it being mainly given via the game's many lore dumps via menu screen. Pluto's argument for displaying chaos, as mentioned earlier, is incomplete due to the theoretical origin and potential conflicting information for combat. To close out, while a dimensional statement is not a simple one-off reference, the implementation of scaling for the information provides is unclear in its objectivity. The different members have different opinions on it. View on it will be addressed in team verdicts. Okay. I would like to point out one thing specifically. The actual statement is that the soul is a fundamental 9th-dimensional object.
And everyone's fine with souls being higher dimensional.
Well, the reason I
AP.
point this out is because Cyber, as I'm sure you're well aware, even the most basic of demons in DMC3 can directly interact with, grab, and even call upon souls and attack them directly.
I did bring that up. There was never really. I don't think it went anywhere.
Yeah, well,
and all demonic energy in the demon world can do that as well.
So I can respect not being fully on board because potential lack of information. Although I think I've seen not on G1 specifically, but I think I have seen less accepted for other verses. That's fine. I don't know about G1 specifically.
G1 wise? Dimensional tiering?
Dimensional tiering, yes. However, because I would argue Bayonetta has less information. It just has one statement, and you guys go off, not you
I
specifically,
mean, if
but
you
like,
read the part, it wasn't accepted either. Gina Gap would
yeah.
just
That's what I'm saying.
sting
G1 blog specifically, I don't know about, but I'll just say for people who might disagree with that, that's been accepted. Less information has been accepted for other verses.
continue.
Yamato's anti-feats. God, it's so long, Cyber.
Just asked to make it a thesis.
Say, was there any mention of the fact that the demon world is the darkness that is the primordial chaos is literally stated to become the demon world?
No.
3's manga. And that's also corroborated by the Clive-Off, which is stated to make the demon world what it is.
Clive stuff was something we just didn't have time to really touch. If you want me to,
I know. Nobody likes a tree. Nobody
Now
likes a
it's
tree.
anti-feats.
Okay. Well,
This is not saying that it actually has anti-feats. This is addressing the stupid argument of it not being able to cut the rocket launcher.
Okay.
Um,
So then we'll
Dante's
just,
weakness.
I don't know.
TDO.
I don't know, Cyber. That rocket launcher is pretty durable.
last.
I bring up that Kalita Ann might have some special properties, so that's not the main argument.
All right.
So TDLR for weaknesses, the first one is mentioning that in DMC4's novel, he doesn't really actively basically the whole quote with the savored laser. It's he never really cares about being injured. I'd also do to bring up that he's been impaled in the heart several times, and in the Japanese one guide explicitly says hitting him in the heart would not kill him. Basically debunking. There's an argument that the Neo generator from DMC3 means that he has no soul resistance. So debunk for that. And that's pretty much it.
All right.
For weaknesses, if you go down to
bastards.
the image for verdicts, it starts off with addressing the last part on Pluto.
In regard to Pluto, closing thoughts are the following. Given the retcon narrative change about the concept of Pluto's prophecy in the Malayan Library and the revised manga translations, Pluto likely did have some input displaying the realms. The Pico comment statement regarding the first light throws a wrench in how much it can be claimed he was the sole party responsible. However, Pico combat itself has yet to add any further context besides canonizing Pluto. The barrier dividing the realms he is responsible for, though, is likely universal or higher, but the actual split needs more context. As such, in its limited moment, will likely be clarified in the future. Some blog members are attributing the entirety to Pluto. Consensus-wise, both verdicts are taking neutral approaches as stated above. All right, so, good God. Let's go. Team Dante. So, just to be clear here for a minute, are these verdicts split up under the idea of what you would have to believe to accept who wins in this category?
Kinda. It's what the team compromised together for what was accepted. Some people have different views on different things. It's not like individual votes anymore.
So basically, you guys decided on the idea of simply, it seems it will split 7-7 with Cyber going for both Team Dante and Bayonetta. Real nice fencing there. All right, so I think at this point for you boys, since we'll just be going over verdicts, Mango, at least for you, I don't think you need to be here for this part specifically unless you want to hear what they have to say.
I'll hear what they have to say.
All right.
I'm already here. We're on the last page.
Okay. Let us. Well, okay. Do we want to go over Dante's win cons? Because we already think Dante wins. So do we just go to Bayonetta's win cons then? I think we can just save time by just going to Bayonetta, right?
I mean, if you want me to TDLR stuff, we literally say Mundus' space is an infinite space, and that there's stuff to potentially support infinite-sized demon world. We mention the feats, we get. I don't know if you recall the little debunk, quote unquote, from Nero, Boy saying that it has an edge. We argue against the edge. There's we take the stance that 9D is legitimate in the aspect that the cosmology goes that high. It's just debatable on whether he can scale. The whole issue on lifting, specifically the Chinese characters used, is debatable for Nightmare whether it means from a lifting an actual lower dimensional sense on a 3D scale or if it means higher. Speed, he's given a measurable. Bayonetta is just given scaling to destroying the her multiverse.
Wait a minute. You guys didn't include the fruit arbitrarily creating everything.
Did you not hear what I said? That there was no time for the tree.
Yeah, they didn't like the tree.
Okay, fair enough.
was-
So
it was-
clearly there were some
It was not
battlefields here.
cool enough.
Yeah, okay, so I will say it's a lot better than the last blog, especially G1 blog seasons later. Great job, and Cyber as well. You know, you guys did a much better job this time around, a lot more fair, I would say. But you guys are missing a few arguments on Dante's end. I'm sure Bayonetta fans will say something likewise, but, you know, as long as we're all missing stuff, that's okay.
Well, the only things I wanted to write down were, what was it? Fuck, it was Pandora.
The stuff you wanted to write down was the only stuff you wanted to write down. I got it.
Okay, so
Desire.
advantages.
Uh.
Oh, go on.
Was it Doppelganger? Is that what it's called again? I'm like half asleep right now,
That's fine, man. Because I know it's already about to be like 1:30 where you're at, because, you know, it's supposed to be
and I
1:30.
can't even remember what the fourth thing was. I remember there was a fourth thing that got brought up. It wasn't Chen. It was before that.
Okay. Let's take a look at advantages. Book of Demons locks Bayo summons out of the fight, can take their souls and restore itself from damage. Yamato Shard and Abyssal Spear can wound Bayo despite her durability advantage. Fallen Priest can one-shot Bayonetta. Banshee makes it impossible for Bayonetta to kill Dante. Name hacks can power null Bayonetta or demons, which the book will opt to do. Bayo does not fully resist Dante's sewing options. Resist several witch time stacks and fight equally with it. Can counter Bayonetta's BFR. Heat-based weapons surpass Bayonetta's resistances. Hot is a pixel lover. Weaker and less durable. Likely does not resist all witch time stacks. Slash number clock tower. Loses the edge if the book is somehow removed. Sells his devil warrants because he's poor. Alright, Team Bayonetta. Let's go on this.
Well, hold up. Likely does not resist all witch time stacks.
So it's like, I'm assuming it's like, not like resist the stacks plus Umbral Clock. Like if you were to buy that document, like that she has like stacks equivalently to every.
Easily.
That's
So
okay. Go ahead.
technically in DMC, but you just want me to mention it when we get to Bayo section?
Yes, let's try and get through some of Bayo's section because
Okay.
it's a lot shorter than Dante's. Okay. Focusing on direct feats for now. For both Dante and Bayonetta are packing impressive physicality. For speed, Dante can destroy hundreds of thousands of raindrops. Guys, let it go. We get it. The raindrops came in. Can you stop with this?
It was a cool feat in 2005,
And-
but like
And on the high end, can travel interstellar distances, battle Mundus, a feat worthy many times speed of light. Bayonetta herself and Queen Sheba can punch Jubileus the Sun in a very short time frame, similar to the massive faster and light speeds. I would argue that scale Bayonetta, but alright. As for raw strength, Bayonetta herself is capable of throwing large satellites with just her damn legs. Dante can. God, what is with these baseline feats? We all know what we're here for, fellas.
That's how they normally are structured.
Guys, you guys have two parts of this. You can skip the foreplay.
I mean, if you read the actual comments on this blog at the bottom, it seems even a more safe approach got people pissed off.
Are you serious? I'll take a look at this as well. If people are mad about this blog and like they're like fucking just like basic shit, being like my character didn't win or my character this and this, and they don't give reasons, they can.
People saying that we wanked Devil May Cry to the point of turning
Really?
Dante into
Jesus Christ.
monster.
Well, this reason the max potential lies in scaling the Cosmology versus Dante DMC. The Demon world established in lore to have been half of the original universe alongside the human world before it was split apart, meaning size at least half the universe. However, it's currently still be comparable size in the human world. Originally just portrayed. This is noteworthy as Dante deals Nightmare in DMC 2, defeats Nightmare in DMC 2. Impressive. Who is stated to be able to who's stated to be capable of destroying the demon world's very existence, alongside being capable of lifting its structure. Mangler, bro, I love DMC 2, but I've never seen Nightmare in DMC 2, bro.
Yeah,
Where's that secret boss at,
I
bro?
played it so
Sign
many
me
times.
off.
I've never seen Nightmare there either.
Alright.
Whatever.
Alright, similarly, Dante ends up being Mundus in the first game. His defeat was collapsing both Demon World and the Mirror World, a parallel universe, all three feats.
Hey, I gotta tap out. I'm like dead.
That's fine, mate. We're just the Berg now, so you can go. You've done a great job, Cyber. You have yourself a nice night. He's already tapped out. Oh, man.
I wish I could tap out, but I physically can't.
All three feats, and statements are pretty solid addition, support low form, universal. To address some stuff where statements do be an infinite size, a lot of these statements aren't reliable, endless / unending when referring to a location or generally is usually a figure of speech. Fuck, man. Always with DMC, but not God of War and Bayonetta. Fuck me.
You know, if they can prove that infinite is being used as a noun and not as a supporting like descriptor, that's fine.
Well, the problem is that like
That's fine.
no, the statement there is the issue. Actually, wait. The demon world can house an infinite number of demons. It has to be infinite in size.
No, see, that's the thing. This blog already conceded to that logic for the Doomslayer versus Master Chief. They literally conceded to that because they linked to the Doom wiki and had that listed. That if they house an infinite number of demons, so yeah, they already conceded to that.
All right, yeah. So then this is ridiculous. To address some stuff, or at least demon world not being infinite, the rest is fine. To address some stuff, well, there are statements of demon world being infinite size. Okay. Similarly, well, terminology used for soul statements mentions geometric dimensions regarding 9D PA combat. Never goes to any length to explain how these dimensions work. Nor are they ever shown to be stated to be qualitatively superior to the prior. For context needed for this, this is because
this is wrong.
This is because of the fact that almost everything is based on souls for the most part. So, wouldn't have that statement because everyone can touch a fucking soul.
So this is also objectively wrong because it's stated to return to the higher dimension, and the demon world is always shown to have a relationship of superiority to the human world. Always.
Speed-wise?
It literally threatens to absorb it the moment it touches it.
Speed-wise, fight the Ripper, traverse each steam less than a day, worked over 60 zeros, and more precisely defeats Pluto, who can bypass time axis through raw speed, which would qualify for speed. With these insane cosmic stats, you might ask how Bayonetta can stack up against simple. Strays was capable of defeating Jubileus, who while awakened planned to right Trinity realities. Bayonetta herself has gotten much stronger since then. Bayonetta 3, that's actually false. Mangler confirmed that was false earlier. Fawn defeated Singularity, which threatened to stabilize the entire Cosmology and killing Guinea. How impressive are these? Okay, well, let me just explain something for the record. Full power Jubilee is still stronger. One of the Bayonetta's main settings is the World Chaos, which is basically a large macrocosm housing 1,000 parallel universes / worlds. The original Japanese wrote from Bayonetta 3. Alright. Around stable down times larger than our large militaries and its compound part. As far as speed goes, Bayonetta keep up with the Car Rennick, which can cross all parity show a single day. Okay, again, Bayonetta being strong enough to affect large majority, if not the entire vast cosmology, putting out multiversal, most likely more likely multiversal plus. What the hell does that even mean? Unless it means 5D. Okay, Irenic can potentially be infinite speed. Compared to speed is rather interesting, but Ripper's quantitative feats far outclass Irenic's. Pluto bypassing the time axis and Irenic's high-end speed feats are fairly solid. Given Dante and Bayonetta respectively can react to each other. This means they scale the beings capable of reaching speed beyond numbers and have gotten stronger since then. While one can argue how much they are currently upscale from set feeds and who has a greater scaling chain, it's likely they're going to be in the relative in this field. However, strength, durability, composition is anything but similar. Comparing to cosmic scaling, Bayonetta is 1,000 times stronger than Dante, using the minimum size of the Trinity of Realities, and is likely stronger to an infinite degree that Dante can hope to keep up with. While the overall scope of DMC's cosmology may be grander due to the housing 9 spatial dimensions, Dante's scaling that is rather dubious and unfounded. Okay, I have to make this as clear as fucking possible because Cyber also kind of said they didn't think it. The basic souls, dude. We're not talking like the cosmology. The basic souls are 9D. If you believe the 9D is viable for an argument of higher dimensionality, but you argue Dante doesn't scale to it, you are objectively being disingenuous. Unless you're going to now argue that all demons can interact with souls when they directly are stated to. Personal opinion.
You also have a problem in that the demon world is directly able to take souls and transform them into demons just by touching them. And the demon world's entire environment and its structure is layered in demonic energy, something that fills the bodies of every single demon in the demon world, and they use for all of their attacks and their powers. So you now have to argue that they don't scale to an energy source that can perform all these feats that they have in their bodies and they use for all their attacks and they use to sustain their bodies.
So,
which is retarded.
My issue with this specifically is we didn't go over Dante's section completely, but I will say again, I did mention the Cyber, so he already knows about this, but again, you can't argue that they don't scale to 9D if you believe 9D, bro. The souls are literally basic shit demons interact with. Alright, arsenal abilities, Dante's hacks, resistance.
All time, but I don't know how the fuck he's missed this for a third time. If you can destroy souls in DMC, you're fucking 9D. I'm sorry, versus weird.
If it's a 9D construct and you're able to mess with it, you 9D. That's it. There's no way around it.
This one is
stop the coping.
This one is very silly. If you believe it, it's fair game. Okay, resistances to all Dante's abilities. Okay, let's see. Book of Demons. Destroying the book is her resistance / counter. You have to prove she can destroy it. We don't even know where the book is. That one's very dubious. Book Demon Soul removal. Yes. Limit demon summoning. Demons has minor resistance, though probably can't resist all aspects. So they already kind of concede that Dante's resistances are better, or Dante's like attack would be better here. Name removal, non-character for Dante to use, possibly way to counter via left eye, but that's only hypothetical. A lot of the shit is non-character for characters to use. When we do a versus matchup, we kind of, I mean, I guess they argue more in character. Time hacks resistances via showing with witch time. Wrong.
Okay, so
she can't.
I'm gonna mention this now.
All right.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, she can't resist light speed.
Well, so I'm going to mention this right now. So the argument that Bayonetta has like higher amounts of time hacks is objectively wrong. So the most that you can put her at is like 2 in base, maybe 3 if you're wanking the Jean situation, but 2 conclusively what you can prove, and then like 3 with like climax braces.
Okay.
So every time a demon in DMC increases its demonic power, it also increases all of its stats and its abilities. So if Dante is able to get the power of Garion, he already has bare minimum 2 layers of time hacks. He's able to get a ability called the Chrono Heart and things like that later that can time hacks demons that can resist that. But technically, even from the point in DMC3, after he gets Garion's abilities, I can literally just argue every consecutive version of Dante has 1 layer of hacks higher. But even if we don't want to take that argument, Garion in DMC5 can stack his demons when it's already layered to begin with. So no, her time hacks would not work on him.
All right.
And he, like,
okay. Regarding resistances via showing witch time, I do remember that he mentioned resisting Azir's witch time, but she doesn't resist Baldur's in that game or the previous game, so there's definitely an issue there on that resistance. Soul Ceiling, Infernal Kiss plus scaling the Jean, possibly scaling from Greed. Demons can bring singularities, seals. Okay.
Dante has multiple layers of soul manipulation, so this means nothing.
Fear hacks, unaffected by Queen Butterfly and Fury. Regarding unaffected by Fury, does that not offer any gameplay ramifications? I don't know specifically, but if it does, I don't think we really affect it. Unaffected by Queen Butterfly, I'm still a little dubious on that one. Also, resist fear hacks, though. However, we have to mention one extra detail. Dante's fear hacks is better than theirs, because Dante's fear hacks works on beings who cannot feel fear or anything, and also inanimate objects. This is a little disingenuous here. Dante has a stronger level of fear hacks.
This is also kind of crap when about it, because like not this research, just this research. I mean, like this point in general is pretty bad, because even in DMC2's novel, it establishes like greater order demons that can resist like higher levels of fear hacks. As soon as they get towards higher amounts of demonic energy, they get fear hacks immediately. They're immediately affected by the effects of demonic energy, despite the fact that it runs through their body and they have consistent resistances to it. The Hell Vanguard, the literal fodder Hell Vanguard, can fear hacks other demons in the demon world.
Oh, that's right, they fear him.
So yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes, they can. In fact, every single one of those weapons from POC has like enhanced fear manipulation, because they can put fear into the hearts of demons.
Yeah.
So no, she would immediately get affected by that.
So she has no scalings of the layered level Dante has. Existence Erasure, resist can survive Existence Erasure clouds, potentially not parts of it. Poly can block it with butterflies. Okay. Soul Destruction killing.
I want to be clear about that. We also have layered versions of Existence Erasure as well, because technically anytime a demon destroys a soul, they're destroying their mind, memory, and informational basis as well. And then you have things like the Fallen Priest, which can also wipe everything from existence. And Dante and Virgil can not only resist that, but also have better versions of it and can use that ability on higher order demons like Beowulf.
All right.
And technically, Void Mundus can also erase Dante's bullets from existence, and then a stronger Dante literally is unable to have his abilities erased from existence.
Resisting.
So yeah, no, he would have higher forms.
Can fight off running soul attacks. Lose all energy, can be affected. Before someone says the existence ratio doesn't affect information, or does affect information, Singularity directly had Bayonetta's information inside of her before he discarded it.
Hang on. So you know how Cyber said that Bayonetta gets time resistance from 2?
Yeah.
Isn't there a time when Boulder and her are fighting?
Yeah.
He literally stops time, takes her bullet, puts it behind her.
No, that's why I'm saying there's evidence that she doesn't resist it in the game. Granted, it's fine. Soul Destruction, resist, can fight off Alruni's soul attacks. It loses all energy. If loses all energy, can be affected. Again, I'd argue DMC affects solo more vastly, but we're fine here on this one, I think.
Yeah,
Just
higher levels.
Okay. Phase demon control countered by demon slave. Fine. Any magic bullets.
Well, that's not true because phase abilities technically involve like resistance negation, so that's not actually correct because her ability to shoot from attack from the void nullifies all defenses completely.
Okay. Then never.
That's not just void manipulation. That's resistance negation.
Okay, so then I guess that wouldn't work. Anti-magic bullets, which time to evade, skills to Jean who resisted anti-magic fields. Jean resists them, but her powers are limited regardless, so that's not entirely fair. Curses via acquire, resist, able to use Alruni without going insane. Skills to Jean resisting Karen's curse. Multiversal precall can now match overturning phenomena affirmation.
So can Dante. That means
Morning
nothing.
Banshee regen, destroy book. Again, you have to prove she
No.
can do that. Also, alright, so magic absorption, items can restore magic, large reserve. Okay, fuck out of here. Okay, Cyber's not here for this. Go on.
I can destroy the book can fuck with Demon Souls itself. It's a 9D object. You have to prove you can fuck with a 9D object.
I'm sorry, Cyber, because you're gonna watch this later. But I like you. But and I know this isn't your argument. But if they're bringing up a large reserve of items, I get all the gold orbs. What's the max level?
Yeah,
someone look
we're
up the
literally
max.
talking about like
Max amount of gold orbs, please. Now, someone look it up. Bro, we're bringing items in.
it's gone in the hundreds.
How many untouchables can you have?
Also, we're literally talking about for untouchables. I believe I've had at least 10. I'm pretty sure you can go all the way up to 99 if you can find enough.
It's 200 gold orbs. That's the cap, Red Dusk. Okay, 200 gold orbs.
Dude,
Dante gets stronger through
with
pain and shit.
3.
Even if you believe Bayonetta's multiversal and Dante's only universal, 200 gold orbs. That's enough to close that gap wholesale. Yeah, no, let's not do items.
Also, we're gonna mention this. Well, I guess I'll mention it later if it doesn't do this. But items restoring like magic and large reserve, like Dante has powers that can directly, like, has his magic absorption abilities are technically layered because the demon. So demons in general have passive resistances to magic things because they can resist the effects of the faults and the powers of the demon world because the demon world can absorb magic and all things from its environment when it consumes the human world, but demons are completely unaffected by it. Yet they can't resist the effects of things like Nobody's, Nightmares, and Agnes. But Dante can resist those higher effects. So his magical absorption would actually be higher yield versions of those that would work on Bayonetta. So
Kyle tagged out that fucker. All right.
Yeah.
Can now match overturn phenomenon. Match spatial cutting. Using this risk gain the Amato shard destroyed. I do not like that state. Sparta. They argued that Bayonetta has items and a large reserve of items to restore her magic, so we get gold orbs wholesale. If I don't see gold orbs mentioned, I'm gonna be a little upset. Spatial cutting. Using this risk gain the Amato shard destroyed. I don't like that. That's not a resistance or a counter. That's a possibility. But you can argue that for any weapon whatsoever. That's like saying using a sword risks it getting destroyed. You can argue that for all Bayonetta's weaponry if it can be destroyed. If there's no statement for destroyability.
Still really silly that he doesn't have the actual sword. But
Transmutation. Has her own transmutation to fight back with. That's fair. Corruption, corrosion. Resist inferno and slot swords. Alright, we're not going to get into that.
Do I want to be... Yeah, whatever.
Mind memory manipulation resists numerous mental effects from demons. We have stronger layered versions. Possession resists demons with negate. Below absolute zero.
We have stronger layered versions.
Has on absolute zero. Is that it?
No. So she has the Cruel Altia, which reaches absolute zero. The Frosts are below absolute zero. Bale scales way above them, as does Cerberus, and King Cerberus considers those people to be trash in comparison to him. So even with the Frost, you can argue Dante would be able to freeze her like a block of ice.
Okay, so
we have several layers of ice above that.
I believe you told me that it wasn't even the frost ice. It was literally just being near them was absolute zero.
Yeah, technically.
Yes, if you're near them,
Their
if you're
ice
near
would
them, they just
even
kill
be
you
colder.
instantly.
Okay, so yeah, to be clear, Dante's elemental manipulation Dante's elemental attacks that he would have at his disposal, like King Cerberus, are way better than what Bayonetta has, especially since Bayonetta's lava is stated to only be 1 trillion degrees Celsius, which is technically a metric you can use to measure and is inferior to the gauntlets. The fact that people argue for...
No, we're not even getting into the other forms of the fire hell or higher forms of hellfire manipulation.
Okay, let's continue. So next we have Bayo's hacks versus Dante's resistances. Let's see this. BFR, Dante counters the Yamato Sharp Perfect Amulet, which time Dante partially resists issues with stacks. Mangler already went over this. Soul Rips.
Completely resist, yeah.
Soul Rip / Soul Destruction, resist via showings with Book of Demons. Molecular Destruction, resist via showings with Beast Heads.
Before we move on, can I just also say that Boulder is a prime example of she can resist a time slow, not a time stop.
Cyber argues that the time that when Azir uses it in his boss fight, that it's a time stop because the entire realm around him stops completely when he uses it. That being said, though, again, a little inconsistency without resistance. Molecular Destruction, Absolute Zero, resist via showings with Frost. Energy Removal, Moderate Resistance, resist Life Strain. Demon Slave, Book of Demons grants resistance. Madness Manipulation, resist via Demonic Nature, potentially empowers Dante. Poison Manipulation, resist Holy Star, cures all ailments. Holy Manipulation, resist via showings with Alan's Tear and Holy Water. Extreme Heat, resist via Ifrit. Sealing, requires Queen Sheba, resistance via Book. Empathic Manipulation, resist via Demonic Nature, may empower him. Precognition via Left Eye. I'm going to be honest here, when we were breaking down Dante versus Bayonetta, your only argument is a higher AP position for Bayonetta. They have...
Also, I'm seeing a lot of these are just resist with the Book of Demons. They do realize I could remove the Book of Demons and you'd still resist most of these, like Sealing.
Precognition via Left Eye.
Literally.
We're so close, Mangler. Come on. I understand.
Yeah, I know.
Resist with another BOD. The Double Sword Spark can count Dante's presence. Resist via showings with the Beast Heads from Death Manipulation. Can still sense her. Can still attack her via Yamato as well as travel to her. Temporary Invulnerability has his own temporary invulnerability. Might be able to still harm her via Yamato. Has regen negation. Actually, how's Bayonetta be his regen? That's not stated. It would be interesting to say this part is complicated. How hack stack both goes back and forth. All once was a simple comparisons of all the introduction of Bayonetta 3's demonic overhauling, DMC's introduction Book of Demons. Below would break down best of our ability. Alright, the book's effect of taking demon souls in issue regarding Bayonetta's demons. Demonic souls DMC are more complex than how souls are defined in Bayonetta. The book can take pieces of souls into combat and make use. Surprisingly, the book seems to physically manifest itself to use its primary function, so removal and breaking seals. The book brings out its spectral hands to consume souls, and Dante has to hold the book to break the seals. This book has the opportunity for Bayonetta to target and destroy the book. Okay, that's fair. The moment Bayonetta notices the book's soul stealing one of her demons, she would know the threat it possesses. The book also specifically only targets demon souls, and Bayonetta herself infected. Dante fought a human named Frank in P.O. combat while having the book, and the book has no page for him. Every statement in the book specifies it only targets demon souls, as such Bayonetta. The book also statements that can potentially imply that it could give Dante the level of power of the demon soul it acquires. This is never actually shown in game, and as shown as a stats section above, Bayonetta and demons are far too high in power to justify such a jump. No, they are not, because you are not arguing for 5D Bayonetta here, unless Multiversal Plus means 5D, in which case just say 5D, because I'm a little confused on that one.
No, what I'm confused is that they agree that the souls are 9D.
Yeah.
That they've already agreed that the demons, by virtue, are fucking 9D.
No, Kyle, because apparently Dante isn't scaled to it, even though all basic demons fuck with souls.
Everyone destroys souls! It's been a basic thing since 1!
So let's explain two things here that are wrong. So it says there's statements that could potentially imply that Dante could give the level of power that it requires. This is never actually done. So let's be clear. It does not imply it. It directly states it gives the power to the user. And it doesn't actually need to be shown in game. We have a direct statement to it. This is a disingenuous point.
Wait, are you telling me?
Hang on. Does Cyber literally want me to get him that one scene from the anime where he literally separates the demon?
No, because this is the worst part about Cyber's position, and I think I understand where Cyber's coming from a little bit. It's clear that 9D is heavily contested in DMC, so it's not like, yeah, the souls could be 9D, but Dante isn't scaled to it, even though, again, all demons do. It's if you know what's being scaled to, and based on their logic, it should be fair game.
So also to say it's more energy than Dante has ever experienced in this entire life borders on no limits fallacy to imply this. This is also untrue, but technically Dante has pain empowerment. So anytime Bayo inflicts damage on him at all, he will gain power equivalent to the damage that he receives because he'll receive pain equivalent to the damage. Which means he'll receive power equivalent to the damage. So the moment Bayo starts wailing on him, he's going to start becoming comparable to her. And that's without mentioning the fact that we gave him 200 fucking gold orbs and all these green stars and these untouchables.
Yeah.
That was without that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The second we introduced gold orbs, even if, and I don't even think Bayonetta can kill Dante. I'm curious if they're gonna say if she can, but Bayonetta no longer has a higher AP argument. They believe she does, or at least for this portion, they believe she does.
Never did.
But regardless of what your feelings on that one, with the gold orbs and Dante's specific ability to evolve, unless you argue Bayonetta's unless you're arguing Bayonetta is 5D versus Dante being 4D, that argument doesn't apply, regardless of how big your multiverse is.
It also doesn't apply because you have to argue Guinea Gap makes her 5D, which at that point, like, you can just argue the Demon World is 5D.
Also,
because it literally birthed. It also has a better argument for it.
Also, the whole Dante not scaling to the multiverse is also fucking wrong. As Chen stated, to transcend all of time and space in the multiverse via demonic power. Is that true for a Japanese statement that Cyber was using as well? Because if that's true, that should be about the multiverse.
He literally stated in the description, "I want to transcend all time and all dimensions."
Is that in the Japanese version?
Yeah, yes.
Wow,
They got a new translation for it. Yeah.
I should
wrong.
have remembered that. So yeah, no. So what's happening right now? We're finishing up a long stream. Yeah, no. Yeah, if that's true, then yeah, no. That should scale a Chen. So yeah. Okay, going on. Isn't it? So we're told Sodomas can regenerate their materials to restore themselves, but the book has never stated to be able to do so. We also don't know if the regeneration would have 1-to-1 with Dante. As an example, possible limits. Cerberus said Devil One was destroyed before a nightmare and was never regenerated. It is also never shown if the book can use its own abilities. Okay, so to be fair, before anyone comments about Cyber saying something, this is meant to be in Bayonetta's favor. So we're taking worst possible interpretations of all feats. And yeah, I mean worst possible interpretation because, like, yeah. Bayonetta versus Banshee. Dante has a rather resourceful ability from a demon called Morning Banshee. This allows him to place a link of sorts between himself and Bayonetta once she cannot sever. This link will revive Dante roughly 1 minute after he's killed without a known limit, so long as the link is kept in place. While Bayonetta cannot sever the actual link, she encountered by destroying the book as mentioned in the prior section. The loss of the book would also mean the loss of the Banshee page and its resurrection ability. Is that confirmed?
Destroying the book? No.
Okay.
There's never any evidence of that, but, like, how would she even know where to hit the book after Dante puts it away?
Yeah, I was going to say, so the only way you can argue for this is that Bayonetta immediately attacks the moment the book starts doing something, but yeah. I would argue that's out of character for her. She'd probably be like, oh, you've stolen one of my demons. All right, then let's see what you can do. Yeah, no, if we're going to talk character here, because you guys brought up Dante's character, I'd argue that's all character for Bayonetta, unless someone can provide me a statement otherwise, of course. Or a feat.
It'd be completely out of character for her because she generally toys around for a little bit and at least observes what her opponents do. She doesn't go for counterpoint.
No. Move on to the next one.
Another factor is this unknown Banshee restores Dante's stamina. More on this later. When it brings him back, it is shown to at least restore health, but we have no evidence of it restoring magic / demonic energy. The book being open to interpretation will be an occurring theme as we go forward. Okay, but that doesn't matter. If Dante can't die, he literally just has to stand around and wait to get his stamina back by, like...
Hang on. If he revives... Do we have footage that he gets, like, at least 3, like devil fucking balls back? Because that would literally be replenishing energy.
We'd have to check the mobile game, but unfortunately we don't have access to that at the current moment. Do they acknowledge Uni Dante? They do acknowledge Uni Dante now. However, they basically say souls are 9D, but Dante doesn't scale to them, basically.
Hey, I don't want to tell them how to do their job, but if you agree souls are 9D, what does Dante have?
At that point, who scales to the fucking souls then?
How the fuck? Okay.
If not Dante.
Dante's distance range versus Bale's resistance. Especially when the tree made, like, everything the way it is and the fruit. Okay, so they openly... apparently there wasn't enough time to include the tree and the sections regarding the tree. The tree arguments will have heavily helped Dante out here, although this is still... I think this wouldn't really have changed much, because this is literally a section just arguing that Bayonetta's, like, points are better than Dante's completely. They did it for both characters, so this is not unfair, just to be clear. Bayonetta's poem resistance to being erased. Alright. However, Fallen Priest never show... From Fallen Priest, which raises the target down to its most important aspect, so included. However, Fallen Priest never shows this ability in the game once. We do not know how it actually functions or is applied. And most of the Priest target moveset uses red energy, including summoning our demons. The way the erasure is worded can also be read that means attacking the target, like an attack to destroy them.
Are they going to argue an interpretation here? Because I'll just make this really easy for you, G1 blog. Dante and Virgil already have the ability to remove people from existence outside of that. Demons in general technically have abilities that qualify as
their main argument is simply just that Bayonetta resists existence erasure, so she should resist it. Keep in mind that this is worst possible interpretation for Dante's feats.
God, can I just ask the fact I could fucking do this with Alex versus Cole with you? Fuck.
To be fair, it won't be that big because Alex versus Cole's a lot smaller. This was.
It will be, but you're gonna get a fucking lot wrong.
Yeah.
We literally have a direct statement from 2's guidebook that confirms he blasts the secretaries right out of existence.
Not enough time to sit
Like, I don't know.
I'm going to share a little bit behind the scenes here. They do have dates where they have to release these things, I guess, and this was the date to release this. Did they give Dante pain empowerment? No, I don't think they did.
They mentioned it, yes.
Did they mention it?
They mentioned it, but it doesn't show up at all in the Bayonetta section for why he would lose.
Dante's main method of overcoming the AP gap is his broken regeneration, which can resist the hybrid like came from the lost body and soul, as shown as by Nero and Virgil. Bale showings only negate healing angel does not stack up to the regeneration this potent. That said, there's evidence Dante only has a limited number of these full restores.
So
over 200.
This is wrong. This is completely wrong. Dante does not overcome AP gaps by regeneration. Dante overcomes AP gaps via reactive evolution and pain. Something that you would have known if you read the series.
Yeah, no, so technically, I think they're arguing that he would overcome the AP gap via his broken regeneration. Dante should overcome this, especially, again, if we're giving items, which they threw in, Gold Orb City, buddy. It's like, oh, we have 99 revives. Okay, go ahead. You don't get stronger via statements.
I would have been clear about this weekend with fight with Mundus. People assert this because of fucking how Dante's planting in the scene after he fights Mundus, but technically, due to the way that Devil Trigger works, you can't actually argue this because Devil Trigger restores your stamina and your powers, and he's also using a Devil Trigger with a different energy system. So this is actually wrong.
Okay. Given the mass power gap, Bayonetta would splatter Dante with each attack, which would eventually lead to him being too tired to heal immediately and lock in a win for Bayo. Wait. To heal immediately. So, concession accepted. They're literally just arguing that she would drain. Also, that's not how healing factors work in DMC. I've always despised this take. The healing factors don't take longer to keep them alive or bring them back. Again, Virgil, who was basically on his fucking deathbed, according to Mangler, which, to be fair, this was not in the information for the G1 blog because Mangler showed it to, or Mangler told Cyber about it after, today, and Cyber did not know about it, so no one, I guess, read the art book completely. Virgil came back instantly from apparently being destroyed. Yeah. So even if your best argument here is incapacitation, that Dante just passes out the same way that happened with Urizen. And to be fair, that's basically what they're arguing for.
But you'd have to prove he can negate. You'd have to prove Bayo could negate his regen. Which, for starters, if you accept specifically that he has the, let's be clear here, because G1 didn't spell it out for you, that is a high godly regen negation.
No, it's not.
Because you can regenerate. Yes.
No, because
yes,
they are not arguing for high godly in this case. They would be arguing for mid godly. This is the criteria for mid godly.
Actually, you know what? That wouldn't matter. It could be low godly. It could be fucking high, and it would still be higher than what they conceded for Bayo. But if it's mid godly, oh god, fucking.
As for Bayo,
how are you gonna kill him?
As for Bayo herself, she can heal from full body destruction so long as her soul remains, and her soul remains so long as it has an Umbran heart. An Umbran heart is not standard equipment for Bayo. Let's be clear here. I don't think was it standard equipment? Did they contest you?
No. Also,
they had not
Dante can sense souls, so he'll know her soul is inside the Umbran heart or is connected to it, so he'll just destroy it
and her soul
after he realizes that she's not coming back.
Doesn't tell them how to do their job, but every attack that Dante has literally states, especially in 1, that it attacks the soul directly.
As for Bayo, if that's true, then Bayonetta... they already point out Bayonetta can resist soul damage, so they would just argue it doesn't do that. They did argue for Uni Dante's fair game now. As for Bayo herself, she can heal from full body destruction as long as her soul remains. I'd like to point out she technically loses her power as a result after that decision, but okay. Not because of healing back, but when she goes with Luca's arms, she has no power at that point. Luca's going to protect her in the underworld. And her soul remains so long as it has an Umbran heart. Dante's regen negation isn't fully explored in how it would affect the Umbran heart, but the bigger issue is he lacks the AP to physically harm Bayo in the first place. Yeah, so this entire portion is just arguing Dante's at scale of Bayo's AP. Cypher, so they did 2 claims. They argued for Dante winning and Bayonetta winning because they didn't want to just declare a flat-out winner in this case. Whether or not
You know they flat out want to save Bayonetta, but they know that they were going to cop too much shit.
No, apparently according to the comments, according to Cyber, people are giving them shit for Uni Dante, at least in these comment section down below. We'll take a look maybe.
No, I think B1.
I think G1 wants to say Dante would. Well, no, because I think. They basically concede here that she can't kill Dante. So your best argument is that Bayonetta just prevents Dante from coming back long enough to meet the win con conditions of whatever time frame they allow. Time has touched.
Concession accepted.
Bayo has which time, which increases her reflexes. Okay, this one's a bit of a toss-up, but does have an answer. Bayonetta can resist time hacks on par with Dante's, even from A0's powers described as transcending space and time and can connect multiple points of time together. Dante can resist several layers of witch time, but falls flat for being free of them all. The extensions and semi-automatic nature of witch time via bracelet means it will auto-pace Dante's potential attempt at stacking his own options. More importantly, Bayonetta's entire fighting style is formed around abundant stacking and uses of witch time. This is false. Her fighting style is not based around stacking, but usage. Dante has a single style based on temporal control and not shown to stack his options. Overall, Bayonetta time hacks barely edges out.
So this is wrong. As I pointed out earlier, you can play DMC5. Garion, who I already pointed out, has multiple layers of time hacks on his base time hacks. Can time hacks V? V is unaffected by it, and then he can activate it again on top of it, and then he can slow you down. So that's wrong. And if we're going to the transcending space and time statement, for starters, you need additional context to argue transcending space and time improves any specific ability or existence or speed or whatever. Argosex literally is a direct statement that he transcends time and distance. Demonic energy in general is confirmed to transcend time because it can send objects backwards in time. So, get this shit out of here.
Okay. Mango's a little grumpy as well at this point. It's already like we've been here for 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been here a while. I'm sorry, but I'm just.
Okay, so DMC is an inverse mechanic of demons having a name, which is a conceptual fundamental part of what defines them. While Bayonetta's verse does not have this, verse equalization prompts a discussion regarding it for Bayo and her demons. It should be known that Dante affected names in the manner is out of character, having only done so once in his life to himself under rebellion's mental suggestion. The book and Fallen Priest involve affecting names though, so how does Bayo fare? Bayonetta 2 features a demon called Malicious, which is noted to steal names from beings. Bayonetta can fight this demon and retain her name. To be fair, names of Bayonetta are not explored and do not have the same fundamental nature as they do in DMC. What does, however, is Bayonetta's left eye of the world, which can make concepts from nothing. That is false. That is false. The left eye. Where's left eye of the world stated to create things from nothing? While Bayonetta using his manners out of character is the possibility. So is the possibility of Dante removing names. The left eye of the world doesn't have powers on its own, though. Like it's never demonstrated powers on its own.
Also, the names and technically the souls also exist as conceptual objects. So if they actually included the names thing, it's literally confirmed that the names are formed as a part of the soul, which also predate reality in general. So to be the highest concept available, the type 1 concept that they're arguing here.
Oh, did I make a death battle for this one?
Eyes of the World.
They might, but if they were to make a death battle, they would just say Bayonetta wins because it's very clear based on these arguments, which are not very good for Bayonetta winning personally. Because again, Dante's resistance to these. Their main argument is Bayonetta AP stomps, which is fine if that's what you want to argue. But let's be a little fair here. Which I mean, they were. Again, we're near the end of a long run, so we're a little more, a little more lax.
So. I'm just saying the eyes of the world are explicitly confirmed to exist within reality in the world.
Dante's fear hacks versus what?
I was going to say they fall under type 2, whereas names explicitly predate reality, so they're actually superior concepts. Even if you argue Greed could take names, he wouldn't be able to affect the names of demons. And yeah.
Dante's fear versus Bayonetta's resistance. This one does not need that much coverage. When sufficiently enraged, usually related to a family or loss of a loved one, Dante releases an order which induces fear into humans and demons he fights. This opponent to bypass demons' inability to feel fear. Dante has only had this occur 3 times in his lifetime. Death of Neil Goldstein, Chenmaki's family and father, and bringing up Virgil, who Dante thought was dead at the time. As such, it's quite unlikely Dante would trigger this order when flying Bayo, as she has no knowledge. Furthermore, she can resist similar effects from the Fury Lopter and Rodon. None of those characters are stated to work on inanimate objects or force inanimate objects to feel fear. But we've already explained that Dante's fear hacks is actually better than what they stated for Bayo. Sox comparison.
This is also, yeah. I was gonna say this is just wrong in general for normal demons, and this is not tied to an emotional thing. He uses it on the demons on the side.
Also, when Dante DTs, this would just apply immediately because again, even a demon so inferior to him, like the Hell Vanguard, could do it to other demons. Again, it's very layered here. Like,
if I remember correctly, also the demon in the hospital was also producing like fear.
Yes. Technically, anytime Dante's demonic energy increases substantially, all of his abilities technically improve, even in terms of their layers. So this is an invalid argument. Even if you argued, even if I said that Bale could resist it, it wouldn't matter. Because as soon as she hits him and gives him a massive boost to demonic power, he's going to fear hacks her
Soul hacks
immediately.
comparison. Dante has several weapons with big combat and even just direct showings of being able to affect the soul. Bayonetta has shown she can resist soul rips from Zemma and Irene. Alright, so basically she can resist soul damage. Alright. The Book of Demons has 2 pages that can control demons, Fallen Priest, and Fae. Bayonetta can counter attempts controls her demons with Demon Slave. She can also resist Fae's mind control and ability to insert false memories with her Umbran Claw Crystal, which was shown to remove the effects of both, refer to Bayonetta's resistance section. Also, I don't like this compositing a little bit because you can't really composite the Eye of the World on Bayonetta the same way you can composite Dante's weapons. If Dante doesn't get Yamato, why does Bayonetta get the Eye of the World if it's been erased completely? Just saying on that one, personally.
Yeah,
but like,
that is a little weird.
Okay, Book of Demons grants Dante access to the demon that can view the countless possibilities of the multiverse, similar to the beast from DMC2. While a very potent ability, Bayonetta actually can negate this. Bale was able to activate type Azir's View, who views all possibilities of the infinite multiverse, and was also able to outpace and overturn Singularity's multiverse controlling phenomena affirmation. That's fair. Sealing. Dante's known to be better at sealing than his father, who sealed the entire demon wall sealed off. On the flip side, Bayonetta is shown to be able to casually break angelic and demonic seals. Also known Bale one art book to be able to break 1 million at once. Bale also seals John, who can resist the power null of anti-magic field and Singularity. Most presently, Bale demons can break Singularity, Seal, and Inferno, which is larger than Demon World and DMC. Again, they don't accept the Infinite Demon World. Moving on.
Wrong.
It should also be noted that the Seal on Argosex was potentially assisted by the ancient particular clan who was so far to be Argosex. That's not something Dante can do by himself. Okay, bro, seriously? They were just throwing the time. Alright, go on.
No. This is objectively wrong. This confirms Sparta did the sealing.
Yamato?
They were literally thrown as like meat shields to kill Argosex or stop Argosex.
That's just bad writing there. Yamato Spatial Axe, Dante on the shard, Yamato can cut space and likely carries durability, negating the probabilities of the full sword, while Balrog acquires a similar shard in DMC5 to use it for close range attacks, which may imply the range of the shard is limited. That would probably be Balrog, just doesn't know how to use it effectively. Balrog also shows the possibility for shards to be broken, which Bayonetta has the strength to do. Basically, trying to attack with the shard opens the chance for Bayonetta to destroy it. It is also likely Dante versus destruction of his main method out BFR.
Dante would not be assuming that Bale is going to BFR him.
You guys
Dante
argue he wouldn't risk it. Alright. Also, it's the same Bayonetta would even know what's doing it. Because what if Dante faints? Keep in mind, Dante has way better skill feats than Bayonetta by their own blog. What if he's like, okay, I understand what she's doing. Counterpoint, what if I make her think my sword's doing the spatial attack, but I'm actually using my hand here? Because she wouldn't be able to tell a difference.
Also, okay, counterpoint. Counterpoint. I faint. Margin form, take the wheel.
They'll probably argue Margin Form will get destroyed.
Yeah, also, they do realize they realize that Royal Revenge is a thing, right? Like, he can just hold the shard in his hand and then Royal Revenge you from a distance with a spatial cut.
Lastly,
how do you block that?
A quick weapons comparison. Bayonetta resists Dante's elemental weapons and will also resist his soul attacking weapons so long as she has energy. Dante likewise resists her soul attacking weapons. This is wrong. Though Dante's elemental weapons are of a greater magnitude than what Bayonetta can resist, and even in Bayonetta 3, with things that would be dangerous to her enemies. So this is objectively wrong, just based off Ifrit alone. Dante can...
Okay, I also want to bring this up too, because I know it's a composite Bayonetta, but even compositing her, you can't exactly give her purgatory sniping.
They don't. They argued against it. Dante can resist Bale molecular destroying weapon Bazillion, but she likewise resists his anti-magical bullets, giving John resistance similar effects. Bale might be able to partially energy drain Dante. Actually, counterpoint. We could probably argue a potency argument there, but that's kind of pointless.
So no, we actually can, and that's not pointless. So those anti-magic bullets were designed to like pull things from demons. As I pointed already, demons can already resist energy absorption. Like, all demons in the demon world could already resist the effects of the faults, and the demon world absorbs magic from the environment around them, and they're unaffected by it. Yet when Beryl shoots her tank barrels at her tank shots at them, Dante is at first affected by them, but then gets a resistance to them, and he also has that same tank shot thing. So no, she would not be able to resist it, even if Jean was immune to the effects, which Jean wasn't. And that facility in particular wasn't trying to shut off all of Jean's abilities. It was just hampering them slightly. It was not directly power nulling her. So no, this would be a direct power null effect. That's much greater potency.
Okay, both have healing resurrection items that cancel out and temporary vulnerability as well. Dante's holy water working on her demons is unlikely given the fight of off-holy attachment angels all the time. All in all, their abilities that will decide. It's their abilities that will decide the fight alongside power. Now, let's not lie to ourselves. You mean power. Dante himself resists several Bayonetta's best abilities, but is ultimately outgunned, and his best options are either limited or far too vague and matter in the long run. Bayo having the option to destroy the Book of Demons ultimately seals the Devil's fate. Tetrate factors. When it comes to battle, a factor we not even consider are the skills, experience, personalities of two combatants. There is a reason as to why the first two aren't as important overall, but both Bayonetta and Dante displayed incredible skill feats, and both have years of experience as adults. Both have fought beings on level of or considered gods as well as entities who have data of each term most Walsh. Both have displayed mastery over an extremely vast. Again, I want to be clear here. So, in terms of skill and experience, both can be argued to be completely equal in this category. No, because Dante's feats.
Wrong.
So they have really great high-end feats together, and I agree with those high-end feats for Bayonetta. I did not consider those when I was thinking about Bayonetta's fighting ability. But the problem is that Dante has those and better feats on top of that. So we now have an issue of, okay, I've matched your main best feat. Now here are all my better feats that would stack on top of this. However,
I was going to say, like, some of her best feats in the series are fighting Jean when she's when she's suffering from like amnesia and finally getting back her memories. And it's like counterpoint, we literally have Dante doing the same thing against like a guy when he's permanently power nulled all of his abilities and is actively adapting against all of his powers. And then he has to fight his brother a year later, who killed all of the same Angelos that were sent to fight him.
Okay, let's go here. However, last factor considers person that both are not afraid to get serious and use their deadly abilities. Dante has shown himself to be far more cocky in battle against opponents, less likely. Okay, we already discussed this, but that's not true. Overall, in terms of skill and appearance, Dante and Bayonetta match each other. In terms of personality, in terms of using their dangerous abilities off the bat, Bayo has a very slight edge in that department. More solid arguments for being massively stronger and more durable. Fair. Resistor. Well, I mean, it's fair, but it's also not, because they're willing to accept the souls as 9D in the blog, but they argue Dante doesn't scale despite minor demons being able to attack souls. Listen, if you don't believe 9D DMC, that's fine, but if you believe the souls are 9D, everyone scales to it. It's not complicated. Okay.
I'm saying if you believe. Well, no. If you believe, I'm gonna be flat out here. If you believe 2A Bayo and you know about the multiverse in DMC, you need to concede that point completely. If you believe 5D Bayo, you need to concede the information about the Demon World completely. Demon World had way better arguments for that.
More solid arguments to be massively stronger, more durable. Resistor can evade Dante's ceiling, Fiora, Soul Hacks, precognitive abilities. Fiora is not up for debate. Can destroy the Book of Demons, which limits Dante's more powerful abilities. Abilities are less open to interpretation. Disagree on this one.
No, they aren't.
Can destroy the amount of sharp remaining spatial cutting and opening up Dante to BFR. Wait. Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna get into that. Superior temporal abilities, which make her quote unquote faster. Can outlast Dante's healing and stamina. By their logic, sure. Resist anti-magic. Less cocky in combat.
Wait. Hang on. How did they describe Quicksilver again?
They basically said it was just a one temporal ability and can't be used that way.
Okay, so I got a question for him. Are they trying to say that Witch Time is the exact same as a temporal rift?
Yeah. Got into Super Smash Brothers above her opponent, and Sakura even stated she could have potentially evaded Galem's multiversal genocide, but she didn't. She literally dies.
She died. She died in like 5 seconds, unfortunately.
She should have been the one to survive instead of Kirby, but whatever. Forced to limit her summoning of demons, at least until the book is destroyed. Demon Masquerade is a death sentence so long as the book is intact. Does not resist facial cutting.
Okay, I want to cut this real short. Is it Demon Masquerade, or is it what's the one where she dances for like fucking 5 minutes to tame a demon?
That's demon whatever. Yeah, no, but they argue she can do it combat.
That's the fucking death sentence. That's the death sentence if she thinks that Dante's gonna let her fucking dance in.
Hang on. But was so complex to play that Sakura decided to have her get nuked in favor of Kirby, a simpler character. Okay, so what they're claiming is that the only reason she dies at the beginning of the game is not because she couldn't survive, it's because the author apparently would rather have Kirby be the character you play as at the start, I guess.
So, I don't even think that's really fair to say, because there are probably better characters to play. Like, from a gameplay standpoint, that's objectively wrong.
Hang on. So, Bayonetta, who likes to show off and uses Demon Masquerade freely, Demon Masquerade is a death sentence so long as the book is intact. You argue Dante would use I don't know here. I feel like even with Bayonetta's quote unquote like fight arguing for her, their only argument is really just she's AP wise way superior to Dante, at least easily.
I don't like how they say that she's less cocky in combat. I disagree.
No, so the problem is that
Dante puts on a facade.
They apparently
Dante
didn't
puts
see
on a
Bayo
facade
1.
of being cocky.
yeah, no,
Bayonetta's entire thing is acting like she's superior to her opponents, and she believes it.
that's true. She does get kind of shrugged around a little bit there as a result. But no, we already talked to Cyber about that. Apparently, they do believe Dante's cocky, even though I'd argue all the novels disagree with that interpretation. Okay, so to be clear, this is tied, but I'd also argue that there are quite a few things left out for Dante, but there's also quite a few things left out for Bayonetta. I'm sure any Bayonetta fan would agree that there's things left out for her too, or arguments. But even with the arguments they do accept, the logic is a little flawed here. Okay, bang on. As you can tell, there's a lot going on, many different ways to interpret one statement or another, both are essentially equal in regards to skill and experience, with Dante's historical cocky attitude. Alright. Being much weaker and less durable means Dante is going to be nobly relying on his region to stay in the game. This region is not limited, however, and is nobly depending on stamina, which with such a gap in strength, Bayonetta can destroy Dante far beyond what he's had to heal consistently. That's actually false. Dante would have been like killed. Sorry, would have both traitor. Honestly, I do have to question one simple thing here, and that's
I didn't even know you could vote for both sides.
you probably can't. I feel like this is a
Fucking Switzerland.
I feel like this is a case of rather than cause like a massive fucking like clash like they did last time. Although to be fair, this is a much better blog across the board, so this will be a lot easier to like understand. I think this was just to kind of like the way they talk about Bayonetta and give Bayonetta the benefit of the doubts with her abilities versus Dante's showings. Very clearly, I think there is a favor for Bayonetta here in some regards. But this is also the section that's supposed to talk about Bayonetta winning, so it's supposed to have favor for her. Okay, so basically, they just argue that Bayonetta wouldn't do the massive AP stomp, but again, keep in mind, demons get power based on the pain and damage inflicted on them, so literally, if Dante comes back once, you can make the argument that he's already on the same level as Bayonetta, unless they argue Bayonetta's 5D, but I don't think they say that.
I didn't mention this the entire blog because I thought I would hold off on it, but Dante and every single demon in DMC has what's known as self-actualization, or subjective reality, where they can just think or desire something, and then that thing becomes reality. So if Dante, and keep in mind that the time frame on this is like instant. Nero literally said verbatim, "Let this piece of shit disappear from existence," when he stabbed Sanctus, and Sanctus literally disappeared from existence moments afterwards. So if he decides, I don't want your demons to exist anymore, or go back to Inferno, or I want you to be blocked from summoning, he could just do that. Like that's without considering the fact that all of his like layers and things start stacking once he starts getting evolved. So like he has any number of combination for the things that he can do. We're not even going into all the things that
Okay,
this person
so
can do.
they're now arguing here that we should argue that Dante should lose because he needed help to cut the Clyfod tree. However, that is completely false.
That's also completely fucking rich. Coming from the series, from the girl who literally needs help with every one of her fucking final bosses.
I was gonna say that's also disingenuous. The main reason he went to the underworld was specifically to watch Virgil's back because he didn't want to leave him alone anymore. That was the main reason.
So
because Virgil had been left in the demon world for so long.
So you are telling me you made a whole Frankenstein Nightmare Fuel composite of Dante so illogical that it not only brings down the narrative of his own games, but would even make Lovecraft scream in horror as messy existence, and you all could still not find a way for it to take down a single one of the three main Bayonettas, who can even fuse in the last chapter of Bayonetta 3, be scaled to singularity definition, summon Rodin, and to borrow his braces all time, and this is considered a tie. A huge chunk of the blog is dedicated to reducing Dante into an abomination as an insult to life and common sense. Okay, yeah, so just a bunch of Dante downplayers here. Everything was canon, everything is... And again, keep in mind that, like, you know what? Here's the thing, though. It's all there. It's all valid in the lore and material. Regarding brings down narrative of his own games, debatable in what capacity. Yeah, no. Okay, so ironically enough, we just have a bunch of Bayonetta fans here being like... and this is fair, because this is completely true. The second you learn about what Dante can do in lore... He is such a stupid fucking character.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many characters are like that.
Yeah, no. So
no, I'm not. No, I'm not living through. I'm not living through very recent PTSD. No.
No, like straight up, I'm just gonna be 100% honest here. when you actually sit down and explain all the shit you can give Dante, everyone who doesn't know about DMC and just has played the games will be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's no way that's legit. The problem is that most of the shit is powers and abilities that are in the novels and shit. They don't break the lore. All demons want to take over the human world, which is the universe, so at least Universal's fair game, but again, with more context. Okay, at the end of the day, you can't argue statements versus feats, because if you believe statements aren't valid, well, I mean, not to be that guy, but like, okay, fine, you want to talk about, your multiversal power? Let's talk about the fact that you couldn't destroy a fucking town with one blast, Like, let's not play this game here. That's not a fun game to play,
Let's not play this game that if you really wanted to go this route, your multiversal Bayonetta is fucking universal.
It seems like bullshit type Bayonetta wins. Why do you think the DMC side focused on overanalyzing text and translations while Bayonetta side just kept to on-screen feed and narrative main lane? Notice how the Roland's base target was completely ignored. Otherwise, we would get an anticlimactic easy answer to the debate, just like War Greymon versus Charizard.
Yeah, but War Greymon versus Charizard's fucking different. You have an overhyped lizard versus one of the greatest fucking Digimon that ever existed.
Yeah, I'm okay with using lore due to limitations of video games, but I feel like if they wanted to somewhat portray Dante or Virgil's universal, they wouldn't have Virgil being killed by being sliced a lot or barely showing any impressive feats of physical power.
Also, the DMC side being more
these are the
focused on
same people who
analyzing.
fucking cry if we showed them all of Bayonetta's anti-feats.
Hang on. The DMC side being more focused on over-analyzing text and translations, while Bayonetta side just keeps on-screen stuff. Let's be clear here. The Bayonetta side actually refrained from using, like, the English text for a significant chunk of theirs because they wanted more blatant information from the raws. And if we're talking a percentage, most of the Bayonetta scalers just go fishing for the raws because they refuse to use the official translations for some reason. That's not consistent with, like, I know they're referring to the blog, but, like, that's not consistent with DMC scalers. DMC scalers mainly stick to the official translations instead of the unofficial fan translations.
No, but that's what kind of, like, gave me the shit, is where Cyber tried to defend the fan translation being more valid than the actual fucking, like, officials. It's like, dude, seriously?
Well, one is the localized. One is literally the worldwide release that's produced for every fan. And, like, I have direct statements verbatim that, like, DMC3 only was a game made for, like, the Japanese, and that, like, characters like Nero was specifically created for, like, a new audience. So I can unironically argue in every respective context that the official and the localized version is actually more accurate. That's without mentioning the fact that something he didn't know, and Cyber, I hope you're listening to this because I think you might be aware of this, you might have heard about this, but the Japanese translations that you're reading in the games is actually not Japanese. It's Japanese translated to English, translated back to Japanese. The English version that you're reading is translated from the first draft of Japanese. The Japanese that you read is translated back from the localization. So most native Japanese speakers will actually tell you it's generally pretty accurate. Even the people who've tried to debunk it by going through the raws haven't been able to do so successfully, because every single time they do that, I go and find translations ripped straight from the raws of the novels that are equivalent with the localization of the games. So that doesn't really work.
I'm going to point out a few things here. I think the blog will get a fuck ton of flack, but I think it'll get a fuck ton of flack because POC exists. I think Dante has become, sad to say, a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of character. If you don't scale them like the way the main scalers do, and actually most people scalers actually do, because most scalers are fine with Universal DMC, you get flagged for that. But if you give him POC, you're going to get flagged from a bunch of people in the POC crew who are like, no fucking way, bro, POC is not valid or whatever.
Even without POC, most power scalers now, they are fine with like, low multiverse DMC.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
yeah.
I will say that the blog was a lot better. I could definitely argue things against their reasonings, but I also understand that they basically made two sections being like, listen, both characters could potentially take this, but we're going to fucking, just say, like, it's possible. My one issue is the souls. Now, granted, they do point out that there's no statement for them being, like, higher dimensional or proven, which, again, if you're arguing it's 9-dimensional fundamentally on a geometrical level, that's basically how overall, I'll say this. If you believe the souls are 9D, to argue none of the demons scale to it or Dante doesn't scale to it is completely and factually false. the weakest demons in DMC3 could scale the souls already. So, yeah.
Did VSB Civil Nodus contribute to the blog? No, this is G1.
So if Death Battle does
Let's
it,
go for instance.
they're going to make Bayonetta win because they are going to argue the Demon World is not infinite in size. I actually appreciate this blog a little bit because they explain their reasoning for how Bayonetta is going to beat Dante. Because Death Battle does volume scaling, not dimensional tiering. So all you have to argue is that Dante's Demon World is not infinite in size, and Bayonetta wins by Death Battle standards.
I kind of love that because it's always, I just take that as a concession. Concession accepted when you argue that a place that has multiple infinite statements is not infinite.
Also,
I mean, I like the concession already that if they were to do Dante versus Kratos in this G1 thing, you already know Dante's going to be walking out the winner.
Oh no. So they would have to. Well, first of all, they would get eaten alive in those comments, even if people wanted Kratos to win, because they'd have to come up with a new argument for why the demon world isn't infinite, and then proceed to explain all the same logic for the fucking underworld.
well, so my only issue is that there are statements that there's an infinite amount of demons in the demon world, and according to their G1 blog, like their Doomslayer one, according to Mangler at least, they do accept that as an argument for the demon world for places being infinite in size.
They actually explicitly pointed out when they linked information from the Doom guy versus Master Chief one that there are an infinite number of demons, or an endless number of demons in hell, so there would have to be an infinite number of spaces to contain them, or an infinite number of size to contain them. We already have direct statements that there's like multiple flows of time and different space times, but if G1 doesn't want to accept that, we have a direct statement that Mundus is an infinite army. We have a direct statement that he split the demon world in half with Argosax, who also had an army that could go to war with him. And then we have a direct statement that there's an infinite number of Homer Obscura that can invade during the oil platform mission in DMC2.
Yeah, so...
3 different infinite things, so yeah.
Look, bottom line, it just comes down to that they want to basically split hairs and basically be like, you don't have the exact one word that we want, which is infinite. You have every other acronym that could fall into infinite, but you just don't have that one, except for you know, in this
if we're going to take it by that logic, half the arguments in the Bayonetta section don't have the proper information for them, because Bayonetta usually just throws out a concept that it creates in bursts and never extrapolates in it. I mean, just look at how most of the games are made. Literally, just like first game expands in the angels, second game goes into the demons, third game goes into a brand new race and species of beings. Jumps off of one after another, after another, after another, and we have no guidebooks, no translated art book, no novels, no extended interviews, nothing. Dog shit. We have literally no source material to expand on the existing lore.
They also don't. I'm actually quite surprised about. They don't cover corruption.
They did. They just said Bayonetta resisted due to certain demons and Bayonetta having an ability like it. So, look, at the end of the day, I feel like they gave a much better shakedown, and it was a lot more fair this time around for both characters involved, although, you know, I don't think Bayonetta really had that problem per se. I will say, when broken down in further measurements, there's definitely, I think, issues on both sides, but obviously that's to be expected. I think, you know, both sides can agree that we can probably find some degree of issues with both, you know, Bayonetta's side and Dante's side, whether or not we're agreeing or disagreeing, or, you know, adding more stuff or not adding more stuff. The point is, at the end of the day, it was a much better blog. Overall, obviously, I disagree with certain things for, you know, whether or not Dante loses. I would say Dante has more than the advantage, especially if you're giving him gold orbs. Just being real here, you can't argue that Dante can't outlast Bayonetta with gold orbs. Just gonna that kills.
I kind of forgot.
Oh, and that's also including smell of fears. Yeah, no, like dude, the second they're like, oh, she has items to restore it. Items. You
wait. I just now realized something. Hold up, guys. I just now realized something that was never mentioned in the blog. It was never mentioned that Dante had instinctive reaction. How the fuck were they going to argue that she was ever going to hit him?
They didn't mention the instinctive reaction and skill. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah. That's kind of literally a condition for being able to fight Dante is if you can't hit him, then doesn't matter.
Did they give? Hang on.
Also, Bayonetta's speed arguments are garbage compared to the ones that you have for Dante. Dante's are the ones for immeasurable and infinite are so explicitly blatant. You just have to be like disingenuous to ignore them. My overall thoughts on the blog was that I think it was a lot better than the last one. Props to G1 for doing a lot more of your research.
No,
I
here we
appreciate
go.
that.
Dante goes up in
Especially
home.
on
He
the-
can sense danger off of raw reflexes and instinct alone. So this is him fighting Void Mundus, I think.
Yeah,
No, it's
but
not.
they
It's
didn't
not.
clarify.
It's not the Void
that.
Mundus feat. It's something else completely differently. Yeah, no. I'm
Well,
gonna be
so
honest.
they didn't clarify like what that means. What that means in a context.
Well, no, I'm gonna be honest here. Outside of like the multiversal information shit, yeah, Bayonetta would just flat out lose in like in a fight between them. Her feats are not on his level. Because yes, they have similar high-end feats, but the problem is that Dante has layers on top of those high-end feats, which is something Bayonetta doesn't have.
If you knew nothing about either of these characters and you were to read this blog before you read the results, you would literally say, okay, outside of AP, Dante just negs all of her fucking win cons.
Yeah.
And all of her...
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
It really felt like every time Dante's brought up, he just had way more shit to work with and stuff. And then at the end, they're like, well, AP wins. It's like, okay, that's...
Also, you can't... It would be inconclusive at best. Because even if you argued that Dante's region would be taxed, which I would argue if you looked at the descriptions and the information, you'd find out really quickly that's not going to work out. As soon as you look at the demon scan, it's like, how do you argue she kills him? Because they can see like conceptual manipulation doesn't really exist outside of the eyes of the world. I'm like, oh, well, that's a wrap. Concession accepted. Like, you can't kill Dante now.
Also,
other than that, didn't Cyber also say that that they didn't have that scan for them like regenerating instantly from like Virgil did?
Yeah. So not only I don't know.
I guarantee you that would change the result, and that would basically been like even if she was higher in AP, she can't kill him.
No, they basically conceded in her section that she can't kill him. So their main argument is just that like he can't kill her, and she has more ways to deal with him and better AP. They argue that because their argument boiled down to Dante would pass out for too long after a certain amount of time, and that would just be a win con for Bayonetta. But regardless of that point for a minute, I think I remember. Yeah, so I don't know if Bayonetta suffered this problem because I don't think Bayonetta is not as big of a game franchise. But they left out all of the arguments for the tree and the fruit, which are both arguments for higher dimensionality. They did not include Argosax's higher dimensionality statements.
Which backs up immeasurable.
No, they did. They did include that.
I completely forgot the fact that they were willing to go balls to the walls with a statement that what's it called? I completely forgot his name. Oh my god, AC or transcending space and time, and I'm like, okay, Argosax literally has the direct statements. Oh, he has multiple direct statements that he transcends all living things. He's a perfect ultimate being with like absolute wisdom. Like every single description given to him is just designed to be like to explain how he's the perfect being in every single respect. He even has arguments for having trans-duality.
Wasn't there also a Japanese scan saying that he transcends speed or something, which would make him...
They did use that.
If you take that to its highest interpretation,
yes,
as that
he has instantaneous movement that transcends
if
time
had
distance.
relevant speed, she never would have caught him.
Okay, so I think they this is kind of weird because I think they ultimately agreed the speed was in the same tier for the characters. It's just that AP wise she has better feats in her department to argue for. They believe that she can resist most of Dante's abilities, but again, we've already talked about how the weapons, elemental shit doesn't really work here in this case.
That's also just wrong when it comes to a lot of the other things. Also, I forgot to mention there's a couple of the passives that demons do that she doesn't resist, like statistics reduction. So, like the demon world, for example, can directly like reduce your statistics, which she doesn't have any resistance to.
Unfortunately, that's
so yeah, just being around Dante. Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, the Suki person left because I was kind of hoping if they would be able to shed some light if there were things like missing from Bayonetta specifically, like not arguments, but like whole sections of information. The void is
As far
literally
as all the
infinite, though. The
information-
void is part of the underworld. Well, the problem is that, like, again, Dante, everything related to the Qliphoth minus it empowering Urizen is gone. It's not even mentioned because they didn't have enough time.
It's kind of a big deal.
Granted, like,
Yeah, I mean,
I guess they probably argue for supporting evidence, to be fair.
no, you can't use the Qliphoth as supporting evidence when it has a direct statement that it created all life. You just have to be like,
No,
you'd have to
knowing,
be making the biggest
knowing
mistake.
G1
Period.
knowing G1 blog, unless they had that art book statement where it says that it shaped the demon world, they would literally just claim that it just created all demons. That's it. It would still make it a fucking 9D tree. Don't get me wrong.
I will say this: I do find it funny how we got people arguing that Dante being uni is just like wank because you have to look at statements and scans to get there, and it's not just blatantly shown. Gotta love that. But in regards to that situation, pretty good. Pretty good. It was certainly better than last time. A much better fair breakdown.
If this is the final force, I fucking pray when we do Alex versus Cole, this isn't going to take anywhere near as long.
So I will say that I don't think we're gonna have that problem with you because there's no way. Because this was not only 2 parts. This was 2 parts.
Well, Side knows my opinions a little bit on that matchup, so he might join us for that one because I have a couple of stances that I think he's going to be very standoffish about.
Okay. Well,
Wait, what's happened?
I think that's about all she wrote for today. Unless you boys have anything else you'd like to add.
I'll just say overall,
If you guys have,
probably 7 out of 10. I think
so to be clear,
not too bad.
yeah, I'd give it a 7 out of 10. The problem is that like it's really good, but like when you're comparing direct feats and stuff, no, it was nowhere near as bad as the last one. I'm glad they really took the feedback on that one much better. That being said, though, I want.
It kind of does. With this new G1 blog, they kind of do walk Nero vs Hellboy right the fuck back.
No, like they flat out said that that was like just I think they said I forgot to say at the beginning because it's been fucking hours, but I think they do say something along the lines of like Nero vs Hellboy is completely outdated now, and because they weren't expecting the backlash they got for how they scaled like DMC the way they did. Overall, I disagree with it being equalized, but I kind of maybe I'm just wrong here. Maybe I'm being cynical. I kind of wish they'd just be honest and be like the research was good across the board. It could have been better, I think, on both. Actually, I don't know. I think Bayonetta's was a lot better and more charitable than what like fucking. They're gonna get backlash for POC. They are. They're gonna get backlash for POC 100%. They're gonna get backlash for Dante scaling now because now it's no longer a case. Because no one's gonna contest multiversal Bayonetta. They're gonna fucking argue that Dante's way too fucking busted with all his abilities, and they're gonna disagree with him having them. Again, I think DMC. Well, it's not. I think DMC doesn't have like a like random fucking horde of supporters that'll fucking slaughter you if you disagree. Mm-hmm. Although they do get some backlash, but I think Dante as a character is just damned if you do, damned if you don't now.
I just kind of don't like that they really didn't address that the Samsara literally opens up time spaces in the demon.
They did briefly. Cyber basically confirmed that they do not care for space times in G1 blog, so they would have meant literally fucking nothing to them.
But they'll.
And this is why no one volume scales because it's the inferior scaling formula.
But wait, hang on. They'll argue separate spacetimes don't matter, but they think it's okay to use a set amount of timelines to scale something to multiverse.
Yes.
That's literally the same thing, but on a larger scale.
No. Okay, so at any rate,
By their logic, basically, Bayonetta's universe being an infinite multiverse should not fucking matter as long as they have an infinite size statement.
Well, the problem is that DMC doesn't because they didn't bring up any of the.
Yeah,
they brought
yes,
up
it
none
fucking
of
does.
the infinite
Yes, it
statements.
does. The demon world is described as everything but fucking infinite.
So my one issue is that no state.
Do we have a weapon that states that it comes from the infinite darkness?
Yeah, but
infinite
they'll argue
darkness, infinite
translation
fire,
issue.
endless.
My issue is very simple. a few more things, just very briefly. Under deeper scrutiny, there was quite a bit of information that should not have been omitted from Dante. The research was good, but given how good the research was, there were quite a few things left out. Void Mundus's, fight, which is Dante instinctive reaction. Again, we skipped the Dante section to be fair, but again, regardless, if as cynical as this is, it feels like they wanted to say Bayonetta was going to win because of the backlash last time they said Dante. They kind of gave it a little even. The fact that Cyber voted for both of them, I feel is very unfair unless genuinely they were like, we cannot have this outcome not be fucking like tied. I'll check. I'll look on Reddit later and see what Reddit's saying about it to see what Reddit has to see if like Reddit's giving it backlash or not because it's a.
Well, yeah, because Reddit's full of the biggest brained people when it comes to power scaling.
Well, the problem is that like the only place where we get feedback for this shit is either Reddit or fucking versus Battle Wiki. So I guess I'll ask Devil tomorrow if he can tell me if like anything's popped up on the VSB servers. Yeah. Beyond that though, again, much better blog, much more fair across the board. I definitely think if we were to break these down nitty gritty, there's definitely a lot more things that favor Dante based on their own logic as well. But beyond that, yeah, solid stuff. Well, good job. If anyone from G1 Blog's watching this, good job. Much better blog this time around. I would really appreciate, and I think I'll ask Cyber this. I'm gonna hit up Cyber and be like, listen, be real with me. Was there actually a super tough debate on this one, or did you guys just not want to fucking throw your hand in the ring and be like, we think this one wins, so we're just gonna tie it and move on? Because again, I was wholly expecting Bayonetta to lose this or to win this one personally.
Honestly, at this point, I think it'd just be better if you guys just avoided the topics of doing DMC characters entirely. If you're just not comfortable with it, that's fine. It's probably best to just not do matchups with them. If you really don't want to deal with this hassle, it's probably better to avoid them entirely. Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. But if it's not happening at all, you're not really in that situation.
Yeah, I definitely think wholesale for G1 Blog and for a lot of people too, because scaling DMC characters could potentially get you a lot of flack on the internet. It's not worth it.
I kind of expect the same kind of thing to happen when they do Kratos versus Ashura, except they'll actually pick Kratos to be the winner so they don't catch shit.
Yeah, probably.
And I will also like that. Not that people will generally believe that. Not that I think that they'll genuinely believe that Kratos will win, but just so they don't catch shit from the God of War community.
Yeah, it's going to be a bandwagon thing there.
I think they don't. I don't think they'll believe in Uni Osborne's going to begin with anyway, so I don't think they'll have that issue. Yeah. So overall, again, good.
But if they're also serious about their scaling, they're not going to fucking believe multi Kratos.
You can take off. And yeah.
No, I mean, we need to wrap it up.
Man, we're so close to 6 hours. All right. Tomorrow, if you guys have any other thoughts or any other comments, or you want to talk about it further, we will be here. Well, I'll be here tomorrow with Devil. And we'll see if Mangler can come. I don't know if Kyle will be able to make it, but we will have time tomorrow.
No, probably not. I might stop in for like maybe half an hour, but because my dad's back at work, I can now go full throttle with trying to get the voice work done for the fucking script.
Fantastic. Okay. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. If you're a Bayonetta fan watching this later and you think they missed out information, please let us know. Let me know in the comments. So that way I can see what went on there, because I want to see if it was on both sides, information was omitted. Yep, and thank you for your time as always, and have a nice day.